Chapter 151. Let's begin. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The loud shouts of the Watcher alerted most of the pirates who were fast asleep. Most of them scooted out of their cabins to the deck in a frenzy. Some of them were even undressed. Zhongheng and An were already out on the deck. With a pair of binoculars in hand, the captain watched the approaching ship from afar. "So? What about it?" asked Billy. "We've got abysmal visibility tonight." "I can't see it." "I'm not sure if that's the ship that we're going after," said Zhongheng while handing the binoculars to his helmsman. The weather today didn't seem to cooperate. It was a dark, foggy, moonless night. The stars that usually lit up the night sky were nowhere to be seen as well. It was actually a miracle that the Watcher even managed to spot the ship. That said, that was all they knew about the approaching vessel. There were only 4 hours left till dawn, and Zhongheng had no intention to take any risks. Firing his cannons now was equivalent to a gamble, where even the best cannoneer would find it hard to land one hit in 10 shots. It was unnecessary to waste ammunition just like that. Every failed shot that they fired would cost them a lot more money to replenish the armory, and even if the cannoneer was somehow lucky enough to hit the ship, they might not be able to move all the spices back since their surroundings were pitch black. "Let's follow him for now. Be careful not to get within its sights." Billy and the rest of the pirates were fine with Zhongheng's decision. If Carina was right about this ship, their target had at least a dozen 6- and 9-pound cannons. Although the Jackdaw far outgunned them, it was still unjustified in attacking at night. It would be a safer and wiser decision for them to wait it out till day broke. Soon, Zhongheng assigned more watchers to keep an eye on the ship, grouping 2 into a team to ensure that their target wouldn't slip away. As for the rest of the crew, Zhongheng instructed them to return and to rest to prepare for tomorrow's raid. However, most of the pirates were not sleepy anymore. Most were ready to return to Nassau after spending an entire month on this ship empty-handed. Just as they were about to give up on the operation, they saw hope again. For those that couldn't sleep, they harnessed their weapons and began to sharpen them. 15 minutes later, it appeared that the Watcher from the other ship had discovered that the Jackdaw was tailing them. Immediately, they sped up to attempt to escape the Jackdaw. Billy and the rest of the pirates were lit with excitement when they saw their prey trying to shake them off. Until now, the black flag of the Jackdaw hadn't yet been flown. Besides, considering that the visibility around the area was extremely low, there was no way they would figure out that a pirate ship was tailing them. That could only mean one thing. The merchant vessel was carrying something precious. Even if it wasn't spices, it could be something else that was equally valuable. After trying to get away from the Jackdaw for a while, they realized that they couldn't shake them off. Instead, the 2 vessels had now crept up to each other. By then, the merchant vessel discovered that a Navy battleship was the one after them. Considering that they were armed and heavily loaded with cargo, they could only move at a modest 4 to 5 knots at the fastest. There was no way that they could outrun the speeding Jackdaw. So, in desperation, they decided to slow down and arm all their cannons, preparing to open fire. Under normal circumstances, they were no match to the battleship. However, the night had become their best cover, and besides, luck was the critical factor in this fight. If they managed to land their cannonballs on the Jackdaw's armory, they might just be able to turn the tide around. The crew of the merchant ship knew that this was their last chance to attack their pursuer. Once the sun was up, there was no way that they could beat them anymore. To their surprise, Zhongheng slowed down the Jackdaw as well. She still followed them closely but kept outside their shooting range. Despair hit the merchant crew when they realized that time was quickly drifting away from them. There was nothing else they could do about the Jackdaw, as they could not fire, nor could they flee. At the same time, the Jackdaw made her final preparations for the upcoming war. The helmsman carefully executed every order given by Zhongheng, ensuring that there was at least a nautical mile between them and their prey. Similarly, the merchant ship attempted to fire, but alas, it failed miserably. Eventually, they gave up and decided to stop the pointless attacks. When the sun came up, Zhongheng confirmed through his binoculars that the merchant ship was hauling a grand load of nutmeg. From the size of the ship, their flag, and the number of cannons, it almost precisely matched the information provided by Carina. All of a sudden, the sorrow and despair of the Jackdaw's crew was replaced by an elated sense of happiness. Finally, they got to reap what they had sowed. This boosted the pirate spirits in an unprecedented manner. Jong Hung was at the bow with An and Billy to discuss the final battle plan. First, we will fire at them twice. Our primary targets are their masts and main deck. We need to make sure that they lose their mobility and kill as many as their crew as possible. We do not want to damage the structure of the ship. The spices will become worthless if water floods into the hull. Once they surrender, we'll close in and start organizing our people to plunder them. It was at that time that Carina finally woke up. With a terrible hangover looming over her head, she remembered bits and pieces of what she told Jong Hung last night and was worried that Jong Hung's impression toward her had changed for the worse. Your identity is somewhat sensitive around here. You should head to the captain's quarters and stay there. Remember to close the windows. You don't want anyone from the merchant ship to spot you. Jong Hung needed her help to sell off all the spices that he was about to loot later. It was risky enough for her to get on the Jackdaw and chase down the merchant ship. She was sincere enough about sealing the deal, and Jong Hung had no doubts about it. There was no reason for her to reveal herself to the merchants on the ship later. If she was exposed to the customs officers, she would be left with no other options but to become a pirate. Carina did not insist on lingering on, clearly understanding the decision Jong Hung made. She quickly thanked him and left the deck. Ask the cannoneers to get ready. It's time to fight, proclaimed Jong Hung to Billy. Chapter 152. First Battle at Sea. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the sun rose, the boom of cannons firing broke the ocean silence. The one that fired first was the merchant vessel called the Happiness. However, they lost whatever hope they had when they saw the Jackdaw raising its black flag. To make sure that the cargo on their ship was safe from plunder, they had deliberately chosen a less popular shipping line to travel on and was mum about their route so far. Their voyage was smooth for about a month, with no encounters of any pirates whatsoever. Just when they thought that they were out of the red, the Jackdaw spotted them. Alas, their effort was all but wasted. With help from the sunlight, they could finally see the true form of the Jackdaw. Some of the crew instantly knew that they were going to lose the battle, losing their last straw of hope once they confirmed that the ship in pursuit of them was indeed a battleship. The unfortunate incident in Charleston was now widespread amongst the colonies. 2 governor-generals and a high-ranking officer were killed on that night. At the same time, the entire Charleston suffered the relentless attacks from cannons. This could be one of the most severe incidents happening in the New World. There were even hushed whispers that the Navy lost a corvette that night as well. As compared to what happened in Charleston, few paid much attention to the corvette. When the merchant ship's crew saw the Jackdaw, they started to realize that this ship could actually be the lost Navy corvette. Undoubtedly, the combination of pirates and a heavily armed corvette had the merchant ship's crew believing that this might genuinely be the end of their road. That said, those who decided to commit their careers to the ocean were no cowards. Though they knew that they could not outgun the Jackdaw, they would instead take their chances and try to defeat it regardless. After all, the ship's cargo was valuable enough for them to protect it with their lives. Unfortunately, most of their shots missed their targets, with only one cannonball managing to fly past the gunwale. Pumped up with adrenaline, the newly recruited cannoneers were eager to return fire. "Captain, do we attack now?" "Hold your horses for a little while more." Now that Jackdaw had entered the Happiness effective range, they should be able to return fire. However, accuracy wouldn't be that great, where the cannons would lose their effectivity once they were too far away from their targets. If the distance was right, though, the Jackdaw could easily destroy a merchant ship with one volley of shots. This could prevent them from turning the battle into an endless exchange of fire. Before getting closer to them, the Jackdaw had to endure the attacks from their enemy. The good thing was that it should be strong enough to do so. Soon, the Happiness was poised to launch the second wave of attacks. This time, their experienced cannoneers managed to land a few accurate shots on the Jackdaw. 3 cannonballs landed on the gunwale, and another landed on the mainsail. Fortunately, this did little to damage the vessel, allowing her pirates a little room for relief. The third wave of cannonballs were incoming. This time, the Jackdaw had gotten really close to the Happiness. Their offense had managed to put a few holes on Jackdaw's deck, however, with a cannonball managing to find its way to a spot unprotected by iron plates. Seconds later, seawater started to gush into a cabin that was located at the lowest deck of the Jackdaw. Immediately, the carpenter grabbed his tools and started to fix the leak. At that moment, more and more of the Jackdaw's crew urged Zhongheng to return fire. Even Billy could not help but stare at his captain. Still, he did not say a single word. Zhongheng had participated in quite several battles while he was serving on the Sea Lion. This was his very first time orchestrating his own battle. Back then, he simply needed to protect himself and eliminate all enemies that got close to him, and once his flanks were clear, he could lend a hand to his allies as well. He was only required to pay attention to the continually changing circumstances when he helped to take down the Scarborough. Also, in an ordinary battle, all he needed to do was to pay small attention to a number of things that happened around him, similar to his battles in the Soviet Union. Right now, he was commanding an entire battleship. He needed to figure out how to win the battle at the lowest possible cost. Undeniably, the Jackdaw had way more potent firepower than the Happiness. However, the Happiness had more experienced cannoneers. If only he could pull closer to his enemy, it would be hard for the Jackdaw's cannoneers to miss their target. That was why Zhongheng took the risk of getting closer to the Happiness. During the fourth wave of attack, some of the pirates on the deck were injured. Even Zhongheng's arm was sliced by a ricocheting splinter. Still, he remained his calm, continuing to observe the enemy through a pair of binoculars. He could see that their cannons were being reloaded at an incredible speed and were now about to launch their fifth wave. Finally, Zhongheng broke the silence and gave his crew a new command. "Slow down the ship. Hard to starboard." The crew had been anxiously waiting for Zhongheng's command, and the moment they got the order, they used the shortest time possible to retract the sails to cut some speed. As a result, the maneuver managed to dodge the fifth wave of cannonballs. At the same time, the Jackdaw pulled up to the Happiness side. In this era, chase guns were mounted on the bow and stern of some sailing ships and would only be used in an emergency. Side cannons were still their primary weapons. That was why the sailors from Happiness had to make sure that their hull faced the target before they could launch an attack. Once they were locked in a state of battle, it would be hard for them to maneuver the ship. As of now, the pirates on the Jackdaw held massive grudges against the Happiness after enduring 4 waves of consecutive attacks. The moment Zhongheng permitted them to open fire, the pirates mercilessly lit their cannons and fired with everything that they had. Though half their shots missed their mark, the other half of the cannonballs were more than sufficient to cause massive damage to the Happiness. One of the 24-pound cannonballs managed to hit their secondary mast. 2 sailors were crushed to death by the falling pillar. After witnessing the Jackdaw's overwhelming firepower, the sailors on the Happiness were in a state of panic. However, some were still adamant about returning fire. Unironically, they were overwhelmed by the constant onslaught of cannonballs that were launched at them. Even so, if Zhongheng hadn't ordered his pirates to adjust the cannons to a higher trajectory, they would have destroyed the Happiness during the second wave of attack. Just as expected, the sailors on Happiness finally accepted that they could never defeat the Jackdaw. More of their crew would die if the battle were prolonged. In the end, they chose to surrender. Zhongheng was not as excited as the pirates on his ship because he knew that they were just about to encounter the real danger. According to the intel given by Carina, there were about 30 sailors on the Happiness. The worst part was, there were also 20 young Navy officers on board as well. Clearly, the crew on the Jackdaw were outnumbered. Chapter 153. The Return. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It had been 55 days since the Jackdaw left the harbor, and all kinds of rumors were being spread around Nassau. Some said that they encountered a great storm, causing them to lose their way. Others talked about how they saw the Navy capturing them, destroying their ship, and killing her entire crew. Some even claimed that they had crossed paths with mermaids, whose songs had bewitched the poor sailors in jumping into the sea. All these rumors shared a common theme: the jackdaw was never going to return to Nassau. The amount of food and water that Zhong Heng loaded was no secret. A month and a half had already passed, and even if they did not encounter any mishaps, they would have run out of food and water by now. Situations like this were common among newly formed pirate crews. The reason Zhong Heng managed to capture so much attention was that he owned a corvette and had the audacity to recruit a female pirate. Those who gambled on the jackdaw not returning to Nassau were filled with excitement. As for the bystanders, they were disappointed by the jackdaw's fate. They would rather have the ship return empty-handed and see Zhong Heng getting stripped of the captain title by his own crew. On the other hand, James remained true to himself. He proceeded to the tavern to have a drink once he received the news that the jackdaw was gone forever. Somehow, he felt joyous that Zhong Heng was killed, as he had taken his and away from him. However, when he thought about her, the smile on his face disappeared. He had used a great deal of effort to convince and to come to the new world, and even spent a ton of money on her as well. Unfortunately, everything had gone to waste. Suddenly, James felt that the rum he was drinking had become devoid of taste. The only person on the entire island who felt sad for the jackdaw was Harry. He was drowning in sorrow for the past few days. Without an around, he soon dominated the few streets that were around him. Although kids were giving him money, he still felt that life had become pointless since and was no longer here. With hands in his pockets, Harry kicked around the pebbles on the road while he walked. He could not help but miss the moments when he got beaten up by Anne. Anne's fists were filled with power and fury when she beat Harry up. According to Harry, every single punch that Anne delivered carried a particular message for him. He claimed that he could feel his chest burning with passion each time she struck him. Unfortunately, he would never get to see her again. He let out a long, exasperated sigh, one that did not match his age. The two kids that followed him started to suspect that their boss had gone insane. It was at that moment that the three saw someone running from the harbor to the casino. "The jackdaw is back! They are back! Ha ha ha! I didn't lose my bet," screamed the person in excitement while running. Of course, the three were shocked when they heard that the jackdaw was back in Nassau. Everyone around here had accepted the fact that the jackdaw was never going to return forever. Naturally, they should have come back a long time ago. Thus, according to some experienced pirates, this was a clear sign that they were dead, as they had failed to return on the expected date. None of them thought that the jackdaw would be able to defy all logic and made it back in one piece. Immediately, Harry ran to the harbor as fast as his legs could carry him. There was already a crowd gathering at the pier, eager to see what was going on. Due to his small size, Harry managed to squeeze through the crowd and was soon in front of everyone. He saw a boat approaching the harbor. However, his heart fell when he saw that the person standing on the deck wasn't Anne but a woman that he had never seen before. The people gathering around had probably grown numb of seeing so many females popping out of the jackdaw. Nevertheless, nobody really cared about Zhong Heng's personal life. They were more concerned about the loot acquired from this trip. The few pirates who sent the woman to the harbor returned to the jackdaw without saying a word. The first thing Carina did was to look for the captain of her ship. She told him something, and right after that, they quickly gathered all their sailors to their boat. They said nothing even though the crowd erupted into a bombardment of questions. Their unusual behavior only drew more questions. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the woman as Carina, the black market merchant. Before the jackdaw set sail, she had attempted to strike a deal with certain captains and black market merchants from Nassau. In the end, she chose not to join the black market alliance. Many thought that she had left Nassau for good after the failures. Nobody expected her to strike a deal with the jackdaw. After that, the crowd saw that the Gentle Breeze, a merchant ship, had moved closer to the jackdaw. Once a wooden plank connected both ships, the pirates started to move hundreds of crates to the Gentle Breeze. There was some distance between the harbor and the jackdaw, hence the crowd could not see their contents. All they knew was that they were moving a great number of items to the Gentle Breeze. Soon, they discovered that Carina previously sought a merchant in Nassau who provided loans. She remained in his house for about an hour, with the merchant personally sending her out as she left his place. In the evening, Carina boarded the Gentle Wind and left Nassau. As for the pirates on the Jackdaw, they remained on the ship. Zhongheng sent a few old pirates, ones who knew how to keep secrets well, to purchase some alcohol and food for the Jackdaw's crew. He hoped that the food and drink would calm them down, as they were not allowed to leave the ship for now. There was an unwritten rule in Nassau: pirates were not supposed to touch the ships of black market merchants. Besides, the loot that they acquired this time was too valuable. Zhongheng did not want to risk having his pirates telling others about it. Though anything that happened after the trade had nothing to do with the Jackdaw, Carina was definitely not wealthy enough to buy all those items from the Jackdaw. She was forced to use 2 of her properties in New Hampshire and the Gentle Breeze itself as collateral to get a loan from the businessman, where half of the money would be paid to the pirates on the Jackdaw. Zhongheng, on the other hand, would have to wait until she sold all the goods before he could receive the other half of the money from her. This would be entered into the Jackdaw's public fund. That was why Zhongheng had to continue to ensure the Gentle Breeze's safety. Zhongheng and Carina were now considered allies, and indeed, this wasn't going to be a one-time deal. Zhongheng would need her to continuously help him sell all his plunder. He had learned his lesson from the Kid's Treasure incident, where if he were to let his pirates return to the island, everyone would soon know that the Gentle Breeze was carrying a large number of valuable spices. Chapter 154. Who Wants to Try? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Though Anne did not mind sleeping with others, Zhongheng insisted that she sleep in a separate room. The room initially belonged to the quartermaster of this ship and was around 6 square meters, a space that was more than ample for a person to sleep in it. Anne unbuttoned her shirt and lay on the bed, allowing Zhongheng to change the bandages on her back. As of now, there were no doctors on the Jackdaw, and there was nothing the captain could do about the situation. The truth was, all the pirate ships in Nassau lacked doctors on board. Many who were not even in the medical profession were forced on pirate boats just because they had a slightly better common sense than the regular peasant. Out of desperation, some pirate crews would travel to other places to kidnap doctors. Still, at least half of the pirate fleet did not have a doctor on board. To make matters worse, the doctors in this era were not equipped with proper medical knowledge. Though surgeons were one too many in this era, they had no idea about the concept of disinfection, which was why Zhongheng preferred to carry out the procedure himself. And sat up after Zhongheng helped her to change into a new set of bandages. Unsurprisingly, she was unabashed of undressing in front of Zhongheng. "You've done well." Zhongheng was referring to what happened on the Happiness earlier. Worried that the enemies would find out that they outnumbered them, Zhongheng brought those who were still battle-worthy to board the Happiness. He even went as far as arming his cook and carpenter and asked them to stand guard on the Jackdaw's deck. When he led 30 pirates aboard the Happiness, he could somehow feel their hesitation and unwillingness. When they were asked to hand over their weapons, every single one of them attempted to stall for time. They had a feeling that the captain was up to something no good. Once the pirates disarmed their enemies, and volunteered to bring some people with her to check out the goods inside the hold. Unfortunately, there was an ambush awaiting them over there. The young Navy officers on board were extremely unhappy that pirates attacked them and had exchanged their clothes with the sailors on board. They hid inside the cargo hold and led a total of 6 pirates. Naturally, they did not expect an ambush, and that they would have to fight for their lives. Thanks to her lightning-quick reflexes, Anne quickly ducked to the ground the moment she realized that they were about to be ambushed. The pirate that was right behind her was not as lucky. The Navy sailor pointed a gun at him and pulled the trigger. In a blink of an eye, Anne swiftly sprung up and slashed her sword to slice one of the men standing in front of her. At the same time, she pulled out her dagger and stabbed the chest of another one. Still, that did not mean she was out of danger. They were outnumbered, and the ambush had caused the pirates to panic. Anne was now in a death trap. Though she managed to eliminate 2 navies in the shortest time possible, the rest of them quickly regrouped and started to attack her. Seeing someone aiming at her, Anne promptly lowered her head, managing to dodge the speeding bullet by the skin of her teeth. Unfortunately, she felt a bright hot pain on her back. Somebody had slashed her from behind. The sneak attack did not bring her down, though. Instead, it angered her further, causing her to turn around, and with a shriek, she killed her attacker with no mercy. Within half a minute, she managed to wipe out another 2 Navy officers and injured another without so much as batting an eyelid. The young Navy cadets who were still in training had never seen someone as ferocious as Anne. After witnessing her raw brutality, none of them dared to attack her anymore. It was then that the 5 pirates who came with and charged into the cargo hold. Though they still outnumbered the pirates, the navies was left with no option but to surrender all weapons, and had completely annihilated their morale. The sailors on the deck heard gunshots ringing from the cargo hold. As everyone here wanted to make use of whatever opportunity they had to fight for their lives, Zhong Heng knew that this was not the time to talk about the intricacies of humanity. Worried over Anne's safety, he immediately drew his gun, ran to the captain of the Happiness, and pulled the trigger on him. Zhong Heng's quick decision managed to silence every captured sailor. Initially, they thought that Zhong Heng was too young to make the tough decisions, expecting him to panic during a critical moment like this. When they saw Zhong Heng killing the captain without any hesitation, they immediately gave up any thoughts of fighting back. Right after Zhong Heng gained control of the deck, he ordered 5 pirates to assist Anne. However, before they could even get to the hold, Anne came back up to the deck with her back drenched in blood. She tossed 12 decapitated heads on the deck and said, "Who wants to challenge me?" The siege had ended. Ultimately, this was the final nail in the coffin, and the entire crew of the Happiness gave up all hope of retaliation. None of them dared to move an inch while the pirates moved all their goods to the jackdaw. After that, Zhong Heng ordered them to take enough food and drinking water from the Happiness to ensure that they could return to Nassau in one piece. This battle had ensured that the pirates on the jackdaw would stay loyal to Zhong Heng come what may. They changed their impression and had changed as well, especially the 5 pirates who went to the cargo hold with her. They now looked up to her in fear and admiration at the same time. As they were returning to Nassau, the 5 pirates told everyone about what actually happened in the cargo hold. Of course, bits and pieces were added to make it sound a tad juicier and more dramatic. Most pirates on board were simple-minded fools. Before their departure, a large number of them had told Zhong Heng that they were unhappy about Anne's appointment as the bosun. After this incident, however, none dared to complain about Anne anymore. In other words, everyone thought that Anne was more than qualified to become their bosun. The price for that recognition? She was bedridden for 3 full days. The wound on her back was very severe, and she had wholly severed her back muscles. Luckily, the battle was short, and Zhong Heng treated her wounds the moment she got back on the deck. Thanks to the proper medical treatment, her speedy recovery enabled her to walk around the boat right before they arrived in Nassau. "Since when have you become so polite?" "I'm here to help you, not to give you trouble. I need to act like a bosun since you granted me this position," said Anne while putting on her clothes. "I know that you are good at fighting. You should have retreated to the deck when you realized that you've been ambushed. It would be hard for us to take control of the hold if we let them have the slightest taste of success. Also, the captured sailors on the deck would surely retaliate." Zhong Heng was surprised that Anne could see a bigger picture. "Did that run through your mind at that time?" "No. I just thought that it would be deeply embarrassing to flee a battle on my first day as a bosun." Chapter 155. First come, first serve. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The jackdaw had been moored at the harbor for 3 days. During that period, many pirates requested to get off the ship, but Zhong Heng denied all of them. If a similar thing were to have happened back then, the crew would have definitely ganged up and forced the captain to let them get off the ship. Everyone was silent when Dufresne came over to hand everyone their profits. All the new recruits were glad that they made the decision to join the jackdaw. None of them would be stupid enough to disobey Zhong Heng and lose their right to be part of this ship. However, this whole staying on the ship thing could last only 3 days. After 3 days of curfew, the pirates were at their wits' end and decided that they had enough. Even if someone pointed a gun at their heads, it would not stop them from leaving. None of them would listen to Jonghang and Billy, where some pirates started to launch lifeboats and rowed to Nassau. Out of desperation, some even jumped into the ocean, attempting to swim ashore. After all, the Jackdaw wasn't anchored too far from land. Based on Jonghang's calculations, the gentle wind should be safe by now. So, he did not stop his pirates from leaving the ship. Sensing freedom, they squeezed every bit of strength possible and rowed as fast as they could to get to Nassau's harbor. The bystanders were excited to see that the Jackdaw's crew was finally allowed to leave their ship. Everyone was eager to know how well their first voyage went. Instead of stopping at the harbor once they landed on Nassau, all the pirates ran to where Gatsby, the moneylender, stayed. Noticing a group of pirates running to his place, Gatsby quickly asked his guard to move a table in front of his house. He also carried a gunny sack with him. When they arrived at Gatsby's place, Dufresne handed him a paper containing the signatures of Jonghang and Carina. He then read and checked it 3 times before placing it into his pocket. This was the most exciting moment for all the pirates as they were about to receive their share of the money. Each pirate on the Jackdaw stood to get at least 40 Spanish gold coins, an amount equivalent to 320 silver pesos. It was way more than what they had expected. For the ones with specific tasks on the ship like the cook and the cannoneers, they were given an extra 160 pesos each. Jonghang received a total of 120 gold coins. As the captain of the ship, he was eligible to receive double the profit. Also, he was one of the 17 who took over this ship in Charleston. Hence, all 17 of them received another 40 gold coins. Technically speaking, this ship was the first thing that they plundered from the Navy. However, it would be unwise for them to sell this battleship for cash. So, Jonghang came up with a unique way to compensate all 17 of them. For 3 years, they were entitled to an extra share of the loot. This rule would not change even if Jonghang wasn't the captain of the Jackdaw in the future. However, if the elders decided to leave the ship or were killed during a battle, they would no longer be able to receive the extra share. As the bosun and bravest pirate on the Jackdaw, and received a total of 80 gold coins. Since she was now wealthy enough to purchase her own property, she did not need to rely on anyone anymore. After that, she handed out 40 golden coins to Jonghang. Just like what I've promised you. I'm going to give half of my share to you since this is my very first yield. This was the promise that Anne made when she first met Jonghang, one that he had already long forgotten. He was surprised that she still remembered it. Throughout her stay with Jonghang, she hadn't cost him too much money, and considering that the rent for the house had been paid, all he bought for her was a set of utensils. Truth be told, Jonghang probably spent a total of 2 gold coins on her. It was not a big deal for him. When he looked into Anne's eyes, he realized how much it meant to her for him to take it. Left with no other option, Jonghang took the coins from her. 2. Soon, the news of the Jackdaw returning to Nassau with a ship full of valuable goods spread throughout the entire city like wildfire. Naturally, a large number of people were shocked by this. A mere 2 months ago, most of the island's residents looked down on the crew. Most thought that the captain was too young to lead a pirate group. Even those interested in joining the crew decided to wait for them to return from their first voyage before officially joining them. The same people were now regretting their decision. When a pirate from the Jackdaw lost 20 gold coins in a night during a gambling session, it motivated the people of Nassau to form their own pirate crews. However, most of them did not have a proper ship, a reliable crew, and even their captains were randomly chosen. Naturally, they wanted to set sail to earn their fortune. Unfortunately, most of them would not end well. There was nothing to worry about if they returned to Nassau empty-handed, but for those managing to return with loot on their ships, they would have to worry about pressure from the Black Market Alliance. By that time, they would quickly realize that earning good money was no easy task. Nevertheless, Jonghang allowed his crew to take a month's break. If there were one word to describe the Jackdaw's first sail, it would be a perfect. That said, the pirates on board had earned a considerable amount of money. The bad thing was that they were no longer motivated to set sail again in search for more fortunes. The only thing that ran through their minds right now was to look for a way to spend whatever money they had in their pockets. So, the Jackdaw's pirates literally poured into the brothels and casinos in Nassau. Expecting them to improve themselves at a time like this was close to impossible. On the other hand, Jong Hung made use of the time to deal with something that he had in mind. That evening, Jong Hung, Anne, and Billy visited a restaurant called the Mermaid. They saw a couple of pirates from the Jackdaw in there. Most of them were very drunk, and a few attractive ladies were keeping them company. When they saw Jong Hung, Billy, and Anne, they erupted into loud cheers and urged the trio to join them for drinks. In the end, Billy talked them out of it and made them go home. After that, the three of them executed their plan. Anne and Billy entered the restaurant from the front and Jong Hung walked to the alley behind the restaurant. He then took out the watch that he bought yesterday and took a look at it. 2 minutes later, a slender man with a mustache pushed the waitresses aside and scooted out of the restaurant's back door, constantly turning behind him as he ran. Unexpectedly, something tripped him, causing him to lose his balance and he fell into someone's vomit. As he turned around, he was greeted with a gun on his nose. Not too long after that, a middle-aged man stormed out of the restaurant angrily. They both crashed into each other, causing the middle-aged man to drop his glass of liquor. He had come out of the restaurant to teach the man a lesson. The slender man was excited when he saw the man running out of the restaurant, seeming as if he recognized the person coming at him. Unfortunately, his excitement only lasted for a short while because Jong Hung pulled out his second gun and pointed it at the man. "I'm sorry. First come, first serve." 1. Chapter 156. Information Broker. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The little bearded man's name was Hank, an information broker who had something of a reputation on the island. He was well acquainted with quite a few captains who frequented Nassau and, therefore, was able to amass a lot of information. Many pirates had bought tip-offs from him. When Billy was on the Sea Lion, he had gone along with Orf to see the guy. It was also then that he came to know Hank. They even shared a few drinks together. Having a good relationship between them, Billy had elected to employ Hank's services for the Jackdaw's first voyage. Although Hank may look unremarkable, he had his particular specialty, having done business on the island for such a long time. He would assess the value of the prey, the information's level of detail and credibility, then combine them to estimate the overall quality of the intelligence. It was very much like the tip-off about the ship carrying perfume, which scored high in terms of value and source credibility. The information only lacked in minor details but was enough to be regarded as a high-quality tip-off. Comment. This was also why Hank demanded such a high price, 2 Spanish gold coins. To ensure that the information would be reserved exclusively for the Jackdaw, Billy spent 10 Spanish gold coins to buy out the information. The transaction meant that other than the Jackdaw, Hank could not sell the information to any other pirates. After that, Hank confirmed that the Duffy, the tobacco ship, was also on the same route, which put Billy at ease. Having secured 2 leads, he was very confident about the Jackdaw's first voyage. However, everything that happened after went utterly unexpected. If it wasn't for the female merchant Carina boarding the ship halfway, providing crucial information about the perfume vessel, what would have awaited Jackdaw would be the cruel reality of returning empty-handed. While Bill was no wily old fox like Orf, he was no fool either. When the perfume ship was nowhere in sight, he was already suspicious. But then again, these things happened all too often. Even so, he could not immediately dismiss the second tip-off simply because the first one was fruitless. What would be the point of buying the backup piece of information then? The direction in which the events developed confirmed his misgivings. With 2 tip-offs consecutively falling through, Billy realized that he had been duped. What he could not understand was that he had a pretty amicable relationship with Hank all these years, and the Jackdaw had no quarrel with him either. Why would the information broker do this to him then? Today, the 3 had come to the Mermaid restaurant to get to the bottom of this. Hank immediately knew who was behind the door. Recently, Jong Hung had become the most famous person on the whole island. When the Jackdaw first appeared on the banks of Nassau, Hank came running out to join the crowd too. As an information broker, expanding his network was an essential part of the job. So, he was no stranger to the Jackdaw or her new captain. The information broker scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to wipe off the dirt on his shirt. The man clad in black stood in front of him and smiled thinly. Hank nervously blurted, "I was very clear when I sold the information to you. I cannot guarantee that every lead is absolutely valid. Even the most credible information could suffer unexpected outcomes. The target could divert its course halfway, encounters with other pirates, then there's the weather. Look, if you don't believe me, you can ask your helmsman. I did reiterate about these risks, you know." Hank took in a deep breath and then continued, "Of course, I deeply regret your experience, but fortunately, you suffered no losses in the end, right? How about this? Let's all take a step back, I'll return your money, and this whole thing will just be water under the bridge, eh?" Jong Hung said nothing in reply. Just then, and Billy came in from the back door of the tavern and cornered Hank in. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, the information broker quickly added, Also, the next time you go out to sea, I can give you some valuable tip-offs for free. I guarantee that there will be no more accidents this time." Hank leaned against the cold stone wall, trying his best to remain calm. In the past, people had hounded him down because the information he provided was inaccurate, but he had always been shrewd enough to deal with the situation. While there were only a handful of information brokers on the island, and they usually competed against each other, they would also stick together if the need arose. Once, an information broker was killed, and when they discovered the murderer, no one sold any information to the pirate ship the murderer belonged to. In the end, the pirate ship was forced to change their captain. Hank looked at Billy. He had been on the island for a long time, so there was no way he had never heard of that incident. As a helmsman by profession, he should be informing his own captain of the possible consequences of harming information brokers. However, Billy did not respond, still staring daggers at him. Then Hank saw the female redhead pirate drawing out the dagger on her waist. She smiled at him slyly. The next thing he felt was a sharp coldness in his chest. When he looked down, he saw that his linen shirt had been torn open, and the dagger was deep inside his flesh, missing his heart by only 2 centimeters. The redhead only needed to push the blade a little deeper, and it would be the end of him. Hank was really alarmed this time. He never expected this bunch to completely disregard the rules. The information broker's voice cracked as he mumbled in pain, How much do you want as compensation? At least give me a number." "We don't want any compensation," Jong Hung finally spoke. "But we need you to answer a few questions. Truthfully, of course. What do you want to know?" Hank asked wearily, his eyes squinting as blood dripped down his shirt. An hour later, Jong Hung and his companions left through the alley. And sheathed her dagger as she frowned. "Malcolm. Any one of you knows who this guy is? What's his problem with us?" Malcolm is the second best trader of the Black Market Alliance. "This man comes from a rather powerful family in the New World," explained Billy, who had a better knowledge of the island than the other two. "Do not underestimate him simply because of his background. Malcolm arrived in Nassau about 4 years ago. When he first came to the island, he had nothing save a cargo ship. His family located far away in New York could only provide him easy passage through the customs, but when it came to the matters in Nassau, he was on his own. He practically started from scratch. Today, he has established good relations with at least a dozen pirate ships. Last year, Black Prince Sam even started to work with him, making him one of the more closely followed characters of the Black Market Alliance." Chapter 157. Invitation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "So, how does our failed voyage benefit Malcolm?" asked the redhead. "Not everyone on this island supports the establishment of the Black Market Alliance, especially the smaller, less powerful pirate gangs. But because of their size, no one would pay attention to what they have to say. We are the only ones on the island left who are strong enough but have not joined the alliance. Many are watching our every move, which was why we had such a hard time negotiating the price. The Black Market Alliance doesn't mind increasing the buying price for a single pirate group. Still, if they were to do that, they'd be violating their own rules, and it would also set a precedent for others to ask for higher prices. So if our first voyage turned out badly, I'm sure that there would be no such trouble. Anne was absolutely bewildered and distressed by this scheme. When she was done listening, she said, "So, very simply, if we work with Carina now, then we'll have nothing to do with the Black Market Alliance, right? This means that there won't be any more of this sabotaging bullshit in the future, right?" Jong-Hung piped in, "I'm afraid that may not be the case. This is exactly the situation that the Black Market Alliance doesn't want to see. We returned with a full load, yet chose to sell our loot through a channel outside of theirs. They watched a batch of precious goods leave the island but did not profit from it, the thing they can't tolerate the most, especially since they offered us a much higher price than they normally would for the older pirate groups. All the more, they need to make up for this loss from the new pirate group. There's a good chance that they won't turn a blind eye to our misdemeanor." "Ooh? How despicable. We decide for ourselves how we want to deal with the loot we earn. What does that have anything to do with them? Speaking of which, ever since this stupid alliance was established, Nassau has been under a dark cloud. There's been an awful atmosphere around here. Why don't we just go over there now and kill them all?" the redhead growled, obviously irritated. "That's not a good idea," said a familiar voice from behind them. "They have the support of some of the most powerful pirate gangs. You are at a disadvantage. It's not wise to make a move in a time like this." The three of them turned around, only to see an old pirate walking out of the bakery next door. He was wearing a new outfit and looked rather cheerful, except for the same old grey tricorn on his head. He also carried with him a bag of freshly baked toast. Well. If it ain't Fraser. How dare you show up in front of us?" Billy's tone turned icy as soon as he heard the voice. Back on the Sea Lion, Fraser constantly went against the group of old sea dogs, nearly costing their lives. As soon as they came ashore, they ran to the tavern that their captain often frequented, only to find nobody there. Billy never thought that the old captain would make such a grand appearance now. "Billy, you know that this is nothing personal. We both share the same goal, to liberate the crew of the Sea Lion from orphs and kids' lies and barbaric rule. Forgive me for being straightforward, but that little trick you guys pulled was simply not good enough. Thus, I had no choice but to solve the problem in my own way." The old pirate shrugged and admitted, "Yes, I did make use of you. Of course, you have every reason to be angry, but if things go according to my plan, I can ensure that you guys won't be in trouble later. I know you don't trust me, but, at the very least, you trust Owen, right? That kid's performance on the ship was stellar. He really did care for you guys. It was genuine. When he becomes captain, he will make sure that justice will be served for you." Billy sneered. "You're right, but that's provided we can live to see that day. If Jong-Heng hadn't come to an agreement with Orf, we would have been gone even before we arrived at Charleston. I won't believe your lies anymore, Fraser. Not another bloody word of yours. Your eyes are only on the profit. When it comes to that, there's no too big of a sacrifice, right? In reality, I'm not as cold-blooded as you think. I know you have your grievances against me. So, take this as me making up to you for all the harm that I've caused you." Fraser then reached into his shirt pocket. Seeing that, Billy and Anne instinctively drew their weapons. Seeing the situation heating up, he used his other hand that was holding the bread to gesture at them to calm down. With the other, he pulled out an invitation card and handed it to Jong-Hung. "I admit that there was an oversight on my part. I knew that you were good, but I never thought that you'd perform better than expected. If I can choose again, I would surely recruit you instead of using you as bait. Unfortunately, we can't change what's happened, right?" The old pirate sighed deeply. "You're no less talented than Kid, and have a group of fine seamen with you. The only thing stopping you from becoming the most powerful pirate gang is time. That's where I come in. I can help you acquire the time you need." The old pirate paused for a minute before continuing. "After much persuasion, Malcolm realized that the way he dealt with you before this was a mistake. He is willing to apologize for what happened, and, at the same time, renegotiate the terms of the deal with you. There will be a dinner party at Terrance's mansion in 7 days. Malcolm hopes to meet you there. So, you were the one behind the Black Market Alliance all along, huh? Billy hissed. You people overestimate me, Fraser replied gingerly. Redmond and Malcolm's men have learned their lesson from the failure of the first alliance. Now, they've set out to explore and establish a new alliance, or to be more precise, the previous alliance was premature, nothing more but a guinea pig. By using that, they were able to practice and accumulate experience while testing and observing the reactions of each party on the island. That's why the new alliance seemed to be so well established. Now, they've prepared for 3 whole years. When the news was spread a few months ago, they were very near to its completion. As for me, it was all just a coincidence. Even without my help, they could still look for others to help them contact those pirates. At most, it would cost them more time. Fraser suddenly turned dead serious. You guys have never met Malcolm before, and do not know how scary he can be. He is the most dangerous person I've met in my entire lifetime. I suggest that you take this opportunity to mend your relationship with the Black Market Alliance. The Jackdaw's hunting ground is on the ocean, and the Black Market Alliance is in control of the land. There is no conflict of interest between the two of you. If you could just sit down and talk things through like gentlemen, I'm sure there's no reason to go against each other. Chapter 158. Anne's House. Jong Hung was unsurprised that the Black Market Alliance started to panic after knowing that the Jackdaw's first voyage was a victory. When they found out that Jong Hung had been working alongside Carina to sell off all his loot, they instantly knew that they had lost the right to negotiate with him. Naturally, they would want to look for a way to solve their problem. Fraser was right about the Jackdaw needing time to grow. At the same time, this applied to the newly born Black Market Alliance as well. Redmond and Malcolm were both black market merchants that wanted to make the maximum profit they could from the pirates. All these while, they were hoping to establish some sort of order in Nassau to end the chaotic trading era. Through a series of carefully executed plans, they managed to convince enough people to support them. Right now, most of the influential pirate crews were on their side. At the same time, some went against them. What they were doing right now had gone against a long-standing principle of Nassau, one that its people held dearly to their hearts. This principle was the spirit of adventure. Many small-time pirates were unhappy with the current proposal offered by the Black Market Alliance. As compared to the organized Black Market Alliance, these were considered a leaderless group of weaklings with no sense of camaraderie, and therefore, were no threat to the alliance. Once the Black Market Alliance crossed the unstable period, these small-time pirates would be left with no option but to accept whatever deal that the alliance threw at them. With Jong Hung's success, all of them saw a ray of new hope. The Jackdaw was the only pirate crew that had elected to not partner up with the Black Market Alliance. Things were no longer just a problem between the Jackdaw and the Black Market Alliance. This was both a good and bad thing for Jong Hung. Whether he liked it or not, he and the Jackdaw had become the center of attention in Nassau. They had eyes on them at any given time of the day. Hence, both parties could only solve this problem through legal channels. Undeniably, Jong Hung would benefit more than the Black Market Alliance if they managed to solve their grievances. As long as the Jackdaw was growing, the Black Market Alliance would continue to be under enormous pressure. To Jong Hung's surprise, Malcolm from the Black Market Alliance looked for him sooner than he expected. I just did a quick check. A banquet will be held at Terrance's mansion in 6 days. Malcolm has invited some of the most powerful individuals on this island. That would include celebrated captains and wealthy landowners. Malcolm apparently organized the banquet as a thank you for their continuous support of the Black Market Alliance. This banquet should be safe for you to go. As the helmsman of the Jackdaw, Billy did everything he could to make sure that the ship and her captain wouldn't be taken advantage of. Once Jong Hung received the invitation, Billy proceeded to investigate the matter, telling him about his findings the next morning. Thank you for everything you've done, said Jong Hung. And yawned as she sleepily came downstairs after Billy left the house. Are you planning to attend the banquet? Yes. Malcolm wants to know what kind of person I am. At the same time, I want to know what exactly the Black Market Alliance is planning as well. Ah. I have seriously no idea what goes on in that mind of yours. If it were to be me, I would just kill all the enemies that stand in my way. Why waste time and reason with them? As she went on, and walked to the dining table and spread some jam on a piece of bread. I wish it was that simple. Hey, let's not talk about this. Did you manage to find a house that you like? Harry scouted the area for me, and guess what? I finally found a house that perfectly matches what I want. It's very near to the harbour, and 2 restaurants located on the next street are only a 15-minute walk away. They are even open at night. There's even an empty plot of land behind the house where I can practice my fencing skills. The house costs only 200 silver pesos. Harry said he can help me lower the price even more. I'm planning to buy the house this very afternoon if the price is right. Congrats! Jong-hing knew that buying her own property meant a lot to her. The reason why she ran away from her wealthy family was that she wanted to pursue freedom. Throughout her childhood, she had always witnessed her mother slogging like a maid for her father. After that, she swore to never rely on the mercy others like her mother had done her whole life. That was also why she was adamant about giving half of her loot to Jong-hung, not wanting to owe him anything. From the very beginning, and told Jong-hung that she was only going to stay at his place temporarily and promised to move out as soon as she earned enough money. The moment she received her share of the money, she quickly searched for her own place on the island. Her dream finally came true. From today onwards, no one can stop me from putting my legs on the dining table. And no one can force me to finish my soup as well. Initially, Jong-hung wanted to help and to move over to her new house. Unfortunately, he was told that some of his pirates had started a brawl in one of the brothels. As the captain of the Jackdaw, it was Jong-hung's duty to head there and solve the problem. Luckily, it was not as serious as he thought it would be. There was indeed a fight, but there was no loss of life, albeit an unlucky pirate who got stabbed in the thigh. When Jong-hung arrived at the brothel, the man's wound was already wrapped up in bandages. It turned out that both parties were fighting over the same woman. Initially, the woman had been booked by a group of pirates from a ship called the Hunter, but when the Jackdaw's pirates doubled their price, the prostitute changed her mind and decided to serve them instead. Due to bruised egos on the side of the Hunter's pirates, both parties ended up bludgeoning each other. Incidents like this were prevalent in brothels. The solution was equally simple, where all they needed to do was to pay them a small amount of money to prevent conflict from happening. However, the pirates from the Hunter knew that the Jackdaw had returned with a windfall. Hence, greed had motivated them to demand a huge ransom from the Jackdaw's pirates. When they refused to pay up, the Hunter's pirates stopped them from leaving the brothel since they outnumbered them. The Hunter's captain stood up and adjusted his collar. It seemed like he was about to say something to Jong-hung. However, Jong-hung could not bother to listen to what he had to say. "Let my people go." "No problem. I'll let them go after you pay 20 gold coins as compensation for my men's medical fees. It seems that peacefully resolving this matter is out of the question. Old rules it is then." Immediately, Jong-hung drew his saber from his sheath. The Hunter's captain was taken aback, seeing how ruthless the Jackdaw's skipper was. If both sides failed to resolve a matter peacefully, the captain from one party could either choose to duel with another captain or allow their pirates to battle each other in groups. Those were the old rules that Jong-hung mentioned earlier. It would seem that Jong-hung chose to mano y mano with the captain. If it were 20 years ago, the Hunter's captain would have accepted the duel. Unfortunately, he was now an old man and was unfit to fight anymore. There was no way that he could defeat Jong-hung. "We outnumber you." "Why should I fight with you?" snapped the captain of the Hunter. At that statement, he noticed his pirates glaring at him in the most condescending of ways. Usually, a fearless pirate would never reject another pirate's request for a duel. He had just turned himself into a coward in front of everyone. "Group fight? Are you sure?" Calmly, Jong-hung put away his saber and looked at the goons that stood around them. I will pay 3 silver coins to anyone able to defeat a pirate from the hunter. Who's with me? Immediately, everyone in the brothel stood up. Chapter 159. Happy that you stayed. The conflict ended with the pirates from the hunter leaving the brothel without a single coin. To thank the brothel's patrons, Zhongheng bought them all a round of drinks. He left the place, earning praises and respect for his generosity. Once this matter was settled, Dufresne asked Zhongheng to head to the arms dealer's house. It seemed that the arms dealer had managed to get his hands on the ammunition for the Jackdaw's 24-pound cannons. Dufresne wanted to discuss the number of cannonballs that they would need with Zhongheng. He also wanted to talk about recruiting a new cook for the ship as well. It was now sunset, and Zhongheng finally returned home. Anne was no longer there when he opened the door. He then went to her room to look for her, but she was nowhere to be found as well. After the incident in Charleston, Marvin had decided to stay on the Queen Anne's Revenge. No one knew where they were at the moment. Now that Anne had moved out too, Zhongheng was left alone in this empty space. Suddenly, Zhongheng felt something missing in the house. On a typical day, Anne would complain that she was hungry at this hour. Right now, there was all but silence. Unconsciously, Zhongheng had gotten used to Anne's voice around the house. He missed her tough masculine antics. He missed her coming home to him after fighting with someone outside. He missed her long rant about other pirates looking down on her. The truth was, Zhongheng wasn't prepared for her eventual departure. Buying a house had always been Anne's dream. As she was one step closer to her goal, she gradually lost the reason to continue staying in Zhongheng's house. Just this morning, the two of them were talking about how she could do whatever she wanted when she had her room. And Zhongheng was genuinely happy for her. Somehow, the two avoided the topic of their separation. Zhongheng finished his dinner alone that night. Before he went to bed, he read the journal that he took from the Jackdaw. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, he was woken by a curious rustling in the house. Immediately, his eyes popped open, and he grabbed the saber lying next to him. In all possibility, it was an intruder breaking in. Considering the Jackdaw and the Black Market Alliance were not on good terms, Zhongheng knew that he had the potential to make enemies. Logically, Malcolm wouldn't have sent someone to kill him since the Black Market Alliance hadn't officially considered him as their enemy. Besides, a man of Malcolm's stature would surely not resort to using such a despicable method to eliminate Zhongheng. To prevent himself from becoming a gunshot victim, Zhongheng swiftly lit the oil lamps in his house. He then lay flat in front of the door and attempted to listen to the footsteps outside his room. When the sounds in the hallway stopped, Zhongheng instantly stood up and opened the door. He was hoping to surprise the intruder with his saber. However, the shadowy figure in front of him was quick enough to dodge his attack. Instead of retreating, the intruder's fist was raised and was poised to attack. The intruder was bolder than Zhongheng expected. He wanted to dodge the intruder's attack, but quickly realized that it was too late to do so. The intruder landed a hard punch on his chin. He was thinking of slashing the intruder at the same time but held back. Soon, the conflict turned into an intense fight in the dark. After a while, Zhongheng noticed that the intruder's moves were too familiar. He had sparred a couple of times with Anne and was familiar with her movements. He was also pretty sure that Anne knew that she was fighting him. However, she had no intention to stop her brawls anytime soon. He could feel her getting more excited with every breath. The moment Zhongheng hesitated for a short while, he was hit in the chest twice and was forced to recollect himself to handle Anne's relentless attacks. The battle abruptly ended when Anne jumped on him and pinned him to the ground. To Zhongheng's surprise, his sword skill had been promoted to LV2 once the fight was over. He was left speechless when he received the notification. On the other hand, Anne was gasping for air, and her face was flushing as well. "You lost. Why are you not talking? You came back in the middle of the bloody night just to fight with me." "Of course not. I'm here to inform you that I'm not buying the house." And let go of Zhongheng's arm, slid her butt across his belly, and got off from him. "Why? Wasn't that your lifelong dream?" "I thought it was." When I was young, my father was the one who provided me with food and a place to stay. On the contrary, my mom had to constantly please his whims and demands. At that time, I thought I could freely live the way I wanted if I had my own house. So, that became my main goal when I came to Nassau. Completing my goal meant that I was finally independent. You have done some awe-inspiring things in this era. At that point in history, women were perceived as the weaker of the sexes. Hence, their social status was way lower compared to men. Though Zhongheng had helped her a lot in Nassau, the fact that she managed to gain the respect of the men around her was indeed unprecedented. I don't want to leave this place. Buying the house means that I can finally live freely. However, if I can't live the life that I want even after buying the house, it would be pointless. That's not freedom to me. I mean, it's good to have my own house and all, and I would very much enjoy putting my legs on the dining table and not being forced to finish my soup. But my true freedom has nothing to do with all that. I want to be able to choose the life that I wish to lead. Once she was done talking, she pushed Zhongheng to the floor, ripped off her top, and climbed on him. I like you. I don't care whether you like me or you have your eye on others. I don't care if or when you'll leave me. Maybe this love that I have for you will disappear someday. By that time, I will reserve the right to leave you. In the dark, Zhongheng could see her eyes alight with the flames of passion. After hesitating for a short while, Zhongheng caressed her body with his hands. He gently ran over the scars littering her soft skin. Are they ugly? Asked a bashful Anne. No. They are beautiful. Zhongheng was dying to tell her, to be not so cavalier about her life and so blindly charge at every enemy that came at her. Nevertheless, he chose to stay mum in the end. Knowing her personality through and through, Zhongheng knew that it was pointless telling her things like that. I'm glad that you've decided to stay. Chapter 160. Terrance's Mansion. Zhongheng finally got a few days off for himself. It appeared that news about the brothel incident had spread throughout Nassau. Whenever anyone wanted to mess with the Jackdaw's pirates, they would have to first consider if they could beat Zhongheng's wealth. From then on, his conflicts lessened dramatically, and he didn't need to waste more time dealing with troubles like that. These days, Zhongheng would spend most of his time sparring with Anne. He would also tend to a vegetable farm that he had started as well. Zhongheng was glad that he was now living in a tropical country. All the tomatoes, carrots, and cabbages that he planted in the ground were all ready for harvest when he returned from his voyages. Proper care wasn't even required as the weather here would take good care of his vegetables while he was gone for a month or two. As compared to training for combat, Anne was not interested in farming. Most of the time, she would sprawl lazily on the chair outside the house and watch Zhongheng tend to his crops. The incident that night was akin to a rock dropping into a lake. There were ripples at first, but calm quickly returned after a little while. And did not change the way she treated Zhongheng, not to mention that she did not look as if she was in love as well. The only thing that changed was the frequency of Anne's sparring requests. Perhaps it was her very own way of showing her love to him. 5 days later, Zhongheng visited Terrance's mansion with Anne and Billy. Although it would seem that he faced no potential threats there, it would still be inappropriate for the captain of the Jackdaw to go there alone. Malcolm didn't organize his banquet in the town of Nassau. Instead, it was located on a plantation somewhere near the center of the island. The land belonged to him, and that was his place of residence as well. Unlike the wooden houses on the northern shores, Malcolm's mansion was made out of stone, and it was designed with an adaptation of Baroque architecture. However, stones were not available on New Providence Island. Malcolm had to import those stones from somewhere else. One could only imagine how much a single stone would cost. He even went as far as hiring 2 Italian architects, taking 3 long years to build the mansion. This was his first time exposing his mysterious abode to outsiders. Well, it appears that this guy has done very well for himself over the years, exclaimed Anne while staring at the giant statues of Apollo and Daphne in front of the mansion. This is exactly why he organized this banquet. He wants to let everyone know that they too can earn big bucks if they work with him. Zhongheng had Malcolm all figured out in his mind. "I think he's managed to achieve his agenda," said Billy. He turned around, only to see every guest standing with their mouths wide open as they stared in awe at the large statues. A man appearing to be a butler stood at the entrance of the mansion and checked the invitation that Jong-hung brought with him. "Welcome to the Terrance mansion. I wish the three of you a pleasant time." After that, he rang the bell that he was holding. At the ring, 3 maids clad in black approached them. They seemed really young, about 16 to 17 years of age. "Hello. My name is Daisy. I will be serving you tonight, and I will do my best to fulfill everything that you need. I don't think I need a servant. Besides, I don't like people following me around." The maid looked taken aback by Anne's snappy comment. There was still a smile on her face, but it was evident that it was forced. Once the butler noticed the small commotion, he walked towards Jong-hung right after he checked the person's invitation in front of him. He saw that Daisy had started panicking. "Greetings. May I know what is going on here? Are you dissatisfied with Daisy's company? I can get you someone else right away." Just when Anne wanted to say something, Jong-hung interrupted her. "Everything is good. We are thinking of asking Daisy to show us around the mansion. I believe that you will definitely like this place. However, I don't think you can finish exploring in a day because this place is massive. Besides, our special performance is about to begin. I would like to recommend that you enter the banquet hall first. There will be free time for you to walk around after the banquet is over. Feel free to tell your maid if you wish to stay here for the night." Jong-hung then nodded his head and thanked the butler. He started to walk towards the brightest building that was not too far away from him. And was smart enough to know why Jong-hung interrupted her just now. Once they were away from the entrance, and talked to the servant. "Will you be punished if we rejected your services just now?" Daisy did not respond to Anne's question. Instead, she undid the back of her dress, and shockingly, it was scarred from top to bottom, probably the result of continuous whipping. Seeing what the maid had to endure, and became so furious that she was about to draw her dagger and kill the person responsible for the torture. "Better not try anything stupid here. I don't like this too. Once the women are sold to the household, they are being treated as property. No one can say a word, no matter what Malcolm does to them. You are going to make them suffer even more if you insist on avenging them. We are simply guests, and we will leave this mansion after tonight." "They are the ones who would have to remain here," said Billy in a hushed tone. Daisy was grateful for Billy's explanation. Left in fumes of frustration, and put away her dagger. Soon, the 3 arrived at the ballroom, and Daisy opened the doors for them. If the outer part of the building was luxurious, the structure's interior could only be described as resplendent and magnificent. A vast chandelier hung from the center of a massive dome with more than 100 candles alight on it. The candlelight was as bright as day, displaying an intricately decorated wall that was covered with ribbons. A soft Persian carpet lined the entire floor. "How nostalgic! I feel like I'm back in Scotland," cooed a landowner who was behind them. Throngs of guests were invited to the banquet. However, there were 2 kinds of people here. One was the conventional businessman. They were deeply impressed by the lavish decorations and sculptures inside the ballroom. They only stood there and observed without touching anything. On the other hand, there were pirates. This lot had their hands all over the valuables in the ballroom. Of course, the thought of looting these items came across their minds. They knew that it would earn them a handsome fortune if they could sell them off. Chapter 161. Order. Before the banquet began, Billy introduced some of the captains and businessmen that he knew to Jong-hung. Pirates usually preferred to keep everything to themselves, but that didn't mean that they weren't social animals. All too often, they would employ the assistance of trusted pirate crews if they encountered targets that they could not handle alone. No harm would be done by getting to know more people. All the pirates attending the banquet were part of the Black Market Alliance. They were just trading partners and had nothing against the jackdaw. As long as Jong-hung did not stop them from getting rich, they didn't care who he worked with. Half an hour later, almost all the guests had arrived. Still, Malcolm, the host, was not here. After a while, the butler from the entrance came onto the stage. Before the banquet begins, Mr. Malcolm has prepared you a simple performance. I hope you will enjoy it. The butler then rang his bell once again. This time, 2 men were being sent out to the stage. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Both of them were topless, with only a pair of boxers on them. Their hands and feet were cuffed, and they had bulging muscles as hard as steel. They gave off the impression of wild animals that had just come out of the forest. A few female audiences could not help but let out screams of fear. A group of guards escorted these men and were shoved onto the stage at gunpoint. After that, the guards uncuffed them, with the others closely watching and ready to open fire if something went wrong. This is not your first stint. You should know the rules better than anyone else. I'm not going to waste my breath here. Kill your opponent in the given time, and you will live to see tomorrow. Otherwise. The butler then drew his gun and shot a black servant that was pouring wine for the audience. Her blood splattered all over the place, and she soon stopped breathing. The butler then calmly kept away his gun as if nothing had happened. 2 other black servants trembled in fear when they saw the butler, signaling them to move the body out and clean the blood on the floor. I don't wish for that to happen to either of you. After all, Mr. Malcolm spent a lot of money to purchase you too. You are warriors, beasts. I don't think your dignity would allow you to be put down by a gun, right? So, I need the 2 of you to bring some happiness to our guests down there. After that, the butler left the stage. The 2 black muscular men glared at each other before pouncing on each other without hesitation. The guests were lit with excitement, with the pirates noisily clanking the dinnerware to hype up the atmosphere. Even the plump businessmen were eager to watch the fight from the front row with their women. Many centuries had passed, but humans still had a liking for gladiator fights like this. In the modern world, such barbarism had become a rarity. In the 18th century, the blacks were often forced to participate in these brutal genocides to entertain the whites. In the era, black people were nothing more but commodities. The moment a person's humanity was reduced to such lows, it was evident that people enjoyed such a degree of barbarism, all the more without the pressure of the standards of modern society. Order? Isn't that a good thing? Suddenly, Jong heard someone talking behind him. Without order, those men on the stage would still be living in some tiny village in Africa. They would be fighting with spears over some worthless women. There would be no audience to witness that. Right now, they can put their muscular bodies and fighting skills to good use by entertaining us. The person talking Jong Hung was a slender and lanky middle-aged man wearing a suit. He stared at the stage, serious and unmoving. Everything I said applies to other black slaves as well. Before slave traders captured them, they were living in utter chaos. Their only purpose in life was to fight for food and territory. They were no different than wild, senseless beasts from the jungle. One should never let such masculinity go to waste. As for now, the slaves are sold to the New World. We have designed a reward and punishment system for them. We even assigned them different jobs based on their capabilities. Some are assigned to the fields and some to the mines. And then some are assigned to entertain us. We have freed them from the agony of looking for food. We have found a true purpose for their bodies. In return, they help us to earn quite a bit of money. Isn't that the true meaning of order? You are talking about your wealth, right? I think they would prefer to look for food than living like this, scoffed Anne. As they talked, the fight on the stage had reached its climax. The black slave with a scar on his face was dominating the fight. He jumped up and pushed his opponent to the ground without mercy. After that, he started to punch his head non-stop. The audience had become bored with the sound of cracking bones. However, when blood was finally spilled, the spectators roared into a round of applause. They are just items to me. I'm using my property to bring me more wealth. There's nothing wrong with that. But the Black Market Alliance is different. It's all about partnership. We need you guys to bring me more loot, and you guys need me to sell them for you. You see, our relationship is a mutual one. Even the pirates that dislike us can't deny this fact as well. The existence of a black market alliance has created a stable income for many of them. This is what order can bring to Nassau. I know what you're about to say. In every situation that has an order, the rules always favor the stronger side. Like in Nassau, for instance, the Black Market Alliance is willing to offer a higher price to the captains because they are dominant enough to bring home more loot to their flock. Before the Black Market Alliance, the black market merchants had been doing the same thing. They would offer bigger bonuses to the more powerful captains. This was an unwritten rule. We simply made it official in Nassau. As for our previous negotiation, you must know that we weren't trying to make your life difficult. Chapter 162. Whole. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. No one was allowed to surrender in the fight. Though the loser was now unconscious, the scar-faced man had no intention to stop bludgeoning his opponent up, knowing that he had to put on a good show by crushing him to oblivion. He finally stopped when his opponent's face was covered in blood and torn flesh. The cheers from the audience got louder and louder, fueled by the ever-increasing violence and gore. It seemed like Scarface, the winner, was getting tired as well. Seeing that his time was almost up, he stood up, walked to the side of the stage, and lifted a heavy bronze statue, intending to use it to deal a final blow to his opponent. Suddenly, the audience screamed. It was too late when Scarface realized that something wasn't right. From the back, his opponent suddenly dealt a massive blow to the end of his head. This caused him to lose all strength, and as he dropped the statue in shock, it landed directly on his feet. The bronze statue weighed around 100 pounds, crushing both his feet under its weight. Before he could even scream in agony, someone grabbed his arm. Nobody expected his opponent to be still strong enough to continue fighting. Without hesitation, he came up with every bit of strength he had and snapped his opponent's arm. Scarface was now sweating bullets, shuddering in excruciating pain from his crushed arm and feet. The audience cheered even louder in delight as they witnessed the unexpected plot twist. Seeing the opportunity at hand, he instantly grabbed the other arm and broke it as well. Naturally, he wasn't about to let Scarface attack him anymore. As a final hurrah, he wrapped his arm around his opponent's neck and attempted to squeeze as hard as he could. Scarface made some unintelligible grunts as he tried his best to free himself from the choke. Alas, his final struggle was pointless because both his arms were broken. It was apparent that the Scarface would soon get to meet his maker. Instead of watching the brutal fight, the middle-aged man chose to focus his gaze on Jong-Hung, seeming as if he could read his mind and peek into his soul. After a short pause, he continued. I have to admit that I had made a mistake when I negotiated with you earlier. We have underestimated your capabilities. My employee has also been rude to you without my consent. I'm sorry that you've encountered so many problems during your first voyage. I actually invited you here to apologize to you personally. I hope that you can reconsider partnering with the Black Market Alliance again. Be partners with your lot. You have proven your capabilities to all of Nassau. I'm willing to talk to the Alliance to adjust the initial price that we proposed. We might even offer you the highest price that we could, as long as you stop working with a woman called Carina. Do you really think that a new merchant like her is powerful enough to go against the entire Alliance? Carina's father used to be a black market merchant in Nassau, and many from the Alliance knew him personally. It was only because of her father that we decided not to make her life difficult. I have to compliment her for keeping the secret so well. We were only informed that she was working with you when the Jackdaw returned from her first voyage. Our grace was the only reason why she could complete her tasks without facing any obstacles. If the Alliance did decide to do something about her, I promise you that there would be no way that she could survive in Nassau. If that's the case, Mr. Malcolm, why the rush to renegotiate with us then? Although I believe that order makes this a beautiful world for us to stay in, I know that things are always difficult in the beginning. 3 months ago, the Alliance set up a new set of purchasing rules for Nassau's captains. We spent a great deal of effort in coming up with a system for the trades occurring on this island. It's no easy task to keep it going, but I believe we will eventually conquer all challenges. It's always a good thing if the whole process can be sped up. Malcolm grabbed a glass of wine from a passing butler. Recently, there have been many small-time pirates who consider you their anti-alliance leader. They have all been motivated by your brazenness, and this is a problem for us. By the way, have you played poker before, Captain Jong-hung? Of course. To me, good timing is needed to win a poker game. The moment you have a good hand, you should instantly place your bet. If you miss the golden opportunity, you'll be unable to win any money. Now would be your golden opportunity to win the game. Once Carina is out of the picture, the Black Market Alliance will regain its stability, and the small-time pirates will be left with no other option but to accept the new reality. By that time, whatever ace up your sleeve would become useless. You will regret it if you don't accept my offer today. Is that a threat? No. It's just a friendly reminder. I admire everything that you've achieved thus far. The last person managing to make his name known in the entire Nassau was William Kidd. You should know that you have a bright future ahead of you, but you need to select your trading partners with the utmost care. I don't wish to become your enemy someday. On the stage, Scarface finally stopped struggling as he breathed his last. One of his legs still twitched and convulsed. On the other hand, his opponent had finally used up all his strength and had collapsed to the ground. The back of his head was still bleeding profusely, covering the stage in blotches of red. As the gruesome battle came to an end, the audience cheered loudly and clapped for them. The butler then ordered the servants to clean up the stage. Please. Excuse me for now, said Malcolm. Holding the glass of wine in his hands, he walked onto the stage as he trampled over the blood. Clearing his throat, Malcolm then gave a short opening speech. He thanked everyone who had supported the Black Market Alliance. The end of his speech marked the official beginning of the banquet. There was a violinist who had waited backstage for some time to begin his performance. Then, in a long line of servants, the food was finally served. As for the Scarface and his opponent, they were carried out of the ballroom. Malcolm did not stay at the banquet for too long, though seeming as if he had something urgent to deal with. He left right after he finished his speech. Jong-hung, Anne, and Billy had no intention to stay overnight at the mansion as well. They were ready to leave once they finished their food. As they were leaving, Jong-hung suddenly stopped walking when he arrived at the gate. He saw two people who were under an apple tree digging the ground with shovels. Chapter 163. Conflict. The two black slaves had been digging the ground for some time and were completely drenched in sweat. Jong-hung noticed that they had dug a very deep hole. Quickly, they tossed in two bodies into it. Immediately, Jong-hung recognized the two bodies were the fighters that performed on the stage earlier. One had a scar on his left face and was dead, and the other, his opponent, was still breathing. After tossing the bodies into the pit, they filled it up again with dirt. Suddenly, a man seeming to be their supervisor noticed Jong-hung watching his men. So, he decided to approach him. Can I help you? I think that man is still breathing. Oh. His nose is broken, and he's blind in one eye. He can no longer perform on stage. Keeping him alive is a waste of energy and food. Considering his severe injuries, we would have to spend a great deal of money treating him. So, Mr. Malcolm has ordered me to bury him alive with the other dead slave. Can I have him since you guys don't want him anymore? Seeing the supervisor hesitating for a moment, Jong-hung tossed him a small bag of coins. He opened it up, counted, and found out that there were 20 silver coins inside it. He now belongs to you, mister. Turning to his workers, he snapped, "Why are you still standing there? Move the injured man to this gentleman's carriage." This time, the two slaves looked at each other and refused to follow the order. In the act of intimidation, the supervisor lifted the whip in his hand. Left with no options, they quickly carried the slave who was alive from the hole and moved him to the horse carriage that Billy rented. Anne and Billy did not think too much about it, believing that Jong-hung rescued the black man out of kindness. Billy, however, was worried about what Malcolm told them earlier. I think the Black Market Alliance is about to do something to Carina. What should we do? What do you think? I don't like them at all. I guess his theories about order and all might make him famous in other colonies, but this is Nassau, the city of freedom. He can't be ordering us around like his slaves in his mansion. You are right about that, but the Black Market Alliance has grown really powerful in Nassau. All the great pirate crews have joined forces with them. The ones supporting us are just small-time pirates. I know them quite well. Though there are many of them, they can't provide us with much help during critical moments. Once Carina loses her foothold in Nassau, we will lose the channel to sell our loot as well. When that time comes, we would be forced to partner up with the Black Market Alliance. This is the very reason why we can't ditch her and partner up with the Black Market Alliance. Malcolm has bigger ambitions than you think, and he's not that simple. Setting up an alliance to increase his wealth is just one of his goals. He wanted to make use of the alliance to take control of the Nassau's pirates. If he succeeds, he would be powerful enough to assign captains that he likes for every pirate crew. And no one will be able to go against him. Then, Zhong Heng finally voiced out his opinion. Actually, the Black Market Alliance has a weakness as well. They are formidable when we look at them as an alliance, but the truth is, their inner structure is not as tough as we think it is. The core members of the alliance are Redmond and Malcolm. Redmond is the wealthiest and most experienced black market merchant in Nassau. For his sake, all the black market merchants of Nassau gathered and came up with a proposal that everyone could agree on. Sadly, Redmond is getting older. Even though he's the leader of the alliance, his job is limited to stabilizing the structure of the alliance and resolving conflicts. Malcolm is the real guy running the whole thing. He rose to power too quickly in Nassau, and in his quest for ultimate control, he's offended many people. This is why he needs Redmond's good reputation to help him set up the Black Market Alliance. Are there any conflicts between the two of them? I have no idea. Who? Both of them are powerful individuals in the alliance. I know that they would have to put on a show that they're good partners. However, I don't think outsiders know the true nature of their relationship. A few days ago, I got to know that Redmond already knew Malcolm before Malcolm came to Nassau. That should mean that they are in good terms, right? Replied Billy. No. I don't think so. Malcolm and Redmond are both successful businessmen, and I believe that they are professional enough not to allow emotions to ruin their work. Meeting Malcolm tonight confirmed my speculations. He is very confident. Though he dislikes us and knew that we have potential to bring massive trouble to the Black Market Alliance, he remained calm and only said positive things. To eliminate any future problems, he's willing to put the past behind him. Likewise, he's not one to allow friendship to determine his decisions. After working with Redmond for so many years, it's impossible that there are no problems between them. We just need to dig them out. You're talking about driving a wedge between Malcolm and Redmond. It's hard to go up against a huge alliance like this from the outside. Like I said earlier, their inner workings aren't as stable as we think it is. Once the relationship between Redmond and Malcolm becomes sour, the Black Market Alliance will lose its stability. But even that's not enough. We need to make sure that we can attack them from the outside as well, and speeding up the process of destroying them is essential. I will talk to Carina about this once she returns to Nassau. Right now, we need to figure out how to ruin their relationship. If there are conflicts between them, I don't think outsides would know anyway since the top is very secretive. Perhaps we can create some friction between them. That's a good idea as well. However, I will only do that as a last resort. Redmond and Malcolm are sharp enough to spot any engineered conflicts. Things might become worse for us if they find out. Chapter 164. Escape Plan. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The horse carriage entered Nassau at night, eventually stopping in front of Zhong Heng's house. Zhong Heng and Billy then carried the slave into the house and placed him in Marvin's empty room. As for Anne, she quickly went to look for a doctor. Billy chatted with Zhong Heng for a while before he took his leave as it was getting late. After that, Zhong Heng went back to Marvin's room. The slave's eyes remained closed, and he was as still as a glass lake on a windless night. If not for his shallow breathing, most would have thought that he was dead. The blood smeared over his face had caked up, making him look even scarier than before. "I have to say, you sure are good at pretending to be unconscious," said Zhonghang as he moved a chair to the side of the bed. Unsurprisingly, he got no response. The man was still lying on the bed in the same position, unconscious. "Aren't you curious about how I knew you were still alive? When we were in the ballroom earlier, everyone had their attention focused on your fight. I was the only one looking around and observing the others. In the end, I noticed something really interesting. Whenever your opponent attacked you, I could see some of the female slaves cringing in fear. At first, I thought that they were worried about you. I also saw that they were relieved when you attacked your opponent. So, I figured that their concern for you must have been genuine. One interesting point, though. I noticed how happy they were when you managed to beat Scarface. At the same time, it seemed as if they were expecting something as well. This reaction puzzled me. Until the very end, just when everyone thought that you were done for, you stood up and delivered a heavy blow to your opponent. To my surprise, they didn't seem too shocked by your epic victory. This made me think of one thing. Maybe, just maybe, they knew exactly what would happen on the stage. Everything that happened tonight was directed by you. You wanted to escape the mansion, and so, you concealed your true ability on the stage. After suffering such severe injuries, you knew all too well that they would never hire a doctor to treat you. Instead, they were going to bury you alive. And the 2 slaves digging your grave were your people as well. That was why they panicked when I offered to buy you. They never expected this to happen." When Zhonghang was done talking, the slave suddenly sprung from the bed and attempted to strangle him. All too soon, he stopped in his tracks as he saw a Zhonghang pointing a gun at him. "I have no ill intention towards you. On the contrary, you should feel lucky that you met me tonight. If you followed your original plan, you might be able to get away without your supervisor noticing you. However, you still can't bypass the guards that are at the front entrance. Say you somehow managed to evade the guards without notice, you would still be surrounded by acres of plantations. You can't possibly escape the area. Is this what you mean by harboring no ill intention toward me? Here you are, pointing your gun." Zhonghang was relieved when the slave talked to him in English. Compared to their female counterparts who were maids, black male fighters were not required to know too many English words. The less they knew, the better, as all their masters needed them to do was to fight like wild beasts on the stage. Almost every tribe in Africa had their own specific language. Most of the time, it was hard for one tribe to communicate with another due to the language barrier. "I have seen what your arms can do. I don't want to be strangled to death. Whether you believe it or not, me saving you tonight was just a coincidence. I don't want anything from you. I'm planning to hire a doctor to treat your wounds, and you are allowed to leave whenever you want after you recover. I'm only worried that you might try to break the doctor's neck. That's why I thought of talking to you first. Our country might be poor, but we are no beasts." The slave appeared to relax a little and was no longer hostile towards Zhonghang. "I'm sorry. Anyway, you have been freed. You can choose to let the doctor treat your wounds, or you can leave right now. My door is always open." Zhonghang wasn't lying when he said that it was merely a coincidence that he rescued the slave tonight. Though he knew that the slave was plotting to leave the mansion, this incident had nothing to do with him. Initially, he had no intention to interrupt his plan and only decided to act on it when he saw that a man was about to be buried alive. Somehow, the slave was still doubtful of Zhonghang. He stood up and walked to the doors. Naturally, Zhonghang didn't say a word and just watched him leave. A few minutes later, however, the black man returned to Zhonghang's house. "Rakutua." "Oh? Is that your name?" "No. That's the name of the man that I killed today. He is the bravest warrior in my tribe, and he is my best friend as well. 1 inch was he supposed to escape with you?" Zhonghang was bewildered. "Yes. The hardest part of the plan is to control your strength. He has to make sure that my injuries are severe but not to the point that it would kill me. It's tough to achieve that. If my opponent were not Rakutua, I would have surely died tonight. There's no way that I can turn the tide around just like that. Just who the heck are you? Jong-hung was curious about his background. He had managed to make the slaves worry about him and even convinced a warrior from his tribe to die for him. Every black slave around him was practically helping him to escape. My name is Leilai. I come from a big tribe, and my father is the chief. Those evil slave traders invaded my hometown and turned our lives upside down. Chapter 165. Argument. The slave traders sold weapons to an enemy tribe which started a war against us. The surprise attack from the enemy tribe had caused many of us to be captured by the slave traders. Almost half of our tribe was eliminated. To survive, we had to keep on moving. But, no matter where we ran, the traders would always locate us. They even met my father as well, telling him that they were willing to arm him in exchange for the prisoners that we captured. Of course, my father was resolute and strongly rejected their offer. After that, our living conditions worsened. A few of our neighboring tribes attacked us after incitement by the slave traders. The conflict had unfortunately caused the lives of my father and brother. They killed all the tribe's elderly and sold the younger ones to the slave traders. I happened to be one of them. So, all the female servants and Lakutua came from your tribe? Do they know who you are? How is that even possible? According to what I know, slave traders would usually sell slaves from different tribes to buyers. This is to prevent the slaves from working together and retaliate against their master. The master of the mansion bought 6 slaves from my tribe, including me. One of them fell ill and died not too long after working there. Another one was killed by a whip for attempting to escape the mansion. Now, there are only 4 of us left. Honestly, I never thought that I would be able to meet up with Nevesa and the rest of them here. They were among the first batch of black slaves that were captured by the slave traders. Most of them were women. Perhaps they thought that women wouldn't pose a threat to them, and thus, the slave trader didn't separate them. As for Rakutua and me, we were both captured at the same time, but sold to different buyers. Malcolm has always loved to watch a good fight. He's been collecting gladiators from different people. After hearing about Rakutua's great fighting skills, he instantly bought him up. That was about a month ago. I heard just now that you guys were planning to go up against Malcolm? There have been some conflicts between my jackdaw and the Black Market Alliance that he's in. This is no secret. The entire Nassau knows about it. He invited me to attend his banquet for the reason of making peace with me. And you won't accept his proposal? Why? I dislike having to place my fate in the hands of others. Malcolm and I don't hold a grudge against each other. However, I have a problem with the Black Market Alliance that he's set up. Once the alliance becomes stable, it's not going to be good news to the people of Nassau that enjoy freedom. Leilai could not understand Jong-hung's last sentence, but he knew that he was telling the truth. At least, no matter what his reason was, Jong-hung was against Malcolm. After a short pause, Leilai continued. After my father and brother were killed in the war, we had to elect a new chief per the tribe's law. It's my responsibility to rescue my tribe members. I have to return them the freedom that they once had. That's why I had to escape from the mansion no matter what. I admire your zeal, but unfortunately, I don't think I can help you with that. Being a decent human being in the future, Jong-hung was disgusted by the prospect of slavery. It was one of the worst things that a human could ever do to another human being. He was fine with rescuing Leilai from the mansion, but setting free every slave from the place would be a matter that needed extensive planning. This was a critical moment in time for the Jackdaw and Carina. Jong-hung had to focus solely on Malcolm and his Black Market Alliance. He was indisposed to help Leilai even if he wanted to. I'm not asking for your help. I simply want to work with you, said Leilai as he shook his head. Work with me? Yes. You want to know the problems between Malcolm and Redmond, right? I think I can help you with that. It's heartbreaking to know that so many black men were sold here and turned into gladiators. We were forced to fight and kill each other for the sake of our master's entertainment. Now, let's talk about the servants, who are always close to their masters. There are times when they will be able to eavesdrop on their secrets. To the white people, we are merely goods and a means of labor. They see us as their property, and they do not care about what we think and feel. Without their permission, there's no way that we can leave the mansion. Many a time, they would discuss many sensitive topics in front of us. From the first day that I was sold to the Terrance mansion, I've been planning my escape. Other than learning more than a few words, I actually collected lots of information as well. Around 8 months ago, Malcolm and Redmond had a meeting with each other. Malcolm ordered me to fight another black man in front of him. However, I could see that they were not watching the fight. They even had an argument about whatever they were discussing. Upon hearing that, Jong-hung was becoming more and more interested in Leilai's story. They were arguing about some merchant. Since it had nothing to do with my escape plan, I don't quite remember his name. All I know is that he is one of the merchants from the black market. He is doing the same thing with Malcolm and Redmond, and is quite famous as well. There was this once when Redmond tried to talk about setting up the black market alliance with him, but the person rejected his idea without even thinking twice. He told Redmond that the black market alliance would bring him a lot of trouble, adding that Redmond's ambition is getting out of hand. After that, Redmond talked to Malcolm about it. Both of them agreed that it would be a problem if the person refused to work with them. Although he wasn't the wealthiest merchant on the island, he had lots of experience and a good reputation. Redmond suggested that they should take their time to convince him. Not too long after that, the person was captured at a colony. Redmond suspected that Malcolm was behind it. However, Malcolm said that it had nothing to do with him. They both then broke into an argument about this. Immediately, Jong-hung thought of Carina's father. It would seem that the person in the story referred to him. Jong-hung did not expect that the capturing of Carina's father in New Jersey had something to do with the Black Market Alliance. This incident wasn't as simple as he thought it was. Chapter 166. Carina's Yield. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. What do you think about my intel? Did it help? What would it cost me? Leilai did not rush to answer the question. Even though I've left Terrance's mansion, there are still quite a few of my people stuck there. You want to kick Malcolm out of the game and know more of his secrets, right? I can contact my people to help you. You should know that even if the Black Market Alliance is dismissed and Malcolm chased out of Nassau, you still can't change the fate of the slaves inside that mansion. I will change my fate with my own hands. Leilai looked determined. Different individuals acted differently when faced with critical situations like this. Some would simply give up all hope and let despair rule their lives, while some would choose to embrace hardship and accept their fate. Once the predicament was over, the person in question would usually become stronger than before. Leilai definitely belonged to the latter. He had endured the deaths of his brother, father, and his tribe. The marks of a slave had already been engraved onto his body. To escape the mansion, he broke his nose and lost an eye. He was also forced to kill his best friend. Not only did Leilai not allow despair to run him down, but he was also grooming himself to become a worthy chief of his tribe. We didn't get to enjoy freedom from where we came from. We didn't get to enjoy freedom in the colonies. And we don't get freedom in this city as well. So, we must leave this place. I heard there are several uninhabited islands around this area. Some of them are located along the shipping lines. There is fresh water for drinking and empty land where we can fish, hunt, and cultivate crops. It might be difficult in the beginning, but I believe that we will survive just like how our ancestors did. I have a ship and a crew. I can help you to look out for a suitable island when we set sail the next time. We are capable of bringing you and your people over to the island as well. The problem is, how are you going to rescue your people from the mansion? I deeply sympathize with your current situation. You can't just barge into the mansion and release them. That would surely anger many powerful people on this island. Currently, the jackdaw is proliferating in Nassau. Most of our crew's families are living here. It's my responsibility to take care of them. I hope you can understand my decision. The most I can do is to bring you and your people to the island that you wish to settle down on. I will solve the problem of rescuing my people out of the mansion, but I will need some weapons. I don't need much. In order to bring those weapons into the mansion without detection, they would have to be small. I'd say daggers would be perfect. Besides that, I'll need at least 5 blunderbusses. One thing, though. I don't need them right now. You can pass them to me after you settle your problem. I have no problem with supplying you with the weapons that you need. Let's work together, and I hope that your plan will be a success. At that, Zhongheng then extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. Lei Lai was surprised that Zhongheng was willing to shake his hand. It was his first time encountering such a polite act. It was at that moment when he knew that Zhongheng did not look at him as if he was property or a wild beast. He was treating him like a fellow human with equal rights. Half a second later, Lei Lai took Zhongheng's hand and shook it. Suddenly, the two of them heard someone coming into the house. It was Anne and the doctor. You take a few days of rest to allow your wounds to recover. My partner will return here in a while. I need you to tell him everything that you have just told me. A week later, Carina returned to Nassau after leading a ship full of nutmegs all the way to New York. New York Harbor was one of the best ports that Carina's father managed, where he had continuously bribed all the officers there. Hence, no one gave her a hard time when she passed their customs. They did not even check the goods that she'd brought into New York. This saved her a tremendous amount of time, enabling her to look for more potential buyers. Currently, New York did not require nutmeg, and though they were valuable spices, Carina figured she might have to sell them all in Europe instead. There were a couple of merchants interested in buying them, but Carina wasn't pleased with the price that they offered. After looking for around 10 days, a merchant that specialized in the spice trade came for Carina. Both of them spent a long while haggling, trying to come with a price that could please both parties. That was the very first deal that Carina made ever since she became a black market merchant. After paying off the jackdaw, her loans, and her transportation fare, she was left with 500 gold coins. Getting such large amounts of money greatly motivated her to work harder and rescue her father from prison. Unfortunately, coming across such valuable targets was a 1 in a million occurrence. Otherwise, her father could be released from jail within 2 years. The first thing that Carina did was to send 100 gold coins to her mother. All the family's savings had gone to bailing her father out of jail. With the 100 gold coins, her family could at least breathe right now. Left with 400 gold coins, Carina was going to use a portion of it to maintain a good relationship with the officers at various ports. The rest of the gold coins would be saved for her next job. With the savings, she could at least reduce some of the interest. Without taking any breaks, Carina returned to Nassau immediately after everything was settled. Carina, however, was most concerned right now about her relationship with the jackdaw while she was not in Nassau. She would have never left if she was not tasked to sell all those spices. Carina thought that Zhongheng had only agreed to work with her due to pressure from the Black Market Alliance. There was a possibility that Zhongheng would kick her away once the deal was sealed. Right now, she had no right to ask him to continue trading with her in the future. Although understanding the risks, she still chose to partner up with Zhongheng. At least she could earn some money from this deal. She didn't know why, but somehow, she had faith that Zhongheng would not just kick her away like that. Whenever she talked to him, she tended to forget that she was talking to the captain of the jackdaw. Zhongheng was different from the pirates that she'd encountered before. As she returned to Nassau, she was relieved when she found out that the jackdaw hadn't yet partnered up with the Black Market Alliance. Also, the small-time pirate still considered the jackdaw the symbol of the anti-Black Market Alliance. When she finally caught up to Zhongheng, she heard something unbelievable. Chapter 167. A well-protected flower. Malcolm's the reason my father is in prison. Carina was left in a complete shock, not knowing what to do when she heard the news for the first time. She also felt uncomfortable when she saw a half-blind and broken-nosed black man standing in front of her. For now, we don't have any solid evidence. Jonghung then poured a cup of wine for Carina to calm her down. I have to say, the timing of your father getting captured and put in jail was just too much of a coincidence. Redmond's suspicion makes perfect sense. Your father was one of the Black Market Alliance's biggest obstacles when they were being set up. Once your father is out of the game, Malcolm will benefit the most. Billy asked a couple of black market merchants about your father and discovered that a large number of them believe that somebody must have gotten your father in jail through means of foul play. You must have visited him at least once, right? Did he say anything about this? Before we were allowed to visit him, we had to pay a huge sum of money to the prison guards. To make things worse, we were only allowed to see him for a tiny amount of time, so my mother and sister used up most of it. I only had a few minutes to talk to him. At that time, I told him that I would take over his business. We didn't discuss anything else apart from business. Even though my father handed me his ship and his connections, he didn't agree on me coming to Nassau. In the end, he told me that the most dangerous people in Nassau are not pirates and asked me not to trust anyone just like that. Carina paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, Malcolm treated me well when I first arrived in Nassau. He told me that the black merchants not working on any pirate ships were not allowed to join the Black Market Alliance and get their share of profit. He also said that he couldn't convince the other black market merchants to give up on dealing with my father's ex-pirate partners. During that time, there were a couple of powerful pirate groups who had still not joined the Black Market Alliance. Malcolm gave me a list and asked me to convince them. The fact that I'm a woman didn't make this task easier. I only knew a few people when I came to Nassau, and there was nothing I could offer when I tried to convince them to join the Black Market Alliance. Of course, I didn't have enough money to bribe the important personnel on their ships. In the end, I failed to convince them to join the Black Market Alliance. At that time, I was truly grateful for Malcolm helping me to settle down in Nassau. He was one of the few people willing to help me. I won't go against the Black Market Alliance if I have other options to solve my problem. I simply couldn't have ever imagined that he had something to do with my father being sent to jail. Carina took a sip of the wine, but it did little to calm her down. Suddenly, she stood up and said, "No way. I have to confront him right now and ask him to release my father. Are you planning to make him admit that he was the one who got your father in jail? If he doesn't set my father free, I will let this matter be known to everyone in the Alliance. He could easily pull off the same stunt to others if he could this to my father. What you are about to do may get him into some small problems. But, as I said, we have no solid evidence to prove that Malcolm is responsible for putting your father in jail. Besides..." Jonghang then turned around to look at Leilai. "Your only witness was a slave. Technically speaking, all I did was overhear the conversation between Redmond and Malcolm," said Leilai. "I have another piece of bad news. Your very existence has brought a negative impact on the Black Market Alliance. Malcolm is about to do something about you," said Jonghang to Carina. Carina was shocked. She somehow expected that the Black Market Alliance would eliminate her the moment she decided to work with the Jackdaw. Still, there was a lot for her to swallow as she tried digesting what Jonghang said. If her father could be sent to jail because he went against Malcolm, she wondered what the Black Market Alliance would do to her since she followed in her father's footsteps. From the first day she arrived in Nassau, she knew that this was a path of no return. At first, her only intention was to earn enough money to free her father from jail. After making a tremendous amount of money from selling the spices, Carina found out that she actually loved being a black market merchant. Indeed, this sounded crazy. Only a few months ago, she was a rich lady frequenting salons and balls, mingling with the upper-class society. She had no inkling on what the other part of the world looked like. Until she came to Nassau, wanting to take over her father's business, she had faced a lot of obstacles along her path. She had tasted hardship that she never experienced before in the past 20 years. To join the Black Market Alliance, she chose to give up her dignity. She went around the island, looking for her father's friends for help. She even negotiated with the pirates that she despised, reluctantly giving in to their demands as she did her best to convince them to work with her. Entering a man's house in the middle of the night was something that the old her would never do. Carina was wondering how was managed to keep her sanity. She used to be a well-protected flower that grew up in a safe environment. Now that she had thrown herself in the wilderness, she finally matured up after going through all those hardships. This was the kind of life that she would never get to experience if she still lived in an upper-class society. The wilderness was filled with countless threats, betrayal, and challenges. Carina could feel a surge of passion bursting through her heart, something that she never experienced before. Before all this, the thought of returning to where she came from after her father's rescue constantly plagued her mind. However, after tasting the satisfying reward of surviving the hardship, she decided that she would never return to her comfortable life. I will be ready. I will not be trampled on no matter who my enemy is. I'm afraid that it's not enough. After this, I hope that you will work even harder. You need to exert more pressure on the Black Market Alliance. At the same time, I will make use of your father's incident to divide Malcolm and Redmond. However, I must tell you that you may face more threats in the future if we do this. Right now, the conflict that we have with the Black Market Alliance is minimal, but if we decide to treat them as our enemy, I'm afraid that Malcolm might employ some despicable methods to deal with you. You have to remember that we are racing against time. Between you and Malcolm, let's see who will win the race. I have no other options, right? No point dwelling on it then. Chapter 168. Marine Product and Loot. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. A month had passed. After the Jackdaw's pirates had more than enough fun in Nassau, most had spent off a large portion of their earnings. Some were even in debt. It baffled Jonghung as to how they managed to spend all their money, considering that they were each given at least 40 gold coins before they left the ship. That amount was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 2 to 3 years. On the bright side, though, they were starting to miss life out at sea. Coincidentally, Carina provided Jonghung with some valuable intel. After getting a minor refit and going through a recruitment drive, the Jackdaw was ready to set sail again. At the same time, Carina and Leilai started to work on their Nassau operation as well. Before the Black Market Alliance began to deal with Carina, she had decided that she would do whatever it would take for her plan to succeed. First, she rented a storage facility near the pier. Then, she spread the news to Nassau's small-time pirates, telling them that she was willing to offer them a higher price than the Black Market Alliance. Upon hearing the news, a large number of pirates on the island started to pay attention. Though Carina was a woman, the fact that she managed to help the Jackdaw earn a huge amount of money had spread around the entire Nassau. Her reputation soon skyrocketed. It was great news to the small-time pirates that someone was willing to buy their loot at a higher price. If that was so, they wouldn't need to rely on the Black Market Alliance anymore. After all, the Alliance wasn't as friendly to them as they were to the powerful pirate crews because it was hard for them to valuable loot. The Alliance would only offer them a meager price for whatever they had. Since they did not sign any contracts with the Alliance, they could choose to stop selling to them anytime they wished. With the opportunity for better prospects, they would naturally choose to sell their plunder to Carina. The captain of the Gentle Breeze was left speechless when he saw a group of pirate wannabes lining up in front of the storeroom that Carina rented. Their clothes were in tatters and they wielded all sorts of non-lethal weapons, which made them look more like beggars and thugs instead of pirates. One could only imagine the quality of the items sold to Carina. An elderly pirate slowly approached the table. Malone suspected that he must be older than his great-grandfather that he buried some time ago. The old pirate then put a basket of crabs on the table as Jim, the records keeper, stared at him in a confused manner. Immediately, he pointed at the signboard behind him. "I'm sorry, sir. We do not accept any marine products here," said the records keeper politely. "Watch what you say to me, kid. Everyone knew me when I was your age. Even Henry Morgan had to pay his respects to me when he came to Nassau. This is what I acquired when I sailed out earlier. Still, it does not change the fact that your loot is a marine product, sir. Malone had personally recruited Jim last year. It was not easy hiring someone who knew how to count and read in this era. Not too long ago, almost half of the sailors from the Gentle Breeze left the ship when they heard that Mr. Fagan had been sent to jail. To Malone's surprise, Jim had chosen to stay with the ship. A better job would have awaited him if he'd left. After selling off all the spices, Malone suggested to Carina that she should increase the pay of the kid hailing from North Carolina. There was nothing Malone could do when he saw Jim trying to explain the difference between marine products and loot to the old pirate. I robbed this basket of crabs from a fisherman. So it's considered loot, not a marine product. Your boss told us that you are buying the loot that we got, right? This is my loot. What's your problem? Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Carina could not bear to see them argue anymore. The pirates that were waiting in line were starting to get impatient as well. Pay him 5 copper coins to buy off his loot. We need to serve the next seller, Carina informed Jim. Jim was instantly relieved when he was told to pay off the old pirate. Surprisingly, the old pirate was still unhappy even after Jim paid him the 5 copper coins. The pirate after him took out 2 marbles from his pocket and attempted to sell it to them. This is a disaster. You know that we won't be able to sell all these useless stuff that we bought from these wannabes, right? We talked about this when you first arrived in Nassau. It's impossible to earn a single dime from them. I thought we've agreed on not buying anything from these people. Why are you wasting your time and money on them right now? Asked an irritated Malone. He then continued. Forgive my candor, but I feel that whatever we are doing right now is a complete waste of time. I would rather spend the money to let a hard-working boy like him to enjoy himself at S brothel in town. Look at the poor guy. I bet he's still a virgin. Thank you for your reminder. I know how the value of those items. If you can find me a second jackdaw on this island, I'm more than happy to chase all of them away. If you can't do it, you'd better shut your mouth. If you are bored, go find a hooker and let her f*ck you. Alternatively, you can just come and help me. I think I will choose the first option. Malone folded his arms and stormed away. After taking a few steps, however, he stopped. Did you just ask a hooker to f*ck me? Or, is there something wrong with my hearing? What's wrong with that? I remember when Mr. Fagan brought you on the Gentle Breeze for the first time. You were only 8 or 9. Like a porcelain doll, you held up your dress so high, it would not touch the ship's deck. You were so unhappy that your father brought you aboard the ship. I can't imagine that the demure lady that you once were became a boss that has taken over the ship. Miss Carina, you've done it. You blended in with this place faster than anyone could have imagined. Your father would be so proud of you. It's still too early to say that. It's not easy to survive in this place. Considering that we are facing a powerful enemy, we have to figure out a way to catch a breath from time to time. Uncle Malone, I have to thank you for not leaving us even after my father was put in jail. Mr. Fagan was the one who offered me this job when I was lost. I will never forget what he's done for me. For now, I'm not going to waste my energy on pointless matters. So, I'm going to the brothel right now to look for a prostitute and ask her to f*ck me. 1. Chapter 169. Rubbish. 2 weeks had passed since the jackdaw set out to the oceans. At the same time, the farce in front of the warehouse also continued for 2 whole weeks. Unable to cope with the vast number of people lining up, Carina went on to spend around 40 gold coins in exchange for what Malone called the pile of rubbish. The only thing in the entire heap that had any value at all was probably the 12 boxes of potatoes. Even these were not going to yield much in the colonies. The Gentle Breeze making a trip for those items was clearly more of a loss than gain. No one understood what the tradeswoman intended to achieve by doing this. Even so, the Black Market Alliance immediately responded by issuing a statement. It said that all pirates found working with Carina would forever get the lowest price from them. This meant that the Black Market Alliance was stonewalling Carina on a large scale. Malcolm's counterattack was simple and straightforward. As soon as the statement was out, the quality of the items that the tradeswoman received worsened. Now, Carina had to inspect the loot twice when dealing with those pirate wannabes. Of course, those who were desperate were unaffected by this. Never having the habit of thinking ahead, they would just go wherever the money was. These, however, were never the Black Market Alliance's target group anyway. Malcolm felt that he would ultimately be at an advantage, having these guys eventually wearing out and discouraging Carina to go on. The people on the island gave the tradeswoman second-hand business the undesirable moniker of a rubbish collection station, and many merchants from the Black Market Alliance were simply waiting for her to make a fool of herself. During this period, Malone had also become very dispirited. Whenever he met anyone on the island he knew, they would always ask him when he was going to sell off all the colony's trash. Eventually, under the pressure of the constant mocking, he hid within the brothel, refusing to emerge until Carina sent a messenger to look for him. "Set sail tonight," chuckled Malone bitterly as he rolled out of bed and put on his clothes. "Stop joking. Are you really going to listen to those guys and transport all that stuff to Boston, New York? To whom should we sell them to? How much would the journey cost us? How much profit are we going to make? I've already arranged for workers in advance. You'll just need to ferry the goods to their destination, and someone over there will handle it. Then you can return to Nassau," the messenger replied. Just then, Carina walked into the room, catching the gentle breeze's captain completely off guard. Thank goodness his pants were already on. Carina glared at the stark-naked prostitute and said, "Can you please excuse us?" The girl smiled, blowing a kiss at her before picking up her garment on the bench. She sultrily walked out of the room, swaying her hips. Carina asked the messenger she sent for Malone to guard the door. Then, she poured herself a glass of whiskey. "Can you load everything on the ship in one afternoon?" Malone shrugged. "I have to gather the crew, buy supplies for the trip, replenish water on board, check the sails, so, I guess, it should be all right. If you insist, we can leave this place before sundown." "Very good. There's no need to rush. We leave after dark." Malone frowned, "Leaving in such a mighty rush? You're worried that your potatoes would start sprouting, eh?" Sensing sarcasm in the captain's tone, Carina leaned back and rubbed her temples wearily. "Do you know how much money we've lost during this period? I know you may not want to hear this, but I've already told you earlier on that if we could actually make any money off of those guys, you wouldn't have had to beg the captains who worked with your father to deal with you. I never expected to earn any money off them. Not now, at least," groaned Carina. "I just needed them to help me spread the word, to let all the pirates on the island know that working with me is more profitable than working with the Black Market Alliance. I'm very sure Malcolm received your message too. That's why he had the Black Market Alliance issue a statement. Now, the powerful pirate gangs on the island are even more disinclined to seek us. No, on the surface, they won't come to us." "What do you mean?" "When I was tiny, my father told me stories about this place, about how brave and fearless the people are. They would chase after riches completely unrestricted by rules whatsoever. Many people thought that the pirate captain sided with the Black Market Alliance because of a contract with them, but that wasn't the case. In fact, most of them couldn't care less about what's written on a contract. They only chose the Black Market Alliance because it provided them with a higher income. All they care is feeding their men, avoiding a mutiny, and securing their positions as captain. That may be true, but because of this, they would surely never leave the Black Market Alliance to work with us," Malone sighed. "Do you know what I've been hearing, what other people have been saying about us?" The tradeswoman raised a brow. "Those bastards think that we won't last. They believe that the jackdaw continues to work with us only because," the captain paused for a moment. "I've discovered a woman's talents. Something like that. Everyone here thinks that, sooner or later, Malcolm and his Black Market Alliance will be chased out of Nassau. Forgive me for being blunt, but under such circumstances, no one would want to work with us. Right now, I'm not trying to strive for a long-term partnership with anyone," said Carina. "I'm just providing them with a means for some extra income." "Extra income? Malone couldn't understand what the tradeswoman was saying. My target is not the few top-tier pirate groups. The Black Market Alliance has been feeding them well. To be honest, there's not much hope working with the guys from the third and fourth categories, either. But some of the first and second category pirates are actually not bad. It's just that they were established a little late, just like the Jackdaw. The Black Market Alliance lowered their prices, but I can offer them nearly 20% more, which should be pretty attractive to them from the premise that the Black Market Alliance doesn't know about the transactions between us. How is that possible? Once the Gentle Breeze sets sail, everyone will know, Malone began but suddenly stopped. Then, his eyes widened. The rubbish that you've been buying for the past 2 weeks, you've actually been preparing for this. Carina nodded. About 5 days ago, a helmsman from one of the ships contacted me in secret. He wanted to sell a bolt of cotton fabric, a very high-quality stuff. They have always been rather unhappy with the price that the Black Market Alliance offered them, so they came looking for me. Right now, that bolt is in our warehouse. I need you to help me move it to Boston. Jim is already there and will liaise with a local merchant. Chapter 170. Target, the Goddess Spear. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Following a piece of intel given by Carina, the Jackdaw was chasing down a ship called the Goddess Spear, a whaling vessel plying the waters around this area. Their patience finally paid off this time, after being at sea for over a year. Recently, some ships which returned to Nassau told everyone that the Goddess Spear had managed to hunt down a 70-foot giant sperm whale. It was so smart that the Goddess Spear circled the same spot for 3 months just to capture it. It was time for them to reap the rewards of their hard work. Getting a sperm whale was a giant treasure in itself. Its fat could be refined into blubber. The oil from its brain could be used to make whale wax. And then, the most valuable treasure, ambergris, lay within the whale's intestines. Ambergris either came in a hue of black or grey. When first extracted from the whale's stomach, it would be in wax form, not to mention that it smelled terrible. Once dried, it would turn amber, and the foul smell would be replaced by a unique fragrance. It was typically used as a fixative for very premium perfumes. As a result of its rarity, ambergris was more expensive than gold. This was undoubtedly the reason why Zhong Hung set his sights on the Goddess Spear. The previous pirate ship that attempted to plunder the Goddess Spear did not end up well. In this era, whale hunting was to be considered a job with extremely high risks, and only true men dared to venture in this field. Having such brazenness, they didn't even flinch when they saw a pirate ship. At that time, they did not have enough firepower to take on it. Nevertheless, their captain instructed them to take on the pirates the moment they boarded the ship. At the end of the day, they used tridents and fishing nets to defeat the pirates that came with guns and sabers. The entire ship of pirates ended up being prisoners of the Goddess Spear. The sailors took possession of their weapons and ammunition. Once the situation was under control, the sailors were instructed to slit the throats of the pirates and toss their bodies over the deck. It was a clear warning to any other potential pirates that this would happen to them too. Their brutal method worked way better than expected. Whenever the weaker pirate vessels saw a pile of bodies on the deck, lying on their own blood, they would turn around and leave the Goddess Spear alone. As for the more powerful pirate groups, the sight of the bodies only got them more excited. This could only mean that the ship must be hauling some precious cargo. The Jackdaw did not retreat as well. After his first victory, Zhong Hung managed to recruit even more pirates to join him. Right now, he had a total of 62 pirates on board. The newly hired pirates were of better quality than the first group of pirates who joined them. This was especially true for the cannoneer. Billy managed to convince the most skillful cannoneer from another experienced pirate group to join the Jackdaw. Dufresne, too, had managed to recruit a very talented chef. Initially, the chef worked for a hotel on the island. After joining the Jackdaw for about half a month, every single pirate on board took turns to compliment his food. It seemed that life on the high seas wasn't as bad as it was anymore. Most importantly were the newly recruited pirates. The old pirates had their absolute faith in Zhong Hung. Due to their previous success, Zhongheng did not need to give them another morale-boosting speech. No one on the Jackdaw feared the piles of bodies on the Goddess Spear, which gave Zhongheng the confidence to continue pursuing them. The fierce battle that they were about to face would only increase the combat experience of his pirates. Previously, the fight between the Happiness and the Jackdaw proved too easy for them. It was evident that the Happiness was a lot weaker than the Jackdaw in terms of firepower. In fact, it did not even look like a battle at all, being more like target practice. In the beginning, the Jackdaw took a few hits from them, but soon after that, the Jackdaw dominated the rest of the battle. The only dangerous thing that happened on the Happiness was getting ambushed by the navies that hid in the cargo hold. This time, taking down the Goddess Spear wasn't going to be that easy. Although the whaling vessel proved a formidable foe, Zhongheng was more worried about his competitors. 1 week after they left port, they crossed paths with a pirate ship. Not too long after that, they met another one. Both ships raised their black flags at almost the same time. Thankfully, after a short conversation and exchange of information, the Jackdaw and the other pirate ship came to an agreement that they would leave each other alone. They were actually not being friendly but were simply afraid of the Jackdaw's overwhelming firepower. As nobody had any loot on their ships during that time, they chose to settle the matter peacefully. Zhongheng's mind drifted elsewhere as he had his gaze fixed on the pirate ship that slowly sailed away from them. He was wondering how Carina was managing her situation back in Nassau. Before he left, she discussed her plan with him, and Zhongheng decided to invest 100 gold coins in her. The money could be used to solve some of her problems besides fortifying the partnership between Zhongheng and her. Zhongheng also promised that he would invest another 800 gold coins in the future. Carina would no longer need to worry that Zhongheng would kick her out of the game. By becoming her partner, he would be entitled to 20% of her yield. If Carina did manage to convince more pirate ships to partner up with her, and if they returned to Nassau with a ship full of loot, Zhongheng would also be able to profit from that as well. Billy was tempted to invest in this venture as well but was forced to reconsider as he needed to provide for his family. In the end, he invested only 30 gold coins. As for Anne, she spent a total of 40 gold coins since there was no more need to purchase a house. And just like that, the two of them became small shareholders of the business. At the same time, Leilai began to contact his people at the mansion. After a short moment of distraction, Zhongheng snapped back to reality. He realized that it was pointless for him to worry about Carina. It was entirely out of his control since he was out at sea. All he could do was to have faith in his partner. As captain of a pirate ship, he should focus more on the sea. If not for the conundrum of the Black Market Alliance, there would be no need for him to care about what happened on the island. The Jackdaw needed to grow a lot stronger. Once his vessel was categorized as a top-tier pirate crew, it would be easier for him to control his fate. That was why every voyage was important to Zhongheng. This time, he was confident that he would be able to bring something valuable back to Nassau. As compared to other pirates, he had his hunter's blessing and lucky rabbit foot with him. If everything went right, these two items should help him in pursuing the Goddess Spear. Besides that, he received a notification from the game to inform him that his sailing skills had increased to LV2. With everything set in stone, it was time for the Jackdaw to shine. Chapter 171. The Carrack. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. After sailing for 21 days, Zhongheng could feel that they were getting closer and closer to their target. A few days ago, a pirate ship attempted to plunder the Goddess Spear. Unfortunately, the pirates were defeated, and the Goddess Spear managed to seize all their weapons. It was going to be hard for the Jackdaw to loot their ship since they were now more robust. After a short exchange of fire, both parties sustained some damage on their boat. In the end, the pirate ship was forced to flee the Goddess Spear when their secondary mast was destroyed. Once again, the Goddess Spear managed to survive yet another battle against pirates. After that, the Jackdaw crossed paths with the pirate ship that fought the Goddess Spear. Billy knew their helmsman, so they were willing to tell the Jackdaw what they knew about the Goddess Spear. There were about 50 sailors on Goddess Spear. Their ship was equipped with 17 cannons. 9 of them were acquired from the pirate ship that they defeated earlier. Otherwise, they had keen sailors who knew how to fight well. The only drawback about the whaling ship was their speed. Having a hold filled with blubber and wax, they could go no faster than a humble 5 knots. If everything went well, the Jackdaw was set to catch up with Goddess Spear in about half a day. Unfortunately, the weather on that day changed all of a sudden. They could see menacing dark clouds billowing above the Jackdaw. Immediately, Merck, the person that in charge of maneuvering mainsail, instructed his people to climb to the top of the mast to tuck away the mainsail as the wind grew stronger. Some pirates started praying to the goddess Thetis to keep them safe. As for Jonghung, he stayed within the captain's quarters and studied the nautical charts, not forgetting his promise to Leilai. Whenever he passed an inhabited island, he would put a mark on the chart. First, he would eliminate the islands that were too small. Islands that lacked essential resources and islands that were too exposed were also crossed off the list. He also made sure to exclude islands that were too close to the busy shipping lanes. In the end, there were 3 islands left for Jonghung to pick. He planned to pay them a visit after plundering the Goddess Spear. As he put away the charts, the ship suddenly shook violently. When he first entered this world, he would stumble around whenever the ship encountered a great storm. As of now, he became a lot more steady, as long as the storm wasn't too severe. This was the result of his continuous fencing practice on the ship. To prevent himself from falling, all he needed to do was to adjust his center of gravity according to the way the ship moved in the storm. Jonghung opened the door of the rocky ship and walked to the gunwale. Large raindrops, coupled with salty mists, hit his face with a fury. On the deck, Billy was talking to the watchers. "Is everything okay?" asked Jonghung. "I was about to look for you." "Everything is fine so far, except for a small problem to our northeast." "The Goddess Spear." "I'm not too sure as well. I've been watching them for a while now. It seems like they have stopped moving. I think we'll find out soon enough. We should be able to catch up to her in about 30 minutes. Be careful. We need to avoid pulling up to its side. After knowing what the Pelican had to go through, they might use the same trick to defeat us. They would deliberately make their ship look deserted to bait us. Technically, we shouldn't cross paths with them this early. Again, something might just happen to them in this period. After all, Goddess Spear isn't the only threat around here. Hold on. I will bring a team of scouts, said Anne. At that, Jonghung simply nodded his head. All he could do right now was wait. At the same time, the entire Jackdaw prepared itself to go into full combat mode. Unfortunately, due to strong headwinds, they spent 40 minutes before they could catch up with the ship in front of them. Before they pulled up to it, Jonghung used his binoculars to check on it. Unlike the ordinary ships that pass by the Caribbean Sea, the ship in front of them seemed to be uniquely designed. The stern was round in shape, and it had 4 thick masts as well. However, her mainsail was broken. Its tall citadel and poop deck had it looking like a large U from his side. Jonghung even noticed that the ship's hull was covered in barnacles. Having determined its characteristics, Jonghung knew that this vessel wasn't the Goddess Spear that they were looking for. That was a Carrack. Billy was too sure as well. After all, the Carrack, a type of vessel hailing from Spain, had gone extinct in the 17th century. Widely used in the 15th and 16th centuries, its unique design enabled it to carry more goods on board. The Carrack's large number of masts allowed it to move faster than its counterparts and was usually plied the long-haul routes. When Magellan traveled around the world, 4 out of 5 of his ships were Carracks. However, it usually cost so much to build that few actually owned the type. Besides, maneuvering the vessel was no easy task as well. When it went against the wind, its unnaturally tall forecastle and poop deck would be continuously battered by the winds. The Carrack was used right until the Elizabeth era, where it slowly went into retirement. Not too long after that, Carracks were gradually replaced by galleons. Even an old experienced pirate, the likes of Billy, had never seen a Carrack before. "She sure has aged well," said Billy. Although he saw what looked to be words engraved on the stern, it had been well eroded by time and the rigors of the ocean, and was no longer legible. "I don't think there's anyone on board." "I'll go with you." Zhong Hang shouted out loud to An, who was getting ready to launch a small boat. Other than Zhong Hang and An, Billy brought another 4 pirates with him as well. They had 5 oil lamps with them. The Carrack was merely a stone's throw away, but the rough sea kicked up by the storm caused the 7 to have a tough time getting to it. When they finally got to the ship, they saw that the gunwale's rope had already rotted away. Luckily, Billy brought a grappling hook with him. Once the hook was set in place, and volunteered to climb onto the ship first. Zhong Hang, Billy, and the other 4 pirates followed right behind her. "The deck is fine," and used the oil lamp to look around the ship. Now, Zhong Hang could finally confirm his speculation. This ship did not belong to this era. Though it had cannons, they were too old and outdated to protect it from the weapons of the day. As compared to the Jackdaw, the Carrack's guns were like toys. "Let's move in pairs. Search the ship. Safety is our priority." As Billy got on the ship, Zhong Hang started to delegate tasks, where each pair would search a different part of the ship. Then, Zhong Hang entered the captain's quarters. Chapter 172. Sailors that disappeared. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The stench in the cabin was awful. Zhong Hang saw that everything was covered in a layer of green, slimy algae. He had to tear off a part of his shirt to mask his mouth and nose. As he made his way to the captain's quarters, he noticed that the doors of all the cabins were ajar, and the place was in complete disarray. Tables and chairs were all over the floor, with a couple of old rags strewn around the place as well. Considering that the ship had been adrift for a long while, everything he just witnessed wasn't surprising. He noticed something peculiar, though. It looked as if the crew had left in a hurry. Let alone people that were still alive, he saw no rotting corpses or bones. He also noticed that all the windows had been boarded up by wooden planks. That explained why the ship's interior was so stuffy. Zhong Hang drew his sword and punched holes into the boards, allowing fresh air to flood into the ship. Thankfully, the putrid stench soon became more bearable. As he continued on, he found 3 gold coins stuck between the boards on the floor. It puzzled him as to why the owner would leave such valuable items there. Zhong Hang did not linger around for too long. Soon, he arrived at the captain's quarters located at the end of the hallway. It was the only cabin along the corridor that had its doors closed. Zhong Hang attempted to push the door. To his surprise, it didn't budge, seeming as if something was jamming the door from the inside. So, Zhong Hang took a few steps back and gave the door a kick. After 3 continuous bootings, the door finally flew open. At the same time, he saw what was blocking the door. It was a chair, now broken, thanks to Zhong Hang's brute force. Instantly, he proceeded to explore the room. The captain's quarters were less humid than the other parts of the ship as it was sealed off well, moldy books sprawled all over the floor. Surprisingly, the table was still in its original position. Just like the other cabins, there was no one here as well, and the windows were tightly sealed. After going ahead to hang his oil lamp on the hook, he carried on looking around the room. He found a pearl necklace, a ring, and some coins in the drawer. With the gold coins that he found earlier, Zhong Hang could confirm that this ship hadn't been looted by any pirates. Something else must have happened to them. He then found a couple of the captain's diaries on the table, but they were illegible to him. Based on all the languages that he knew, he could confirm that it was neither English nor French. There were a ton of languages spoken in the continent of Europe, and Zhong Hang couldn't figure the language that the captain used. In the end, he decided to bring all the diaries with him, telling himself that he would look into them later. After that, he spent another 15 minutes searching the quarters but found nothing worthy of taking. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something and stopped in his tracks. For the previous cabins that he visited, Zhong Hang could see evidence of people fleeing in a hurry. However, the captain's quarters were in a completely different state. The windows were sealed, and there was a chair blocking the door as well. How did the person leave this room considering it was locked from the inside? A chill ran down Zhong Heng's spine. Knowing that this ship had been adrift for a very long time, there was a small chance that the chair was sent to the door by the rocking boat. Still, he could not explain why they would seal the windows. The valuable necklace, ring, and gold coins were strong evidence that the crew left without even looking back. Were they trying to hide from something? Suddenly, Zhong Heng heard someone walking towards him. Immediately, he turned around and drew out his saber, only to find that it was Anne. "Why are you here?" "I just checked out the cargo hold. I quickly came up after I heard someone kicking the doors." "This is so weird. I don't see anyone on this ship. In fact, the goods are still intact in the cargo hold. Unfortunately, the humidity had damaged the entire stock of nylon. It's impossible to sell them off. By the way, why do you look so nervous? 1 inch, there's something very wrong with this ship. Let's leave since we can't find anything valuable. Where's Billy and the rest?" "He's gone to check the lowest deck with Monte. Should I inform them that we are leaving?" "Let's go together." Zhong Heng had a bad feeling about Anne walking alone on this ship. He quickly collected the diaries and unhooked his oil lamp. As usual, Anne led the way. Soon, the two arrived at the stairs that led to the lower decks. Strangely, the guardrails were gone. It looked as if someone destroyed them on purpose. Billy said that this ship is about 100 years old. Is that true? Judging by its fitting and structure, she sure doesn't look like something that belongs to this era. Where are all the people? I would love to know the answer to this question as well. I'm pretty sure that no pirates looted this vessel. I found no trace of fighting in the captain's quarters as well. The possibility of the sailors retaliating against something are relatively low as well. We should have seen some skeletons lying around if a deadly disease hit them. Something horrifying must have forced the entire crew to abandon ship. Suddenly, Zhong Heng heard Billy's voice. "Both of you better come here. I found something interesting." At that, Zhong Heng and Anne sped up and descended to the lowest deck. Billy and the 2 pirates with him lifted their heads and looked at the ceiling. Everything else around them seemed normal. What's going on? Billy lifted his oil lamp, and a series of claw marks were presented to Zhong Heng and Anne. "Are those caused by rats?" asked Anne. "I have never seen any rat capable of inflicting such damage to a ship. How about you guys? Have you found anything interesting?" asked Billy. "Everything looks normal in the cargo hold," replied Anne. "There is a large amount of smoked meat left in the kitchen. I don't think there was a food shortage around. We also found 2 boxes of silverware. Only the last pair of pirates brought them some good news. Still, none of them could figure out how the sailors disappeared from this ship. At least, they did not return empty-handed. They soon left the derelict vessel after moving the silverware to their boats, rowing back to the jackdaw. As the small boats were approaching the jackdaw, Zhong Heng turned around and gave the mysterious ship another look. He thought he saw a line of ghostly black shadows standing at the gunwale watching over them. When he took another good look, all he could see were the shadows of the masts. Chapter 173. Poetry Book. Zhong Heng returned to the captain's quarters. He was drenched by the rain and got a towel to wipe himself down. And quickly got out of her wet clothes as well. As they were both shivering in the cold, Zhong Heng poured themselves a glass of rum to warm up. Rum was the signature drink of pirates. It didn't have a decent taste, and though fermented from sugar cane, it was very bitter. As compared to wine and brandy, rum wasn't as smooth. Its only upside was its low price. Not only was it cheap, but it could also be preserved longer than drinking water. After a month, the drinking water on the ship would start tasting awful as various kinds of plankton would start growing in it. Rum, however, could be preserved for at least a year. That made it an essential item for every pirate ship. Zhong Heng could feel a warmness radiating in his belly after he bottomed a glass of rum. Suddenly, someone knocked at his door. Billy had come for Zhong Heng with a group of youngsters with him. "This is Mr. Vincent. I passed the diaries that you gave me earlier to our crew, hoping that someone could read them. I think we are in luck. Mr. Vincent here knows how to read that language. Zhong Heng instantly recognized him. He was the Jackdaw's doctor and had been personally recruited by Billy. Passionate in the field of botany, he was supposed to carry out some research somewhere, but along the way, pirates had unfortunately plundered his ship. Thus, he was forced to become their doctor. A year later, the pirate group that he was in joined forces with another pirate group. Finally, Vincent regained his freedom. However, he feared that others would find out that he once worked for pirates, choosing to stay on the island in the end. In Nassau, he stayed right beside Billy. They were neighbors. He typically made a living by keeping accounts for the taverns and brothels. Greatly influenced by Billy, he eventually decided that he would join the Jackdaw. This is a list of goods on the ship. It's written in Polish. It records everything they were supposed to transport. These are just everyday items: cotton, nylon, and wood. This was the very first time Vincent spoke to the Jackdaw's captain, and he seemed to be nervous. Naturally, he was worried that Zhong Heng might not believe him. My father is from Scotland, and my mother is from Poland. When I was young, I stayed in Poland for some time. That's why I know how to read Polish. How about these 2 books? Zhong Heng then handed the other 2 diaries to Vincent. Initially, Anne was about to leave but decided to stay. She, too, was curious about the sudden disappearance of sailors on that ship. I think this is a poetry book, replied Vincent after he opened up the book and glanced through its contents. A poetry book? Yes. A book filled with romantic poems. Most of them were dedicated to a woman called Betty. I must say that the contents are mediocre at best. This is my first time seeing someone using a storm to describe someone he loved. His descriptions are pretty sensual. Vincent blushed as he read through those poems. Can you read them aloud to us? Okay. No. No problem. Immediately, Vincent glanced at Anne, quickly realizing that she was okay with it. He then started to look for a poem to read to them. Betty, my love, I praise you, I adore you, you are my storm, I'm your master, your breasts are like the fruits of a crooked branch, your legs are like a river flowing with honey. Vincent began sweating profusely as he read the sultry literature. He couldn't help but loosen his collar. Do you want me to continue? Asked Vincent while looking at Zhong Heng. Since you are halfway through. Okay. You wrap me with your body, whisper in my ear, you allow me to fly, I love you so much, regardless of everything, I love you more than my soul, I'm willing to stay by your side for the rest of my life. That's it. You know, I can find you better Polish poems if you like these things. Suddenly, Vincent realized that the 3 other people in the room were staring at him. Immediately, he picked up the 3rd book. It seems like this is a record of where they got their supplies from. The names of different ports, dates, and amounts of goods are recorded here. So, the captain's journal is not here. I don't see it here. Did you forget to take it? Asked Anne. I don't think so. I searched everywhere in the captain's quarters. I even checked the books that were scattered all over the floor. There are 3 handwritten books in the room. The rest of them were published books. All 3 books have the same handwriting. Zhong Heng asked Vincent. 2 have the same handwriting. These are the list of goods and supply records. The romantic poetry book has different handwriting. Writing down the list of goods and supplies is the job of the records keeper. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the captain's diary. There's no way that we will ever know what happened to the ship, said Billy, who looked a little disappointed. Hold on. This is weird, Vincent chipped in. I know these 2 ports. They are far apart from each other. My brother and I spent a month sailing from one port to the next. Their supply records show that they only spent 15 days traveling between these 2 ports. That would mean the ship must have exceeded 9 knots. I don't think they had a ship that sailed that fast in that era, continued a perplexed Vincent. Theoretically, they might be able to achieve that if they sailed at full speed. In reality, it's impossible, unless the winds were at their backs for all 15 days and they managed to find a way to prevent the mast from breaking into half. The possibility of these two things happening would be like a bag with 1,000 gold coins suddenly dropping from the sky, said Billy while shaking his head. It seems like the captain of that ship had different ideas. They loaded their vessel with 16 days' worth of supplies before they departed. That's cutting it real close. It's only a day and a half away from their last voyage. No wonder they met with an accident. We found a large number of supplies lying around when we got on board. Clearly, the captain's ego wasn't the cause of their mishap. I remember that there was a complete nautical chart on their ship. Let's look for it and ask Vincent to take a look. I want to see if we can mark down all the ports that they stopped at. Then, we will be able to calculate their average speed. With that, we will know if they met with an accident or not. Chapter 174. Tripartite Battle. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. How is that even possible? How did that ship manage to maintain full speed the entire journey? Asked Vincent. If the book's records were true, it would mean that the ship was at least 1.5 times faster than ships of this era. That is just insane, said Billy. Among them, Billy was most experienced when it came to sailing. Having spent the better half of his life out in the oceans, he knew all the factors that could affect a ship's speed. Even if the helmsman and bosun were extremely good at what they did, environmental factors were something out of their hands. So, right now, we have no idea how the ship's crew suddenly vanished. Then, there's the other problem. How did the ship move at such incredible speed? Said Anne. I think these two questions have the same answers to them. I need you to translate everything that is written in these 3 books, Zhongheng instructed Vincent. Sure thing. I don't have many things to do anyway. Great. For now, we need to focus on Goddess Spear first. I think we have almost caught up with them. Let's hoist the mainsail when the weather improves, said Zhongheng to Billy. Understood. The mysterious Carrack appeared during the storm, and when it was over, she was nowhere to be found again. The watchers looked high and low for any clues around the area, yielded no results. It was like a phantom that appeared and disappeared without a trace. If it were not for the silverware they got from the Carrack, the whole incident would have quickly been passed off as a dream. After that, Zhongheng inspected the 2 boxes of silverware. Just like the ring and necklace, he didn't receive any notifications about acquiring any game items. It was all expected, though. After all, it seemed that the crew of the Phantom ship had encountered some kind of supernatural incident. The jackdaw could be in significant trouble if a cursed object were among the silverware. Still, he did not expect such an outcome. Zhongheng's curiosity wasn't the only thing that motivated him to investigate the Carrack. He still remembered what the old man in the tang suit told him. He would eventually unveil the truth that was hidden in the real world through the game. Ever since he participated in the game and was given the extra 24 hours, his life had changed entirely. At first, he thought that the real world had changed, but after the appearance of Moresby and witnessing a wall devouring someone alive, Zhongheng realized that the world was still the same. The only thing that changed was the way he perceived it. The truth was always there, only people rarely paid attention to them. Except for the Shadow Moment and Shadow Key, information about the game items that he possessed could easily be found on Google or Baidu. This might not be a coincidence as, during his previous quest, Zhongheng came across some supernatural items but rarely got the chance to know their background information. If only he could find out what actually happened to the Carrack, he might gain a better understanding of the real world. It was essential that he knew where they came from and what their purpose was. Though the 2 boxes of silverware were somewhat valuable, it wasn't quite enough to distribute amongst 62 people. Everyone on the ship had high expectations after the Jackdaw's first huge success, and Zhongheng knew that his priority right now was to take down the Goddess Spear. 22 days had passed since the Jackdaw left Nassau. It would seem that they were in luck this time. While pursuing the Goddess Spear, they came across a couple of merchant ships. Due to time constraints, Zhongheng did not attack them. On the afternoon of the 22nd day, the Jackdaw finally found her target. However, the situation was a rather delicate one. "That's Black Prince Sam's ship, the Quidder. This is going to be a problem. I bet they know about Goddess Spear as well," said Billy. The Quidder was as famous as Blackbeard Sea Lion in Nassau. They were one of the most powerful pirate groups and was a better vessel than the Sea Lion. The Quidder first entered service 2 years ago in London. Her name came from a trading city in West Africa, Quidder, and she was the best ship in the fleet to transport black slaves to other countries. The type was known as a galley, and it could travel at breakneck speed. Even during a windless day or heavy headwinds, they could make use of the paddles at the ship's hull to propel it forward. To make matters worse, they were equipped with massive firepower as well. Roland, their ex-captain, once told the investors that they would be able to earn an unimaginable amount of money if they invested on the ship. To everyone's surprise, however, the ship was captured by Black Prince during her first voyage. In the end, the captain was forced to surrender. Though he got to keep his life, the Quidder fell into Black Prince's possession. After Billy saw that the Quidder was in the vicinity, he frantically scanned the other directions using his bronze binoculars. Ironically, he saw another pirate ship located northwest of the Goddess Spear. That explained why the Quidder did not launch any attacks. The black flag of the foreign pirate ship was something Billy had never seen before. That pirate ship, it doesn't belong to Nassau. The port of Nassau was the most famous pirate-infested harbor in the entire Caribbean. However, that did not mean that all the pirates would make Nassau their home. There were a large number of pirates outside New Providence as well. From time to time, they would come across pirate ships from other places. The Quidder and the other pirate ship were now in the hunting zone. Still, the Goddess Spear did not do anything about it. The number of pirate ships in the vicinity did not matter to them. After being told how mighty Goddess Spear was, none of the pirate ships thought that it would go down without fighting. They were simply waiting for the right moment. The more chaotic the situation was, the better it would turn in their favor. 3 pirate ships surrounded the Goddess Spear from 3 different directions. At the same time, they had to watch out for each other as well. The unknown pirate ship was apparently way weaker than the Quidder, and almost lost when it tried to fight earlier. The Quidder's only concern was that the Goddess Spear might escape if it attacked the unknown pirate ship right now. Initially relieved when seeing a third pirate vessel joining the party, they realized that things were about to become more complicated as their competitors had increased as well. Chapter 175. Distribution Plan. It was rare for pirates to be seeing their prey but yet, unable to attack. At the moment, the Quidder was the strongest vessel, followed by the Jackdaw, and at the very bottom of the list was the anonymous pirate ship. But those were just dry comparisons. In reality, the vessel and firepower of the unnamed pirate ship were actually not that bad. Unfortunately, they came across 2 vessels that were way more powerful. That said, neither one of the 3 ships could take down the prey by themselves. Should one of them attack first, the other 2 would surely team up. What's more, the seamen on the Goddess Spear would not just stay still and wait for the enemy to attack. In the end, the Quidder was the first to signal the other 2 captains, inviting them for a parley over the loot's distribution. As the first pirate ship to discover the Goddess Spear, the Quidder clearly did not want the situation to drag on. No matter how valuable the cargo on the Goddess Spear was, once it was divided between the 3 ships, it would surely be a lot less abundant. Should another pirate ship join in, only scraps would be left for the 3 of them. They might as well just try their luck on robbing other passing merchant ships. Black Sam has a pretty good reputation in Nassau, and he's known for his loyalty, solid reasons on why his men are so willing to follow him, said Billy. Even though he sides with the Black Market Alliance now, he's not one to double-cross us for something like that. At the moment, it looks like other than a negotiation, there are no better ways to go about this situation. We should discuss it first. Zhong Heng nodded, indicating that he agreed with Billy. Send a message to the Quidder. I'll go over. On the other side, the unnamed pirate ship found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. Even though they had heard so much of the famous Black Sam, this was their first time making contact. They did not know how much of what they had heard about the guy was true. Now, seeing that Zhongheng's ship had deployed a small boat, they were worried that the two parties would form an alliance to kill them first, so in the end, they too sent a boat out. Since it was just a negotiation, Zhongheng brought only a few men with him, only Dufresne and another pirate. In case of any untoward incidents, Bill and remained on the Jackdaw. The reason Zhongheng agreed to it so readily, apart from Black Sam's reputation, was that he had his shadow moment on him. Should something unfortunate really happen, he could at least escape to somewhere nearby even if he could not return to the Jackdaw. The captain of the other ship, on the other hand, was very much on edge. He brought 8 men with him, all armed to the teeth, seeming as if ready to face some sort of confrontation. For some reason, Black Sam did not show up at the Terrance mansion's dinner party, so it was the first time Zhongheng would be meeting him. To Zhongheng's surprise, the captain, who equally notorious as Blackbeard, looked to be no older than him, probably around 26 or 27 years of age. He sported bright blue eyes and long black hair neatly tied into a ponytail. If Teach's presence was like a looming mountain in the night, then Sam's was like the first rays of the morning light. He had an easygoing, infectious smile that made people forget about all their troubles. It was no wonder that his other nickname was the Prince of Pirates. While utterly unrelated to his attire, occupation, or activities he was engaged in, some were just born as natural princes of whom people were drawn to ever so willingly. The pirate group led by Sam was also the most stable in Nassau. No one had ever challenged his position since he became the captain. The idea of his replacement was never even raised. Naturally, rumors about him were also rife. It was said that he often used his own portion of loot to compensate those who wounded or those who died in battle, and since he didn't possess his private residence on the shore, he often woke up in different places every day. Furthermore, he was extremely generous to his prisoners. In his early days as a pirate, after taking over a ship, he would give his old ship to the poor people they robbed so that they could escape, sometimes going as far as to distribute the proceeds to the poor on the island. His crew even dubbed themselves the Merry Men of Robin Hood. As Zhongheng was studying Black Sam, the latter's gaze also fell on him. It could have been merely his imagination, but Zhongheng felt that Sam seemed to be usually friendly toward him. "Captain Zhongheng, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. There has been a lot of talk about you and your Jackdaw in the streets of Nassau recently. I should have met you earlier, but thankfully, it's still not too late," smirked Sam as he offered a hand coupled with a wide grin on his face. The third group of pirates that boarded grew even more uncomfortable upon learning that Zhongheng and Sam had come from the same place. When they noticed that the two planned to continue their conversation, the one appearing to be the captain quickly interrupted the conversation. "Time is precious. I believe none of us here wants anyone else to interrupt us. If that's the case, let's start the negotiations then." Black Prince Sam nodded and said politely, "How should I address you?" "I am Hutchison, the captain of the Blizzard. My crew and I have been chasing this whaling ship for more than a month. Frankly, she's ours. If both of you are willing to return her to me, then you have earned yourself the Blizzard's friendship," said Hutchison. The Quidder's helmsman, a black man, sniggered. There has never been such a thing as first come first serve on the high seas. Based on each of our strengths, I think that 40-30 sounds like a reasonable plan. Black Sam did not want to beat around the bush and instantly laid out what he thought to be a sensible division for the loot. "I have no problem with you guys taking 40% of the portion since I've heard of the famous Quidder before. But forgive me for my frankness, why should this guy get a 30? Is it because the two of you come from the same place? I've been at sea for so long, but I've never heard of the Jackdaw. The other 40% is actually for him, not you, and the reason is simple, she has a warship." Hutchison's eyes widened. "Huh? Since when the quality of a vessel became a measure of a pirate gang's prowess? If that is so, then no one will have to do anything anymore. We might as well just compare our ships every time we meet." Black Prince Sam frowned. "Watch what you say, Captain Hutchison. We called you over to parley because we respect you. If you don't know how to respect others, then this negotiation cannot go on. Fine. 30% it is then. But I want to pick out two things first. Only then will we split the rest of the goods according to your proportion. We all know that the most valuable item on board is the ambergris. If you take them right away, then what else would be left for our taking? The Quidera's helmsman spoke up. I'm sorry, I thought this is just a discussion among the captains, grumbled the captain of the Blizzard. Eric. Black Prince Sam glared at his helmsman. Eric simply shrugged. I'll go check on the guys on the second deck to make sure they are not loafing around. Chapter 176. Pincer Movement. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Once the helmsman was gone, Hutchison spoke again. I'm afraid I can't accept this deal. What am I supposed to tell my crew later? Am I supposed to tell them that the other two ships received the same amount of loot, but we are the only one receiving less? This has nothing to do with the captain's prowess. Amongst the 3 ships, you guys are the weakest one amongst the 3 pirate ships. If your crew is wise enough, they should know that this deal makes perfect sense, said Black Prince Sam. HMPH. If they were wise enough in the first place, they would never have chosen the pirate's life then. Please, the 2 of you are captains as well. You know that these shoes are hard to fill as well. I'm fine with the deal, but I can't accept it just like that. Otherwise, my crew would think I'm weak. They'd kick me off the ship even before I return home. There's nothing we can do, said Black Prince Sam. I'm not asking you to change the terms, but isn't there anything you can do to make it seem a little less obvious? Hey. I'm willing to give my privilege of selecting the loot first, and yes, I'll accept the deal. The least you could do is make me look good in front of my crew. What do you have in mind? How are we going to take down the goddess spear later? Asked Hutchison. As usual, we attack them with our cannons first. Once they surrender, we'll send a boarding party. All their sailors are real men. I believe you've heard about the Pelican incident, right? We have to make sure that we are well prepared before we attack them. Let's each send 20 pirates to board the goddess spear later. What if I choose not to join the fight? With that, I'll be able to convince my crew that we got lesser loot because we didn't join the fight. So, you want a share of the loot without participating in the fight? Technically, I'm saying that I'm only joining the fight that happens on the ship. Of course, we, too, will fire on them during our coordinated attack later. After that, I will help you to secure the perimeter when you send your men to board their ship. I will stand guard and make sure no other external forces interrupt us. This is so that I can calm my crew after they find out they're getting a lesser portion. Though the goddess spear is fearless, they not know idiots. They know that there is no way they can defeat 3 pirate ships at the same time. In other words, it is implausible that they'll set up an ambush when we board them. Am I right? Black Prince Sam then took a look at Zhongheng. He instantly realized that Black Prince Sam had accepted Hutchison's proposal. It was out of courtesy that he asked for Zhongheng's opinion first. I'm fine with it. Then, we will each send 30 men to board them. Let's all attack at the same time in about 15 minutes, said Black Prince Sam. Zhongheng and Hutchison were fine with his idea. All 3 sides wanted to attack the goddess spear as soon as possible, knowing that other competitors plied the waters, and their loot could easily be hijacked by any opportunistic pirate vessels. Once the plan was set in stone, Zhongheng and Hutchison returned to their ship to discuss the battle plan with their respective crews. Back on the jackdaw, and cleaned her saber with a smile on her face. She was excited to join the fight later. You stay on the ship this time, said Zhongheng. Who? Why? Aren't the crew of the goddess spear known to be good fighters? This is when you'll need me the most. Before this, didn't you use the Pelican as an example to warn us about the crew of the goddess spear? I'm not worried about the goddess spear. The Quidder will send their best to attack them. Combined with our pirates, it should be more than enough to deal with the sailors on their ship. Once I leave with my boarding party, the jackdaw will become extremely vulnerable. As compared to the other 2 pirate ships, we have the least people. Since Hutchison is not joining the fight, I have to bring at least half of our people to join the fight. I don't plan to bring our best men with me. I'll take some of the experienced fighters, and I'll leave the rest with you to guard our ship. If everything works as planned, the goddess spear should go down without much of a fight. You're the captain. I will comply. 15 minutes quickly passed, and the Quidder gave the signal to attack. The Jackdaw and the Blizzard followed right behind the Quidder. 3 pirate vessels had successfully surrounded the goddess spear. Just as expected, they had no intention to go down without putting up a fight, knowing it would be impossible to attack all 3 pirate ships at the same time. So, they decided to pick one as their main target. They hoped to put some fear into the other 2 pirate ships by focusing all their fire on one. The goddess spear didn't have many options anyway, knowing that the Quidder was the largest ship here, and it was protected by thick armor. As for the Jackdaw, the goddess spear knew that it was a bad idea to attack a battleship as well. In the end, they decided to focus all fire on the Blizzard. Hutchison was furious at this. Not only was he given the least of the share of loot, and now, they were now taking heavy fire from goddess spear as well. However, he was smart enough by slowing down his ship to dodge the goddess spear's attacks. Being a qualified captain of the Blizzard, he must have possessed a particularly good skill set. In fact, he was excellent at maneuvering his ship, managing to evade half of the goddess spear's attacks. The Blizzard might have looked like it was in a tight spot, but eventually, they didn't sustain too much damage. With the Blizzard drawing the goddess spear's attention, the Quidder and the Jackdaw managed to close into their target really quickly. Zhonghang fired first, and the Quidder followed suit. The goddess spear wasn't prepared when 2 powerful pirate ships attacked at the same time. Their crew started to panic. Still, they didn't surrender, believing that they could defeat them like how they beat the Pelican. Unfortunately, it was a pointless struggle trying to beat 2 powerful pirate ships. 5 minutes later, the goddess spear finally raised a white flag. Zhonghang led 30 of his men to the gunwale. Once they got closer to the goddess spear, they launched a landing craft and rowed towards goddess spear. The overpowering scent of gunpowder still lingered in the air when they boarded the goddess spear. The sailors were glaring at all the pirates that boarded their ship in anger and frustration. Zhonghang didn't go straight to the goods. Instead, he waited for Black Prince Sam to board the ship. He then handed the list of goods to him. We are in luck. This ship hauls a lot more than we initially thought. It looks like we can still earn a lot even if the goods are evenly distributed amongst the 3 pirate ships, said Black Prince Sam. The pirates erupted into cheers after hearing what he said. On the other hand, the dejected sailors of the goddess spear could simply glare at the pirates with a murderous stare. Chapter 177. Blizzard is good at running away. Shortly after Zhonghang left the ship with his men, and received a warning from the watchman that a ship had appeared coming from the southwest. She took over the bronze telescope and saw a 3-masted vessel. It, too, had apparently also taken notice of the Jackdaw. Instead of turning back in fear, she was steaming towards them at full speed with their black flag raised. That looks like someone wants a piece of the loot too, scowled Dufresne while frowning. As agreed, the Blizzard had already gone ahead to intercept the incoming pirate ship. Hutchison even signaled to Anne with a thumbs up, telling her not to worry and to just leave the matter to him. However, the skirmish between the 2 pirate ships ended quickly with the Blizzard retreating. Anne knew that the Blizzard was inadequate, but she didn't expect them to be that useless. They hadn't even begun buying time for the rest of them before they started cowering and fleeing for their lives. All in all, the Blizzard only managed to buy them 10 minutes. Now they were already on their way back. Black Sam, who was on the goddess spear, looked on disapprovingly at their ally. How could he have made a pact with such a poor excuse of a pirate? His crew had only just started seizing the weapons and cross-checking the goods according to the list. However, this was not the time to hold anyone accountable. He had no choice but to order his crew to come to the Blizzard's aid. The newcomers' firepower was similar to that of the Blizzard, and it shouldn't be too tricky for the Quidder to fight against them. With the help of the Blizzard, they should both be able to take down the enemy. The moment the Widdergall's helmsman received the order, he immediately rushed to the scene of the battle. Since he did not see eye to eye with Hutchison, he deliberately made a detour so that the latter would suffer just a little longer, or better yet, let the newcomer sink the blizzard, so they didn't have to worry about Hutchison's portion of the loot. Unfortunately, although the blizzard was an incompetent fighter, she sure was very good at running. Once again, Hutchison demonstrated his excellent skills at the helm, maneuvering the blizzard so that she dodged every cannonball fired at her. When Hutchison saw the Quidder in the vicinity, he immediately fled toward her direction. The Widdergall's helmsman was so irritated by the cat-and-mouse game that he thought of getting rid of the blizzard first. In the end, however, he managed to resist that desire and ordered the gunmen to be at their battle stations. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the blizzard did do one thing useful, leading the target straight into the Quidder's arms. However, perhaps due to panic or some other reason, the blizzard blocked the Quidder's cannons, and the latter could not fire. In contrast, the pirate ship behind them was able to fire freely at their target. Eric, the Quidder's helmsman, cursed loudly as he instructed his crew to signal to Blizzard, telling them to move as far away as possible. Thank goodness the Blizzard got the message, as their crew immediately circled around and made her way behind the Quidder. Eric wasn't bothered to find faults with Hutchison right now, nor did he pay attention to where the Blizzard was heading. After all, even without the Blizzard's help, he was confident that they could defeat the enemy ship on their own. Eric ordered his crew to return fire. With that first counterattack, the Quidder exhibited its legendary Caribbean reputation. The pirate ship that had just kicked blizzards but a minute ago was overwhelmed by the Quidder. Whether in terms of firepower or the quality of their personnel, the difference between them was so clear that you practically see it with your naked eye. It was only a matter of time before the newcomer would be subdued. Eric was composed, just like all the other battles he had fought before. Once the Quidder opened fire, it was clear who the victorious one would be. The helmsman even had the opportunity around and spectate the blizzard's embarrassment. As soon as he saw the blizzards opening the shutters of the cannons, however, the smile on his face was wiped away. The helmsman sensed that something was amiss. He immediately shouted to the pirate who was manning the helm, screaming, "Hard to port! Double time!" It was too late, though, for in a split second, the blizzard's weak countenance took a 180-degree turn. Hutchison's incredible performance had everyone fooled. He was now in the best offensive position. With their ships so close together, his cannons would tear through the Quidder with ease. This unexpected turn of events was a disaster for the Quidder. With their starboard side taking a hit from the devastating blow, everything on the ship tumbled and collided, and they were forced to stop their attack on the other pirate ship. This gave the latter an opportunity to counterattack. The sudden change in circumstance caught everyone off guard, including the jackdaw. Little did they know, however, that danger was quietly inching towards them. The pirate on the crow's nest had not forgotten Jonghung's instructions and kept a watchful eye on the sea. All he could see, though, was a vast expanse of ocean and the other ships. Even he himself started believing that he was a little too edgy. If another enemy did show up, it would take them at least half an hour to enter their firing range, more than enough time to prepare themselves for battle. So, when the first enemy appeared and slit the throat of an unlucky pirate when everyone was still unaware, the first person to react was the pirate on the crow's nest. Although distracted by the blizzard's sudden betrayal, he was first to notice any unusual activities down below, being way up high. He shouted at the top of his lungs, warning his crew that they were under attack. As soon as he did that, an arrow flew into his throat, and the poor guy dropped to the ground without saying another word. Thanks to his warning, the pirates on deck were now aware of intruders on their ship. One look at the attackers' wet clothes, and I knew right away where they came from. When the blizzard went to intercept the pirate ship that arrived later, they passed the jackdaw. These men must have jumped into the water then. They waited until the Quidder was under siege before attacking the jackdaw. The redhead was ecstatic. She was just lamenting about staying on the boat, not having anything to do. Now that a battle had presented itself at her doorstep, and licked her lips, drew her dagger, and welcomed it with open arms. Led by the boatswain, the pirates on the jackdaw quickly snapped out of their initial panic and jumped right into battle. Dufresne was secretly grateful that Jonghung left all the good fighters on the ship. The 30 men that Jongheng had brought with him included the cook, carpenter, and doctor. Thanks to early detection by the pirate on the crow's nest, the enemy only managed to kill around 4 men and did not cause any widespread panic. After that, and quickly stabilized the situation. There were not many in this group of attackers, only around 20 or more of them. This was not because Hutchison was reluctant to send more, but rather, he was worried that the more of them there were, the easier they would be discovered. Above all, he still had to fight the quid of the enemy that mattered most to him. By comparison, he did not care much for Jonghung or his jackdaw. Chapter 178. Naval Ram. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The sailors of Goddess Spear were elated to see the pirates fighting among themselves. Some even started thinking about fighting back since the whole thing had fallen apart. To their surprise, Black Prince Sam and Jonghung were calmer than the thought. Jonghung did not expect Hutchison to pull such a dirty trick. Thankfully, he had asked her to stay with the jackdaw. The ship's real strength lay not in her pirates but her cannons. Most of the pirates that stayed behind on the jackdaw were cannoneers. These were young men in their 20s or 30s and were definitely more than capable of handling close-quarters combat. With and by their side, they soon managed to take control of the situation. At the same time, Jonghung realized that Hutchison had no intention to take over the jackdaw but was attempting to stop the jackdaw from joining the other fight that was raging on. Though the quidder was Black Prince Sam's real target, he wasn't the least worried. As of now, the quidder was under attack by 2 ships. Still, Black Prince Sam managed to keep his calm and instructed his people clearly on how to deal with the critical situation. He even smiled when he saw Jonghung looking at him. Many people compare me to Honig and Blackbeard and say I'm the best captain of the Caribbean. I think they overestimate me. I started to work on the ocean 4 years ago, and I only came to Nassau about a year ago. At that time, I was just a small-time pirate that nobody knew. After that, I met a helmsman called Eric at a tavern. His captain was caught red-handed stealing their share of the loot. During that time, I didn't have a job, and they needed a captain to lead them. We were so drunk that night, and the next thing I knew, I became the new captain of their ship when I woke up the following day. Even though I became their captain, I told myself to push on harder to earn my keep. I made many preparations for my first plunder. Unfortunately, I got drunk again the night before it happened. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I found that the ship was already loaded with loot. Until today, few know that I actually suck at maneuvering a ship, shooting a cannon, and fighting at the front lines. Despite all my weaknesses, my crew has become the most powerful pirate gang in the entire Nassau. All these within 3 years. It's all because of my reliable crew. They are willing to place their trust in me, and I fully trust them. This is why we dominate the oceans. They will surely pay with their lives if they think that they can underestimate the quidder when I'm not on the ship. The main mast of the quidder was struck by a cannonball, and down it came, tumbling on the ship. It then landed on a group of pirates. Usually, most of the pirates would start panicking in a time like this. Even worse, their captain was not with them. To everyone's surprise, though, the quidder's pirates used the shortest time possible to reorganize themselves were quickly back to what they were supposed to do. The cannoneer continued to load the cannons with gusto. The doctor continued treating wounded pirates. The carpenters were busy fixing the leaks. Even the cook was helping to clean up the deck. The helmsman got up from the deck, brushed away the wood chips on him, and continued to direct the quidder's maneuvers. Seeing that this was a golden opportunity, the other 2 pirate ships attacked the quidder with everything they had. Miraculously, the quidder's iron-plated hull managed to nullify all the attacks. The few carpenters on board were working frantically, trying their best to patch up the leaks as fast as possible. After that, the quidder quickly took down their secondary mast. Hutchison could not figure out what the quidder was trying to do. Right now, they faced the quidder's bow. In other words, they would be able to return fire with their side cannons. The only weapons that were still functioning were the bow and stern cannons. Still, it was not powerful enough to deal with the 2 pirate ships that attacked them. No captains with a logical mind would decide this. Suddenly, the quidder's hull was opened, and 2 rows of paddles were presented in front of everyone. She then started to row towards the other pirate ship. Hutchison was left paralyzed in shock. He had heard that the Quidder was one of the most potent pirate ships in the Caribbean, but he didn't expect it to move around with paddles. After all, he did not come from Nassau, and whatever information he had about the Quidder was minimal at best. After noticing that the wind was against them, the black helmsman quickly decided to keep the mainsail and used the paddles to maneuver the ship instead. The other pirate ship did not expect that the Quidder would make such a bold move, seeming as if they were willing to go down with the pirate ship that they targeted. Now, it was too late for them to move away. All they could do was to continue firing their cannons. They hoped to sink the Quidder before it could get close to them. Unsurprisingly, their plan failed. "Go down with you?" "What a naive thought," said the helmsman with a smile when he saw that both ships were about to ram each other. The pirate ship started to shake violently even before the Quidder came into contact with them. To their horror, they saw a giant gaping hole at the bottom part of the hull. Seawater mercilessly gushed into the ship. The hole was also too big for the carpenters to fix. In other words, the pirate ship was slowly sinking. Their crew desperately looked for places to run, with the captain still paralyzed in shock. None of them knew what happened to their fine ship. From afar, Hutchison could not believe what he saw as well. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Naval Ram. A naval ram is an object that was used to destroy the hull of an enemy's ship and was usually hidden under the waterline. These were widely used by ancient Phoenicia, Greece, and Rome until the invention of cannons in the 18th century. It wasn't before the 19th century, where the naval ram was once again installed on armored ships. Hutchison did not expect the Quidder to be equipped with an outdated weapon. He wished he knew about it earlier. In retrospect, Hutchison figured that the naval ram was no threat to him. He just needed to make sure that he steered clear of the Quidder. It was too late for Hutchison to regret, as there was nothing he could do to help the other pirate ship. He watched it slowly taking on water and sinking. Their crew was forced to jump overboard since there was nowhere to run. At the same time, the Quidder had turned in a different direction. Chapter 179. Turning the Tide Around. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked the pirates on the Blizzard. Hutchison was in a dilemma as well. The Quidder's hull had been severely damaged by another pirate ship earlier. It seemed like they were on the verge of breaking up. Not only did they not stop for repairs, but they continued charging at the Blizzard, carrying out a suicide attack. On the other hand, the Jackdaw had managed to deal with the intruders coming from the gunwale, ready to assist the Quidder. After a long bout of hesitation, Hutchison decided that he would retreat for now. Immediately, the Jackdaw went after them. They attempted to fire on the Blizzard, but unfortunately, Hutchison managed to dodge every attack with his masterful maneuvering skills. And too wasn't happy when she saw the Blizzard trying to make a run for it and wanted to continue pursuing them. However, she was stopped short by Dufresne. Though the Jackdaw outgunned the Blizzard, they had fewer pirates with them now. With only 20 people on board, the Jackdaw couldn't utilize her firepower to its fullest. The Blizzard might even retaliate if the Jackdaw continued the chase. So after a short pursuit, the Jackdaw decided to turn back to Goddess Spear. Seeing that the Jackdaw was no longer on their tail, Hutchison became incredibly frustrated. This was indeed a significant loss to him. Initially, he intended to attack and plunder the Quidder and the Goddess Spear with 2 pirate ships. If he managed to pull it off, he would become the most powerful pirate of the area. Not only did his plan fail, but it also cost him a ship and half his crew. Fortunately, his Blizzard did not suffer any damage. In the end, he wanted to take out the Jackdaw as a consolation prize. Sadly, the Jackdaw did not continue their pursuit. Left with no other options, the Blizzard had to flee the scene as fast as possible. Though the battle was thrilling and tumultuous, it lasted for only 20 minutes from beginning to end. Currently, the Quidder's condition was worse than Hutchison estimated. Seawater was gushing into the bottom of the ship. Even though their carpenters were trying their hardest to plug up the hole, the seawater had flooded the cabin and was now up to the pirates' knees. It would be impossible for them to participate in another battle. Before the Blizzard fled the scene, the Quidder had already begun repairing their ship. The helmsman, Eric, and everyone else aboard chipped in to help. They looked for everything around them that could be used to close up the hole. At the same time, some pirates activated a pump, hoping to flush out the entering seawater. With their combined effort, they managed to get the water out faster than it could come in. At the same time, Black Prince Sam was done with counting the loot on the goddess spear. With the blizzard out of the game, it was now easier for them to divide the spoils. "I want to thank you for helping us. Honestly, you guys deserve a larger share than us." However, the Quidder suffered a great deal of damage from the battle with the blizzard. "We'll need a lot of money to repair our ship. Consider that I owe you guys a favor for what you have done for us," said a remorseful Black Prince Sam. "Captain Sam, you are most welcome. If the Quidder wasn't here, they would have surely targeted us instead. It's a miracle that your ship managed to retaliate and sink the enemy. Only your crew can pull off an insane move like this." Black Prince Sam simply shrugged. It was indeed not an easy task for the Quidder to turn the tide around after their ship was severely damaged by the enemy. Black Prince Sam welcomed all the compliments poured at him and his crew with a big heart. Eric is good at coordinating battles. With his sharp skills, he is more than capable of becoming a captain. I have talked to him a lot regarding this matter. However, it seems like he's not interested at all. While they discussed, their pirates were done dividing the loot. Black Prince Sam was probably the most reasonable captain around the entire Nassau. He had this certain charm that could draw people closer to him. Always behaving humbly, he told everyone that his crew was the reason for his success. However, almost everyone from the Quidder could be replaced except for Black Prince Sam. Without his charm, it would be impossible for the entire pirate crew to band up and work toward the same goal. Influential people usually came with a mighty temper, something that would never change over the course of time. Black Prince Sam might look like an easygoing captain, but the truth was, he was the only one on the ship that could make everyone obey his orders without being questioned. The jackdaw was getting closer to the goddess spear. They rescued a couple of pirates that had jumped off the enemy ship earlier. After a series of interrogations, they finally discovered their background. Hutchison's pirate crew had only been formed recently. They were initially a band of raiders. Not too long ago, they encountered a merchant ship flying a British flag. Technically, they were not supposed to plunder them, but when they found out that they were hauling a considerable amount of silk, Hutchison decided to break the rules and attacked them. To make sure that no one knew about it, he ordered his men to kill everyone on the merchant ship. Unfortunately, someone on his boat sold him out in the end. Once he knew about it, he had to flee the port with the rest of his men. Before they left, they didn't look for information about their next target, eventually wandering the high seas for 2 weeks. One fine day, Hutchison came across 2 pirate vessels that were fighting against each other. He then helped one to eliminate the other. Not only did he receive a portion of the loot, but the winning captain even thanked him for his assistance. However, Hutchison, being Hutchison, quickly decided that he should destroy the other ship as well. The other vessel, on the other hand, was unprepared to face Hutchison's surprise attack. In the end, he destroyed them and took all their loot into his possession. After this incident, Hutchison felt that it wasn't such a bad idea to conduct a dog-eat-dog style of business. So, he placed some of his men on the pirate ship that he captured, recruited a small batch of pirates, and ordered them to loiter around pirate-infested waters. They would plunder merchant ships and other pirates that were heavy with loot. He was smart enough to make sure that both his ships would not get too close to each other, with only a mirror to communicate with each other. When one of his ships attacked its target, Hutchison would pretend that he was passing by. He would help the target's attack for his pirate ship. When the right moment arose, he would turn around and attack the ship that he had helped. That was the time when Hutchison mastered the skill of dodging cannonballs. Many powerful pirate crews around the area lost out to his tactics. This time, though, Hutchison changed strategy, but his goal remained the same. Loot wasn't the only reason that motivated Hutchison to attack the Quidder. After several victories, Hutchison's ambitions got more demanding as well. Money could no longer satisfy his desire, and now, he yearned for his name to be known in the entire area. If he managed to defeat the legendary Quidder, he would surely be able to make a name for himself. Unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted this time. Captain Sam had brought a group of elite pirates with him to board the Goddess Spear, and he managed to trick everyone with his realistic acting as well. The best part was, he managed to make the Quidder suffer severe damage. Still, the Quidder somehow managed to destroy one of his ships and pushed him to a corner. Chapter 180. Weather Changes. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Black Prince Sam was just as the rumors said he was. He did not kill or torture the sailors on the Goddess Spear after he took all their stuff. All he did was take half of their cannons and made sure that they could not retaliate. After that, he took some of their wood to fix the Quidder before he let them go. However, the Goddess Spear's sailors less than grateful that Black Prince Sam spared them. All their hard work on the sea was now replaced by disappointment and void. Vengeance and anger started manifesting in their hearts when they saw the pirates sailing away from them. Well, we are all pirates here. It's totally normal that our victims hate us. I don't expect any gratitude when I give their freedom back to them. I have no intention of killing them, as well. One day, if some of them were to quit their jobs to become pirate hunters, I welcome them to hunt me down. Life is too short, and I value happiness more than anything else in this world. It's pointless to keep worrying about the future, said Sam. Black Prince Sam was slightly older than Jonghung, who didn't expect that he could live his life so freely. Maybe this was why he was so well liked. In the very beginning, Jonghung was cautious about Black Prince Sam because of the Black Market Alliance. Now that he had the chance to work with him, Jonghung found out that he was worthy of becoming a friend. The pirates' world was filled with cruelty, and it was nothing short of a miracle that Sam could live like this. When Jonghung was on the Quidder, Black Prince Sam was friendly toward him. He didn't behave as if they were meeting for the first time. Jonghung was naturally a bit apprehensive. Since everything had settled down, Jonghung took the opportunity to ask a question that he always wanted to ask. Have we met before? Oh. About this. And the redhead did me a favor before. Do you remember Fraser asking you to catch a thief? And the thief was killed in the end? I have been looking for the same thief for quite a long time now. Hey. I have a friend. He's not from my ship, but he was a good friend of mine. During that time, he was promoted as the helmsman on another ship. I remember that he drank quite a lot on that night as a celebration, but he quickly realized that his pouch was gone when he left the tavern. It was filled with pearls that he exchanged earlier. These pearls belonged to the ship that he worked on. The pirates on his ship trusted him and asked him to exchange the money that they earned with something small and portable. The next day, his dead body was found on the beach. The person that you guys killed was a regular thief, and he only steals jewelry that are made of pearls. Usually, he would loiter around where the pearl merchants stayed and follow his targets when they came out from their houses. I only knew about this way later. My friend wasn't as smart, and he couldn't figure out a way to prove that he didn't steal those pearls. In the end, he chose the stupidest way to prove his innocence. I don't hate that thief. He was just like us, doing what he needed to do to survive. However, I still wished to avenge my friend. As it was a personal matter, I did not ask my crew to help me to hunt down the guy. To my surprise, the thief was more cunning than I thought. I found it hard to track him down and capture him. During that time, I had to go on another voyage and couldn't spend too much time on land. When I returned from my trip, I heard that he had been killed by someone. Fraser told me the names of his killers. Anyway, it's all over now. My friend can finally rest in peace. Finally, all of Jonghung's questions were answered. To prevent Hutchison from attacking the Quidder, Jonghung suggested that the Jackdaw escort the Quidder back to Nassau. Of course, Black Prince Sam would not say no. After this incident, Jonghung and Sam had gotten closer than before. While they were on the way back to Nassau, Sam would regularly board the Jackdaw with a small boat to have a chat with Jonghung. Through him, Jonghung learned about the numerous hardships that only captain could endure. Today, they talked about the distribution of forces on the island. "You're interested in joining the meeting in Nassau?" asked Sam, who seemed surprised. Jong Hung nodded his head. This meeting had a lot to do with his main goal in this game. When he first entered the game, he had no ship and wasn't famous enough on the island either. Hence, he had never thought about digging his fingers in pies like this. As of now, the Jackdaw and his name were well known throughout the entire Nassau. Part of the reason why they became so famous was due to Jong Hung's conflict with the Black Market Alliance. Threats and opportunities coexisted with one another. The fact that he did not succumb to the pressure made it possible for him to lead the Jackdaw to the path of success. His fame was enough for him to qualify for the meeting. Actually, that meeting is pointless. The Black Market Alliance claims that they want to help with maintaining the market's order. Truth is, only a couple of meetings were held ever since the alliance had been set up. Nassau is a land with no master. No one on the island enjoys the feeling of being controlled by others. For the powerful landowners, they care about their land more than anything in this world. As for the pirates, we have our own ways and rules to deal with our business. Undoubtedly, the black market merchants have their unwritten rules as well. Once the Black Market Alliance is formed, they would not resolve any conflict through meetings. The last time they sat together and had a meeting was 2 years ago. During that time, someone there spread the word that Spain was about to attack the island. It left all the island's residents in a panic. In the end, the rumor did not come true. Ever since the incident, there were fewer and fewer people wanting to join the alliance. When someone joins the alliance, they are required to take an oath that they would protect Nassau. Back then, no one cared about this whole oath thing. When they found out that they needed to fight to protect Nassau, even fewer people volunteered to join the alliance since they would receive no benefit from the alliance other than a formal title. What are the requirements to join the meeting? Nothing too difficult. Typically, the person would need to be an influential or famous individual on the island. Contributions to the island's development are one of the requirements as well. The only difficult one is to get 7 members from the meeting to vouch for the person. The brothel's boss, Clay, has served the island well with his girls. That's a huge contribution to the island. He was among the first batch that was chosen to join the meeting. Are you interested in joining the meeting as well? I can help you with getting the 7 persons needed to vouch for you. Consider it a reward for helping me kill Jacob. Thank you, Captain Sam. Black Prince Sam did not mind helping Jong Hung at all. He was interested in hearing Jong Hung telling him about the battle in Charleston. Just as he was about to ask Jong Hung about it, he noticed that it had gone dark outside the window. Both of them lifted their heads at the same time and saw that the sky was covered in dark clouds. The weather changed? That was fast. The weather was fine earlier. This damn weather is more unpredictable than a woman. Chapter 181. A sudden storm. The torrential rain fell faster than everyone's expectations. Worried about the Quidder's newly repaired hull, Black Sam didn't stay too long on the Jackdaw. However, as soon as he got into the boat that was supposed to bring him back to his ship, rain started pouring from the skies with a fury, and the sea started to swell. Bright, menacing whips of lightning flashed across the dark sky, followed by deafening claps of thunder. The sights and sounds were nothing less of apocalyptic, and seemed as if the world was coming to an end. Both ships were less than 30 meters apart, but it took Black Sam a solid 10 minutes of hard rowing against before he got to his ship. As they were climbing up the vessel, one of his men fell overboard and was swept away by a massive wave. There was nothing that the other pirates on the Quidder could do. All they could do was watch as their companion disappeared into the depths of the turbulent ocean. It was impossible to rescue anyone in such unforgiving weather. On the other ship, Jong Hung did not retreat to the captain's quarters. He stood at the bow of the Jackdaw next to Billy, who was busy directing the crew to prepare for the storm. A frown hung above Jong Hung's eyes. His opinions about the weather differed from Black Sam, who probably thought nothing more about the weather other than its sudden emergence. Jong Hung had some knowledge about jibing, something he learned from Roscoe, who had also taught him how to read the winds and predict the weather. Whilst not as accurate as the old pirate in terms of forecasting weather, his conjecture about this abrupt meteorological change was at least 80% right. The storm had emerged so abruptly and without warning. Just a minute ago, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Based on the experience Roscoe had relayed to him, the sea should have been calm until the night. In a matter of 10 minutes, however, the weather changed drastically. Zhongheng had only encountered this situation once, and that was when the Carrack appeared. However, the wind and waves were not as wild as it was right now. Today, the sea was like an outraged monster, battering one giant wave after another against the ship. Zhongheng held onto a rope with one hand to steady himself, and with the other, he pulled out the bronze telescope he carried. First, he looked toward Black Sam's direction. The Quidder was bustling, with their sailors running frantically to hunker everything down. However, everything seemed under control for now, so Zhongheng looked further out. To his greatest surprise, he did not see the ghost ship from a century ago. On the contrary, as fast as it appeared, the terrifying storm began to subside. The waves gradually became smaller, and the raindrops slowed to a drizzle. In a mere 5 minutes, the sun peered from the clouds, and the waters resumed their earlier calm. The dark clouds that had hung over their heads like an ominous veil had all but disappeared. And just like that, the ordeal lasted a short 20 minutes. Even the absent-minded and found it incredulous. When the rain finally stopped, she shook the rain off her drenched hair and said, "What is this? Some kind of joke?" Zhongheng was just as baffled, but as a precaution, the first thing he did was to examine the 2 boxes of silverware in the storeroom. However, he found nothing unusual. He then picked up the ring and the necklace from the drawer. Again, he did not get any prompts from the system. Was it merely a coincidence? There was no way to be certain. He kept having his nagging feeling that he'd missed something about that Carrack, but he had nothing to go on. He would just have to wait for Vincent to complete the translation of the notebooks to see if he could get more information from them. For most people, this sudden storm burst was just a brief interlude in a lengthy voyage. Very soon, the pirates on the ship turned their attention to other things, such as the person who always slipped into the kitchen at night stealing bread, or where they should go once they docked. The jackdaw was drawing closer and closer to Nassau, and Zhongheng had no inkling that another storm awaited him on the shore. Carina's second-hand business was blooming on the island. There was never a shortage of pirates at the warehouse's doorstep. On top of that, she possessed an uncanny boldness and willfulness that was uncommon for her gender at that time. She never turned away used goods. As long as they weren't completely worthless, the tradeswoman was willing to purchase it. This won her the favor of the smaller pirate gangs. Captain Malone bid goodbye to his time in the brothel and resumed his busy life. The gentle breeze started to travel back and forth from Nassau to the colony's port, exchanging covertly acquired goods for bags of gold coins. Although most of the income was used to subsidize the second-hand business, Carina offered a very high price, and it turned out to be ideal in terms of profit. This was nothing like the time when her father, Fagin, was on the island. Nevertheless, they were all still profitable. At least everyone was not bored out of their minds when the jackdaw went out to sea. However, nothing lasted forever, for all good things, at least. Not long after that, the secret about Carina using the second-hand business to cover up the under-table trade was soon exposed. In a single night, the news was made known throughout the entire island. It was followed by the news about her father being detained in the colony. This wasn't a secret among the black market merchants, though. Some of the more well-informed people on the island heard about it too, but the fact that it was so suddenly made public told of a malicious intention behind it. The captains who traded with Carina were getting overwrought, having only wanted to earn some extra money. Of course, they did not want to be tied to this sinking ship that was Carina. Every one of them insisted that it wasn't their men who had exposed the secrets. They even suspected that Carina herself was the one who did it. They believed that if their relationship with the Black Market Alliance was ruined, the one benefiting from it at the end of the day was Carina. Carina had to personally go up to each of them, attempting to convince them that their Black Market Alliance wouldn't fulfill the sanctions on the statement. Doing that would just be pushing the pirates to her side. In the end, However, only two captains agreed that if Carina could solve the problem of the leak, they would continue doing business with her. Malone shook his head. There's no way to solve this problem. We've already done a fine job here. We had people guard the warehouse, and even our sailors didn't know what cargo we hauled on each trip. There's no way the leak came from our side. The other pirates, on the other hand, are Maudi. As the saying goes, never trust pirates to keep secrets, especially when they are drunk. Carina shook her head in protest. Most of their men didn't know that they sold the goods to us. This must be the work of our trusted aides. Everyone else only cares about the money that they would get in the end. The Black Market Alliance might have caught wind of it, but they couldn't have investigated it that quickly. Chapter 182. Smoked Fish Alley. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Carina walked toward the horse carriage, with Malone opening the door for her. Suddenly, she stopped and did not enter the carriage. Looking at the coffee shop opposite her, she spotted Malcolm having his lunch. He invited her to join him by signaling her with his hand. After a short moment of hesitation, Carina walked towards the coffee shop. Malone wanted to follow her but was stopped by two muscular men that seemed to be guarding the shop. Malone was worried about her, but she simply nodded at him, indicating that everything was fine. "What do you want to eat?" asked Malcolm while cutting his fried egg with a knife. "I recommend the coffee and tuna sandwich. They are quite good." "I will order whatever you ordered." Those who know me well know that I dislike those who say no to my suggestions. "I want to have another cup of coffee, a fried egg, and a tuna sandwich," said Malcolm to the waiter. Carina only responded with a smile. "I have stayed in Nassau for quite some time now, but I've never really walked around town. I had no idea that there's a coffee shop here." "I don't blame you. On normal days, this coffee shop remains closed. It's only open for business when I'm here. Sitting here makes me feel like I'm back in the modern world. I would have fallen in love with you if you were 10 years younger. I have known your father Fagin for some time, but I didn't know he's got such an excellent daughter. When you first appeared in front of me, I thought that you were some kind of scammer. Now, I believe that you are your father's daughter. Both of you share the same qualities. Once you have a goal in mind, you will never give up until you achieve it." Malcolm placed some fried egg into his mouth and sipped his coffee. "Perhaps it's because we don't have the right to give up on life." Carina thanked the waiter that brought her coffee. "Are you still angry at me for what happened when you first came to this island? Should I be angry at you? Even a man like me isn't allowed to do whatever I want to do." Malcolm put down the cutlery and cleaned his hand with a napkin. "To be precise, this position that I'm in doesn't allow me to do whatever I want. Outsiders might see that the Black Market Alliance is mighty, but nobody knows that it was no easy task forming this alliance. We had to face all kinds of threats from outside and within the alliance. We had to compromise so much. I'm sorry, but what does this have to do with me? I have acquired what you people have refused to give me. Right now, I don't need anyone's pity. I don't care about the effort that you put in to form the alliance. I don't care how much it means to you. I would ask you to stop wasting your time if you plan to take advantage of my emotions. I'm not as free as you. I have other things to deal with. Goodbye." After that, Carina was about to leave the coffee shop. "Do you not care about your father as well?" Carina stopped walking and was instantly filled with anger. However, she managed to control her emotions when she thought about what Leilai was doing right now. She turned around and tried her best to sound as calm as possible. "My father. I'm so sorry for what happened to him. An uncle of mine is close to Count Slaughter. Maybe I can ask him to release your father as early as possible." "I think you want him to be free, right?" asked Malcolm while looking straight into Carina's eyes. "What will it cost me? Leave Nassau right now. I think you had earned quite enough from selling those spices. This amount of money is enough for you and your father to start afresh elsewhere. And the money that you will earn from your new business should be able to feed your family." Just when Carina was about to react, Malcolm put up his finger. This is not a trade. Because of your father, I'm willing to grant you a final chance to redeem yourself. I want to resolve this matter peacefully. You should know that better than anyone else. Whatever you're doing right now, it won't last long. And my patience has a limit. What if I say no? Asked Carina after a short moment of silence. Maybe I have underestimated you. All the while, I thought you've come to Nassau to earn enough money to set your father free. You are now treating this whole thing as your business, right? Unfortunately, this is not the right time for you to do something like this. I have changed my mind, and I don't want to keep dragging this matter. The time of games and chatting with you are over. Bad things are going to happen to you if you refuse to leave Nassau. 15 minutes later, Carina came out of the coffee shop. How's everything? Did he do anything to you? Asked Malone. Same old, same old. Malcolm thought that I'm still a little girl. He thought that he could threaten me to leave Nassau. Let's ignore him. The jackdaw should be back soon as well. We need to do what we need to do before they come back. There are still some items in the storage. I will need you to sell all it as soon as possible. I have restocked the ship with new supplies. I think I can move all those things to our ship and leave Nassau before the sky turns dark. Great. You can prepare to set sail right now. I have to make a trip to Smoked Fish Alley. Let's part ways here, said Carina as she sat in the carriage. Should we go together? I don't need the whole afternoon to do what I need to do. Smoked Fish Alley is a lawless hellhole with thugs, and thieves are everywhere. I don't think a young woman like you should travel there alone. Don't worry. I have a friend over there. Please be careful, Uncle Malone. After that, Carina closed the door and left the place. I should be the one telling you to be careful, said Malone. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped in an alley, and Carina stepped out. A couple of thugs immediately whistled at her. Although she looked calm when she talked to Malone earlier, she was actually worried about her safety. When she thought about the way she handled Malcolm's threats, there was no way she would be scared off by a couple of low-life thugs. So, Carina took in a deep breath and walked into the alley. After walking a short distance, she crossed paths with some kids. This time, they deliberately spilled some squid ink on her shirt. Left in frustration, Carina took out her handkerchief, attempting to wipe off the ink, but to no avail. It was at that time when she realized that the thugs she encountered earlier were following her. Chapter 183. Slaughterhouse's owner. Carina started to get nervous when she saw a couple of people staring at her with sly smiles on their faces. Unconsciously, she took 2 steps back. There were others too in this small alley, but none of them had the intention to help as they were used to these things happening around them. Poverty had made them numb with their surroundings. Before the leader of the thugs could say anything to Carina, a black shadow covered him, and his smile froze. Caught she? She's my guest, Andy, said the black man that looked as strong as a bull. The other young thugs looked at each other, and their leader named Andy quickly put both his arms up. This is all just a misunderstanding, Corchi. We'll never harm your guests, said Andy with a wide grin on his freckled face. After that, the young thugs quickly fled the scene. Thank you. Don't thank me first. Check if your pouch is still with you. Immediately, Carina checked her pockets and was unable to locate her pouch. That bunch of kids, exclaimed a shocked Carina. Don't worry. I know where they are. I will help you get your money back. Let's go. He's waiting for you. Andy then brought Carina to the slaughterhouse. Several workers were busy slaughtering pigs in front of them. None of them seemed to care about Andy and Carina entering the slaughterhouse. After that, Carina followed Corchi to go to the basement, and she finally met up with Leilai. The last time they both met was about a month ago. Jonghang had given Carina some money and asked her to pass it to Leilai. Leilai went dark after that, right up until 2 days ago. He was the one who had taken the initiative to contact Carina. Thank you, Corchi. The boss of the slaughterhouse nodded at Leilai and left the basement. Corchi is not from my tribe, but he is someone I can trust. No one dares mess with him in this street. He's helped me out a lot recently. I'm so sorry that we have to meet here in this basement. Malcolm is a very cautious person, but he has a weakness as well. He usually focuses on the enemies that could affect him more. He would spend hours studying your behavior, pattern, background, and even your childhood. He is determined to look for the most effective ways to crush you, people. Captain Jongheng and you seem to have become worthy enemies for him. However, there's only so much he can do. When Malcolm focuses on one thing, he will not care about all the other unimportant enemies around him. For example, the slaves, and me from Terrance's mansion, we've become no different from the trees around us. He no longer cares about me the moment I was dragged out from the banquet hall. The supervisor would also never tell him that he sold me to Jongheng. However, if he finds out that I've been talking to you, he will realize that I'm still alive. From there, he will start to assess all the possible threats that I can bring to him. This could cause me a lot of trouble. I can understand that. Let's talk about your father. Leilai was back to the topic that he wanted to discuss with Carina after explaining to her why he chose to meet up with her in this basement. I have used my methods to contact my people in the mansion. Just like what I told you earlier, my people do not matter to Malcolm. To be honest, there's nothing they can help me with. All the young muscles are stuck at the farms and orchards, and most female servants are tasked with the cleaning and reception work. It's not possible that they would come across anything valuable. However, there's one exception. Her name is Leah. Leah? She's one special kid. She managed to differentiate herself from the others even when she was still in the tribe. Malcolm must have found out about how special she was as well. So, he focused on grooming her. He didn't ask her to entertain the guests like the other female slaves. Not only did he teach her to speak other languages, but he even hired someone to teach her how to read. After that, she was tasked with settling Malcolm's paperwork. For example, she would be asked to write some greeting letters and invitation letters. Every Saturday, Leah was asked to clean his study. No one is allowed to enter the room except for him and Leah. Anyway, I have managed to contact Leah. She's agreed to help us search for evidence that Malcolm was behind your father getting into jail. However, she's only allowed to clean Malcolm's study for no longer than 15 minutes. So, she has to finish her task first before searching the room. She has to make sure that the guards won't notice anything fishy as well. That's why she needed a long time to find something useful for you. Leilai then produced a letter. I don't know what's written in this, but Leah told me that it could help you guys. Carina took the letter, and her face changed the moment she read it. Its contents were relatively simple. Sent from Malcolm's family, everything that was written on it sounded somewhat vague. It invited Count Slaughter to dine at his place, and that the problem had been dealt with. The letter was sent precisely half a month after Carina's father was put in jail. After connecting with what Leilai heard from Malcolm, Carina confirmed that Malcolm did indeed have something to do with her father's imprisonment. Can this letter help you bring them down? Asked Leilai. Carina had to try her best to overcome her blinding rage. This letter might be able to bring him some trouble, but it's not enough. We need more solid evidence to prove that he was the one who had put my father in jail. After a short moment of hesitation, Carina returned the letter to Leilai. Put this letter back to where it belongs. I don't want Leah to get into trouble. Don't worry. We are close. I will ask Leah to continue searching for more solid evidence. Once I find something useful, I will contact you again, said Leilai. Please ask her to be careful. By the way, is the money enough? Do you still need more? I still have more than half of it, miss. Come and look for me if you need more money. At that, Corchi returned her pouch to her before she left the slaughterhouse. He even escorted her out of Smoked Fish Alley. After thanking him, Carina went to look for Malone in her horse carriage. When she saw boxes of items being moved to the gentle breeze, she felt a sense of uneasiness looming over her. Chapter 184. Give me a price. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. 7 days had passed since Malcolm threatened Carina to leave Nassau. Even though she seemed calm and composed in front of others, she was actually terribly distraught. That said, nothing wrong happened to her for the past few days. There was still a line in front of the storage that Carina rented, with throngs of people forming long lines to sell their second-hand goods to her. The captains that secretly traded with her received no warning from the Black Market Alliance as well. This had woken them up from their dormant state, and they started to believe everything Carina told them. It seemed that Malcolm had no intention to deal with this matter. Carina was now officially the enemy of the Black Market Alliance. As a result, the captains from different pirate ships started to visit Carina secretly again. Just when everything seemed to be looking up, something awful was about to happen to Carina. One night, Carina woke up from a dream. She did not even have the time to wear something proper, hurriedly donning on her pajamas, and running to the port barefooted. It was late at night, but a large number of people had gathered around the beach. Huneg, the person tasked with defending the island, and his people, were confronting a group of new pirates that had just entered Nassau. However, the crowd wasn't paying any attention to them. They were looking at the 2 ships that were docked at the harbor, never having seen these 2 barks in Nassau before. The pirates that disembarked were new around this area as well. The vessel's sturdy hulls, massive cannons, and black flags were proof that they were indeed pirates. And they were powerful. Previously, some new pirates landed in Nassau. As it became increasingly famous, more and more pirates visited Nassau to purchase supplies for their ships. Technically, the constant arrival of new pirates shouldn't have been too surprising to residents of Nassau. However, this group acted differently than all the other new pirates that they encountered before. This bunch was so arrogant that they fired their cannons twice on the empty beach before docking their ships at the harbor. Luckily, no one was on the beach when the shots landed. Still, many were shocked by the audacity of the new bunch. "Who's the captain?" asked Huneg. A man sporting a mermaid tattoo on his arms was instructing 2 of his men to plant 2 wooden logs on the beach. Once he heard Huneg was looking for the captain, he walked up toward him. "How should I address you?" "Captain Wilton." "You can call me Wilton. However, merchants that I've robbed before prefer to call me the executioner." At that, Wilton drew his dagger from his waist. Immediately, Honig's men pulled out their guns as well. Wilton simply smiled, took out an apple, and used the blade to peel off the skin of the fruit. "The executioner? I have never heard of this title before," answered Huneg. "Well, I don't blame you. That's because I kill everyone on the ships I plunder. All those who know my name happens to be dead." He bragged about carrying out his ruthless and brutal endeavors in an extremely casual way. By the look on his face, it seemed that he enjoyed what he did. Even experienced pirates felt sick to the stomach after hearing what he said. Huneg was once the elder of Nassau and gained fame when Blackbeard and Black Prince Sam made a name for themselves. It surely wasn't easy to put fear in a man the likes of him. "I don't care who you are and where you came from. If you dare fire your cannons on my island again, I will make sure your story ends here." To everyone's surprise, Wilton put down his dagger and began acting more politely. "This is our first time here. Forgive us if we fail to acknowledge the rules of the place. I'm willing to apologize if I have offended you in any way. I have always heard people talking about Nassau. The truth is, we are just here to check out this place known as the hometown of pirates." Seeing that Wilton was willing to play nice, Huneg asked his men to stand down immediately. "Nassau is a land of freedom. As long as you don't cause any trouble here, you are welcome to stay." Just when Huneg was about to leave the port, someone called out to his name. "Captain Huneg, I remember there's a rule here stating that pirates are now allowed to plunder the ships of the black market merchants, right?" asked Carina. Now, she was worried about the gentle breeze. Supposedly, the vessel should be in North Carolina right now, but instead, it was in between the 2 new pirate ships that just landed in Nassau. Previously, she had been informed that the gentle breeze returned to Nassau with 2 unfamiliar pirate ships. There could be only one possibility if the gentle breeze returned to Nassau before the expected time. They must have been plundered by other pirates. That explained why she was so anxious. The ship's goods were not as important. She cared more about the safety of Malone and his sailors. Honeg then stopped in his tracks. He, too, noticed that the gentle breeze was between the two new pirate ships. Did you guys rob her ship? Well, we are pirates. It's only right that we plunder other ships, right? You better return the ship to her, scowled Honeg while looking at Carina. What if we refuse to return it to her? Then, you guys won't be able to sell your loot to her. Thank you for your gentle reminder. I think we can figure out a way to solve this problem. After that, Honeg did not say a single word. Carina ran up to him immediately and stopped him from leaving. Just like that, whispered a shocked Carina. The black market merchants are part of the Black Market Alliance, right? This isn't under my jurisdiction. You should go ask for the help of your alliance. Technically, they didn't break any rules. They weren't considered pirates of Nassau when they plundered your ship. Honeg lifted Carina's hand that was tightly grabbing his sleeve. I'm sorry. My only responsibility is to make sure that the island is safe. Your problem is not part of that responsibility. Seeing Honeg walking away, Carina felt helpless. She then took a look at everyone around her. Most who were present here had sold items to her before. They quickly looked away when they saw that she was trying to look for help, knowing that it was probably a bad idea to mess with men, the likes of Wilton and his cohorts. Although ignoring her pleas would impede any opportunity for future business, it was better than dying right now. Carina did not expect Wilton to be the first to talk after she looking at the crowd. Is that your ship? I never thought that the second-in-command of the Black Market Alliance would play such dirty tricks to force me off Nassau. Let me warn you. If anything happens to my men, I will. She was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. I don't know what the hell the Black Market Alliance is. I don't care about your quarrels with that alliance as well. I'm simply glad I found the owner of the ship. Let's talk business. Hold on. You plundered my ship, and you dare talk business with me, replied Carina with a burst of laughter. Why not? We have to sell the loot that we acquired anyway. I have a batch of special items with me. I think you might be interested in purchasing them. Wilton clapped his hands, and the pirates behind him quickly rowed to the gentle breeze. This time, they returned with another 4 men. Carina instantly recognized that the captives were indeed the crew of the gentle breeze. Their hands and feet were bound tightly. Seeing that they were alive and well, Carina was slightly relieved. However, what Wilton told her next almost caused her to flip in anger. Ah, my loot is here. What would you offer me for these? Chapter 185. Not for sale. Wilton looked at Carina. What is it? Don't you want them? Carina simply bit her lip, not saying anything. It's no problem. We're all civilized peoples. We don't force anyone to do business with us, miss. Wilton waved his hand, and immediately, one of his men grabbed a gentle breeze sailor, dragged him to a wooden pole, and tied the helpless man to it. Wilton took one last bite from the apple and threw the core on the ground. He wiped his hand on his clothes before taking out his dagger again. What are you doing? Gasped Carina as she felt a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. Did you know, ever since I was a kid, I've always been curious about the inner workings of the human body. Wilton pried the sailor's shirt open with his knife. The poor freckled boy was only around 16 to 17 years of age. Carina remembered him. He was called Booker, and her uncle had recommended him some time ago. The two worked together on the gentle breeze. Booker was a cheerful lad who always wore a pleasant smile on his face. Right now, however, he looked terrified, more so when the knife slithered down his chest. What do you want? Carina hissed. Wilton smiled slyly, letting the blade linger on the boy's abdomen. As I said, I just want to make a deal that's mutually consented. Carina's eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames, but there was nothing she could do. Wilton had 2 pirate ships and around 200 men while she was all alone. There was this one guy who reported this to her, but he was just a docker at the exchange of second-hand goods. Carina had no other choice but to agree to Wilton's terms. "How much do you want?" sighed Carina, eventually giving in. "That's more like it. If only you said this earlier, then there wouldn't have been any problems, eh?" Wilton kept smiling as he put his knife away. Just when everyone thought that the danger had passed, Wilton suddenly swung around, and something in his hands flashed. Before anyone could react, he plunged the blade into Booker's stomach. Booker howled in pain, and a look of wild excitement flashed across Wilton's demented face. Instead of pulling away, he shoved the knife upwards until finally, the boy's stomach was sliced open, his gut spilling out like a crushed snail. Never in her entire life had Carina ever witnessed such barbaric savagery. She instinctively covered her mouth, mind saturated with fear. When she was younger, Carina had her fair share of pirate-related horror stories. The civilized world regarded these men who roamed the seas as beasts and thugs. When she came to Nassau, however, she realized that the truth couldn't be further from the tales she heard. Pirates were humans too, and of course, they had feelings. In fact, most of them were very reasonable, where some were even smart and polished like Zhongheng. So, her impression of pirates was reversed entirely. That was until Wilton showed up and reignited the terrifying impression of pirates buried deep in her mind. Fresh, warm blood dripped from the knife and Wilton's right arm. He stepped backward and tilted his head as if admiring his handiwork. "It's fascinating. Did you know that even if a person's stomach is cut open, they won't die immediately?" When Carina looked at him again, her demeanor had completely changed. She asked in a shaky voice, "Haven't I already agreed?" "Yeah, except for this one," Wilton answered as he wiped the blood off the blade with a handkerchief. "This is not for sale. After all, other than making money, I have to find some way to have my fun, right?" Wilton flashed his teeth at Carina. Next to him, Booker's cries were getting weaker and weaker. Wilton's soulless smile would make anyone's blood run cold. "Don't worry. I won't ask for an unreasonable price. Right now, a strapping black slave is worth 5 gold coins. I'll sell these very experienced sailors to you for only 10 gold coins. The captain is worth 2-fold. I think that's a very fair price. Apart from the 4 of these here, there are also 28 men on the ship. That makes 32 people in total. Oops, it's now 31. So, that's a total of 320 gold coins." Carina tried to calm herself, but she could hear her voice trembling whenever she spoke. "I don't have that much money on me right now." "That's going to be a problem," smirked Wilton with a cocked eyebrow. TSK. I've given you an excellent price. I'm afraid I cannot do any better. But if you really don't have enough, you can consider buying half of them. I can present the goods to you for you to pick whichever you like. What do you think? It all sounds pretty good, right? You get to decide their fate, and the ones you select will be eternally grateful to you. As for those who remain..." Wilton paused for a second. "They will hate you, of course. But never mind that. I will help you solve this problem. Consider it a value-added service for the transaction." "No, I want them all and not one less," Carina insisted. "Didn't I make myself clear? Depending on how many coins you give me, that's how many people you'll get. There's no room for bargaining here." Wilton shook his head. "I may not have that much money, but I have a piece of property in the colony. Give me some time, I will get you your money." Carina felt wholly dejected and humiliated. Not only had her ship been so rudely snatched away from her, but one of her crew had been tortured and mauled before her eyes. Right now, she was forced to agree to the trade, and even begged Wilton to give her time to amass the ransom. Wilton rubbed his chin as he considered Carina's offer. After a while, he walked up to her, used his knife to pick up a lock of her hair, and leaned in to sniff it. Carina felt goosebumps all over her body. After what he did to Booker, who knew what the madman would do next? Carina stayed as still as she could, eyes closed and praying that the ordeal would be over soon. After half a minute, his demonish voice echoed in her ears, "It's our first time here, and we are not very familiar with this place. It just so happens that we need a guide. How about this, you become our guide, and I will agree to your request. Who do you think I am? Carina's eyes flew open, shocked and outraged. A prostitute from one of those brothels. It doesn't matter. A virgin comes with its own advantage. If you serve us well enough, who knows, I might even return that cargo ship of yours. Carina was shaking even more violently now, unable to tell if it was from her anger or fear. Just as she was about to give up all hope, a familiar came from behind Wilton. I don't think she likes having strangers being so close to her. Chapter 186. Ceasefire. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. While everyone was attracted to the drama on the beach, none of them noticed that the Jackdaw and the Quidder were back in Nassau. Standing on the deck, Jong-hung saw the lights and the large crowd that had gathered. At first, he didn't pay too much attention, but after he moored his Jackdaw, he rowed to the port with Anne, Billy, and the other two pirates. He quickly noticed the Gentle Breeze's odd position and the two unfamiliar barks docked there. Jong-hung started to realize that something must have gone very wrong. Even before the small boat reached the port, he saw the captured sailors from the Gentle Breeze and the dead Booker. He frowned as he whispered something to Billy, who then nodded and returned to the Jackdaw with the other two pirates after dropping off Jong-hung and Anne at the port. Stepping on the soft sand, Jong-hung stepped up toward Carina as the crowd parted automatically, opening a way for him. "I'm sorry, but who the hell are you?" asked Wilton. "I'm Jong-hung, captain of the Jackdaw." "So? Does this have anything to do with you?" "Miss Carina is my trading partner on this island, and she is my friend as well." "Oh. I understand now. I'm afraid that you will have to look for a new trading partner. That's because she doesn't own a ship now and she has lost her people. Plus she owes me a huge amount of money. I'm asking her to be our guide on this island. I might consider sparing the life of her men if she can, well, please me." Carina could no longer hold back her rage, landing a hard slap on Wilton's face. Wilton touched his face and stared at Carina. As she glanced at his lewd gawks, she unconsciously took 2 steps back. Wilton was also smiling. Instead of calming her down, she grew even more apprehensive of him. It seems like Miss Carina is still living in a dream. "It's time to wake her up," said Wilton to his pirates. Immediately, his pirates took down Booker's bloody corpse from the wooden pole and strapped the second sailor to it. Carina started breathing rapidly. She gave Jong-hung a quick glance, hoping that he could somehow figure out a way to help her. However, she had no idea how he would do that, considering Anne and him were the only two that came down from the Jackdaw. Wilton, on the other hand, had more than half of his people on the beach. Jong-hung was clearly outnumbered. Any sane person would know that nothing else could be done to salvage the situation. Wilton grabbed his dagger and walked towards his second target, looking at Jong-hung in disdain at the same time. As expected, Wilton could only remain silent in this situation. This time, he wanted to plant his dagger straight into the sailor's chest, using its sharp tip to run through the sailor's body, taunting him and enjoying the look of fear on his face. Just when he was about to kill his target, he heard the sound of 2 cannons firing. "Who the F***ck fired the cannons again? We are here to do business. We don't want any trouble, eh? There are still some powerful pirates over here. We cannot afford to mess with Hunegg, Black Prince, and Blackbeard. Let's play nice in the land of others," said Wilton. "Captain, our ship didn't fire the cannons." It seems as if our ship is under attack," said one of the pirates who was starting to panic. Wilton's face changed immediately. When he turned to the port, he saw that his ship, the Skeleton, was under attack. Though he left quite a few of his men on board, he never expected anyone to be brazen enough to attack it. The ambush caused the Skeleton's crew to run around like headless chickens. They didn't even get the opportunity to open their cannons' hatches after the first round of attacks. "Return the Gentle Breeze and the goods into Carina. I want you to release all her sailors as well." "Do that, and I will stop the attack," said Jong-hung. "What if I say no?" I will sink your ship then. No one had ever threatened me before since I became a pirate. Congratulations! You have won now. You can continue taking your time to think about it, but I cannot guarantee that your ship still floats in about 5 minutes. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of breaking the laws of this island? Attacking any ships that are docked at the harbor is forbidden. You are not a pirate of this island. I don't see any problem attacking an alien ship. Wilton tapped the handle of his dagger faster and faster. It appeared he was deep in thought. By the way, if you are thinking of stalling me and asking your second ship to attack us, I suggest you give up on the idea. That's because I can guarantee that your second ship will be paralyzed as well. At first, Wilton did not believe Zhonghang. However, when he saw that the Quidder had their cannons pointed directly at his second ship, it was then that he realized Zhonghang wasn't in a mood for empty threats. Are you sure you want to make an enemy out of me? Asked Wilton as he glared at Zhonghang with an icy stare. What about you? Zhonghang looked into Wilton's eyes without the slightest bit of fear. Eventually, Wilton caved in and decided to do what Zhonghang asked him to do. Release them. Wilton's pirates cut the ropes that tied the sailors of the Gentle Breeze. The two ran to Carina and embraced her the moment they regained their freedom. Another middle-aged sailor staggered towards the lifeless Booker and started to weep uncontrollably as he held his body in his arms. He was Booker's uncle and was the one that asked him to work for the Gentle Breeze. Never would have expected that this job would cause him to lose his nephew just like that. Wilton then glared at Zhonghang, but received no response. Inform our brothers on the ship to let the rest of the captured sailors go. Return their goods to them as well. Are you happy now? Growled Wilton with gritted teeth. This time, Zhonghang finally responded. He signaled the Jackdaw's watcher, who quickly updated Billy about their captain's decision. Half a minute later, the Jackdaw finally stopped firing. Unfortunately, the skeleton was already severely damaged by then. Though it was still afloat, it had lost all ability to retaliate. The Jackdaw was more potent than most of the ordinary pirate ships. After all, it was a corvette, and they did not miss a single shot since the skeleton was parked so close to them. Once Wilton knew about the extent of his ship's damage, he led his men back to Skeleton without uttering a single word to Zhonghang. All he did was glare at him. Are we really going to let them go? I don't think they will let us off the hook, said Anne. They have a lot more people than us. I'm afraid he will kill us all if we pressure him too much. But you are right. He will begin attacking us once he fixes his ship. We will have to deal with this problem tonight. Inform our men to prepare for the next battle. 1. Chapter 187. Preparation. So you're just going to this slide? Asked the Skeleton's crew to Wilton. Let it slide? I have been venturing the seas for 20 years now. No one has ever had the guts to talk to me like that. He threatened me and forced me to spit out our plunder, our rightful loot. If I let this matter slide, no one in this city will respect us anymore. No one will fear us when we ply the oceans. Wilton growled with a murderous stare. Will we be breaking the island's rules if we attack them right here? Aren't you the one who told us that there are many powerful pirates here? I believe the ship that paralyzed us is Black Prince Sam's Quidder. I heard that they have a large number of pirates as well, not to mention that they seem to be fearless. Don't get our priorities wrong, Rhodes. This is not our territory. It was only due to someone asking us to take care of the woman that we came all the way to Nassau. We weren't even supposed to be here for too long. I don't care what you're going to do. I need you to help fix the ship as soon as possible. The day the Skeleton sails again will be the day I kill that bloody guy and everyone he knows. I will cut off their heads and toss them around the city center. May that serve as a fine warning to whoever that messes around with me. After it is done, we will leave the island right away. Roger that, Captain. On the other side, Carina looked at Zhonghang in excitement, never expecting him to make it back to Nassau in time and coming to her rescue. The moment he appeared in front of her, she knew that all her problems were solved. Not only did he save the entire crew of the Gentle Breeze, but he also managed to return her the ship and all its cargo. It was at that time that Carina realized how much the Jackdaw meant to her. Though she managed to do her job well when Jonghung was away, she was in constant fear. However, all that insecurity disappeared the moment he came back. She had faith that the man standing before her could solve every problem she faced. Ever since she came to Nassau, she felt like she was living amongst a pack of hyenas and was forced to be vigilant at all times to survive. Only when Jonghung was around her could she finally take a breather. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Carina felt she could fully trust Jonghung no matter what the situation would be. She bounced excitedly in front of Jonghung, staring at him with sparkling eyes. "We can talk later if you have something to tell me. Right now, I need you to send some of your men to watch over Wilton. Come update me immediately if you think something's not right," Jonghung told her. Meanwhile, Hunegg returned to the beach after hearing cannons being fired. Earlier, Wilton promised him that he would never fire them in Nassau. At first, Hunegg thought that Wilton must have broken his promise. He instantly stormed back to the beach with his people, also instructing one of them to bring more of his men to the beach. When he was halfway there, Hunegg realized that, in fact, the skeleton was the victim here. "Did you fire at the skeleton?" Hunegg demanded when he met Jonghung. "I don't think we broke any rules, right? All I did was help Ms. Carina get back whatever belonged to her. You guys attacked a ship docked at Nassau's without permission. I don't think I need to tell you how serious this matter is. If I don't punish you right here, right now, I'm afraid that the ships at our port would no longer be safe. We attacked an unidentified ship docked at our port. They also robbed our black market merchant, not to mention directly firing at Nassau only 15 minutes ago. Technically speaking, we are helping to defend the island. Do you really think I can't tell the two apart? Well, we really did help the island eliminate a threat. That was actually my idea. I didn't like the newcomers, being so arrogant and all the moment they set foot on our lands. That's why Captain Jong and I decided to teach them a lesson. We simply want them to learn how to obey the rules. We even saved you from the incident repeating itself if they were to come again," Black Prince Sam chipped in after tying his small boat to a pole on the beach. "I'm just curious. Is there anything that you are not involved in on this island? Should I propose that you take over my position during our next meeting? You can help with the defense and maintaining the order of this island. I might as well go back to sea and become a captain again. Speaking of which, I haven't set sail for almost 7 years now. You know, I'm actually starting to miss the life out there. Although the food on a ship ain't that good, at least I don't have to deal with shit like this every single day. I don't think anyone on this island can replace you. People here respect you, Mr. Hunegg. Your reputation alone is enough to make everyone on this island bow down to your wishes." "I highly doubt that." Hunegg harumphed and glared at Jonghung again. For the sake of Black Prince Sam, Hunegg did not pursue the matter any further. Before he left, he gave Jonghung a warning. "I don't care about whatever quarrel you have with the Black Market Alliance. I hope that both parties can practice some self-control. Resolve the matter while abiding by every law of the island. I do not wish to see this ever happening again." Jonghung nodded and watched Hunegg walking away. Before Black Prince Sam could say anything, Jonghung interrupted him. "Leave this matter to me. Your quidder has helped enough. I'm afraid that your relationship with the Black Market Alliance might be affected if you continue associating with me. I merely trade with them. I do not work for Malcolm. But it seems like you have a plan in mind anyway. If that is so, I will not disturb you anymore. You can look for me anytime you need my help. My men will tell you where I am." Jonghung thanked him with a warm handshake. After Black Prince Sam left, Jonghung and started to work on what they would do next. First, they visited one of their old friends, Bull, an arms dealer in Nassau. Half an hour later, Jonghung purchased everything that he needed, and Carina's most trusted worker delivered the items to the reef. Another hour soon passed, and covertly arrived with another 40 pirates from the Jackdaw. Chapter 188. Massacre. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was midnight when the skeleton arrived at Nassau. After enduring a series of events, most of its crew were exhausted when they returned to their ship. Typically, there was no need to patrol the ship at night since it was docked at the port, but ever since the jackdaw attacked the skeleton, Wilton decided that he wasn't taking any chances. He specially formed 4 teams of pirates to take turns and spy on the jackdaw, informing Wilton if they saw it attempting to make a move on them. After that, Wilton locked himself in the captain's quarters and started drinking liquor. As he sipped on the rum, he could not help but think about the incident that happened on the beach. It made him so angry that he took out his dagger and stabbed it on the table. It was at that moment that he changed his mind about killing Jong-hung. Now, he was hell-bent on torturing him to the point he regretted he was born into this world. Most of the pirates were already asleep when Wilton was having his 6th glass of rum. None of them realized the imminent threat they were about to face. After taking a look at the time, Jong-hung stood up and nodded to Anne. "It's time. Let's do it." After that, Jong-hung hid his pocket watch and gun under a rock. He entered the water first with and following right behind him. The rest of the jackdaw's pirates had all changed into black suits and held a dagger between their teeth. All of them were swimming towards the skeleton. Hutchison actually inspired this strategy, and although he didn't manage to take the jackdaw down with this method, the 20 enemies that boarded the jackdaw had completed what Hutchison wanted. Their job was to stall Anne and the remaining pirates on the jackdaw, and they actually did it. If the watchers hadn't spotted them, the jackdaw might have suffered an even greater loss. This time, the situation was way different. Hutchison attacked the jackdaw in daylight, and their pirates were all armed since they were already in the middle of a fight. This time, Jong-hung chose to attack the skeleton at night because it was surely harder for their enemies to spot them. Most of the pirates on the skeleton were also asleep right now, with only a couple of them guarding the ship. In other words, the ship was at its most vulnerable state. They would have never expected Jong-hung to attack again right after the jackdaw attacked their ships a few hours ago. And, this time, they came well prepared, electing to bring along silent and stealthy arms. The dagger was their primary weapon of choice. Only a couple of grenades were carried in case of an emergency. Other than that, Jong-hung also bought a hunting bow from Ball. Anne and Jong-hung were the first ones to board the skeleton. He immediately crouched down, looked for a corner, and opened up his tarpaulin bag. He then took out the hunting bow and arrows. As for Anne, she silently analyzed and observed the enemies that were standing on the deck. Wilton formed a group consisting of 3 pirates to spy on the jackdaw. One stood on the watchtower, another at the bow, and the last person was constantly on the move. Anne hid behind the rudder as she counted the footsteps that she could hear. The moment she counted until 7, she jumped out and slit the throat of a passing pirate. Then she instantly moved to the pirate at the bow. As luck would have it, he was sound asleep and didn't realize her approaching him. The pirate that stood at the watchtower finally spotted Jong-hung and his pirates. Before he could even sound the alarm, Jong-hung shot an arrow directly into his heart. At the same time, and managed to eliminate the last pirate as well. As of now, all existing threats on the deck were eliminated. Jong-hung quickly headed back to the gunwale to signal all his pirates to board the ship. After that, all of them stormed into the cabins as fast as they could. Jong-hung's orders were reasonably straightforward. Kill everyone on this ship that breathed. A brutal massacre was about to unfold on the skeleton. With a team of 2, one would cover the enemy's mouth, while the other would slit their throats, slowly moving from one side of the ship to another. With this method, they made sure that no one was left alive. Soon, the stench of blood wafted across the room. It would seem that Jong-hung conducted his operation when the pirates of the skeleton were in deep sleep. However, an accident was bound to happen since so many people were being killed at the same time. 3 minutes later, one of Jong-hung's teams failed to inflict a lethal wound on their target. The pirates started to struggle, and the commotion quickly woke the rest of the pirates that were still alive. Unfortunately, it was all but too late as 2/3 of the skeleton's crew had been killed in their cabins. Before they could even wield any weapons to retaliate, the Jackdaw's pirates planted daggers into their hearts. Only a dozen managed to get a hold of their weapons and started to fight back, but again, it was all too late. The plan turned out better than Zhong Heng expected, and the whole conundrum lasted for only 15 minutes. In the end, Zhong Heng and his men had eliminated more than 100 pirates. When the whole thing was almost done, none bothered to count the enemies that they'd killed. The grenades they carried with them remained unused throughout the entire battle. When Zhong Heng entered the captain's quarters, he found no one inside, but the windows were ajar. Zhong Heng quickly peered outside only to see Wilton attempting to swim to his second ship. Calmly, he placed an arrow on his hunting bow and released it. Thwack! Wilton's shoulder was hit. Knowing that his life was on the line, he could do nothing but swim as fast as he could. Suddenly, he took in a deep breath and dived below the water. Zhong Heng frowned as his second shot missed its target. Tonight's plan was only half successful. Though all the pirates on the skeleton were all dead, there were still around 60 pirates on the second ship. If Wilton managed to get there, he might be able to flee Nassau. He might even decide to destroy the Jackdaw since it was almost empty now. Zhong Heng and the rest of the pirates would surely not make it back in time if Wilton launched an attack on the Jackdaw. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Zhong Heng took out his Paris arrow and aimed it at Wilton. This item cost him around 400 game points. Previously, he was worried that the waves might carry the arrow away if he used it. That would be a significant loss for him. However, this wasn't the time to worry about this problem. Once Wilton emerged from the water to catch a breath, Zhong Heng took a shot with his Paris arrow. As there was no time for a good aim, he simply fired at will. The arrow flew into the water with a loud whiz. Moments later, Wilton's body floated to the surface of the ocean. Chapter 189. Protest. Huneg was getting old. By the time he dealt with all the things at hand, it was already late into the night. He retreated to bed, only to wake up again not too long after he closed his eyes. Perhaps he knew that he did not have much time left. It was common for older people to greatly appreciate the remaining days that they had. Huneg put on his clothes and tricorn. His mood had greatly improved after gorging on the warm breakfast delivered by one of his men. According to his daily routine, he would head to the city walls after breakfast, looking down over the entire Nassau from where he stood. This was the point where he could feel the joy in his heart. Nassau didn't have an official governor-general assigned by Scotland. The closest person to that was Huneg. He was given the unenviable task of defending Nassau. It would seem that Black Prince Sam had somehow ignited his anger. In reality, he was quite happy with his current condition. A very long time ago, when he was still a legendary captain, he had started planning for his retirement. He and Fraser were known to be the two most powerful captains on the island of Nassau. Now age had taken a toll on him, and he wasn't as healthy and strong as before. He did, however, accumulate massive wealth after being a pirate for decades. At the same time, he fell prey to certain illnesses as well. Rheumatism was one of the diseases that had been torturing his knee for a long time now. 8 years ago, Huneg decided that he would quit being a seafarer and, instead, lead his men to take over Nassau. It was then that he embarked on a new life. According to the agreement, he would protect and maintain order in Nassau with his men. In return, the merchants of the isle would pay him a certain amount of money each month as the protection fee. The fee wasn't too expensive, and the merchants of Nassau could easily come up with whatever Huneg asked for since they earned considerable profit from their trade. Though it faded in comparison with whatever he made when he was still a pirate, the difference wasn't much at the end of the day. The most important thing for him, though, was the safety of his pirates. Now, he did not have to put their lives at risk anymore. Although they lived comfortably at the moment, it did come with its disadvantages. They were forced to stay inside the fortress for a long time every single day. The boredom that resulted from it constantly tormented their minds. Since they no longer needed to fight, their bodies started to shrivel as well. Most importantly, they lacked an injection of new blood. When he was still a captain, he would lose his men in battle from time to time. After that, he would recruit eager younglings to join his ship. It was an effective method to replace the older crew no longer suited for the pirate's life. Since they didn't live on land, most of the men that stuck with Honeg were the last batch of pirates that conquered Nassau with him. Over time, his men started becoming lazy. Nevertheless, Honeg would never fire them since they all shared a profound relationship with him. Of course, he could use the money he collected to recruit a new batch of young fighters, but he realized that he would never trust them the way he trusted his old allies. Fortunately, his name preceded his reputation, and nobody in Nassau realized that he'd lost his edge. Honeg knew better than anyone that he and his men were now way weaker in terms of combat ability compared to the time when they first arrived here. If he could take down this fortress with his men years ago, other pirate crews could also do the same right now. In a time like this, he needed to show that he was still as tough as before. That was why Honeg brought his men to the beach when he heard that the skeleton had opened fire there. As he confronted the young and dominant Wilton, he managed to put on a good show and concealed his weaknesses well. Still, he felt extremely exhausted after dealing with a matter like this. Luckily, Wilton was willing to take a step back and promised that he would never cause further trouble in Nassau. Since Honeg got what he wanted, he decided that he would not hold Wilton responsible for his deeds. As for Carina's business, it wasn't under his jurisdiction. Everyone knew that her career was coming to an end in Nassau. At first, Honeg thought that all problems had been solved. He did not expect that Jonghung would return and assist Carina by attacking Wilton's ships. The matter started to head in the direction where Honeg least desired, especially when Black Prince got involved. Once the conflict became more significant and he failed to contain it, people would quickly realize that he must have grown weak. That was why he gave Jonghung a stern warning. Honeg could see that Wilton and his crew were only passerbys and would probably leave once they settled their business. The best-case scenario would be everyone going through this period together peacefully. Sadly, things didn't turn out the way he wanted it. He was sitting on his favorite chair, one that was taken from a governor-general's room during one of his pillages. It was one of the few items that he cared about. When he sat on it, he would start to reminisce about his good old days, the days that were filled with pomp and glory. As he enjoyed his peace and quiet, he suddenly noticed a huge group of people gathering at the beach. This time, it appeared that the crowd was larger than yesterday. Now, what the hell is going on again? A bald plump guy who was behind him simply shrugged. He was the helmsman of Honeg's ship. During the old days, he was considered one of the smartest men in the area. Now, he had been reduced to a sorry drunkard. He would usually drink until the early hours of the morning to the point of unconsciousness. No idea. Perhaps some fishermen have come to sell their catch, replied the helmsman while burping. I have seen fishermen here before, Domingo. I'm pretty king sure that they aren't selling seafood. Send some people to check them out. This is a delicate time. I don't wish to see any more accidents happening. As you wish. Domingo left the place, stumbling around wonkily. Honeg could not help but sigh as he looked at him. Oh, how the great have fallen. Half an hour later, the person tasked to check the beach came back to Honeg. Wilton. Wilton. Ah, crap. What did he do this time? No. Wilton is dead, said the investigator. Honeg was shocked, unable to believe that the captain of 2 ships and 200 men had been killed in one night. Above all, he heard something even more ridiculous. It's not only Wilton, all of his men are dead as well. Most had their throats slit. As for Wilton, someone tossed his body on the beach in the exact spot where he executed the sailors. His stomach had been cut open. Chapter 190. Changes that come with it. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Honeg ran to the beach with his men, and that was when he saw Wilton's body. Tied around 2 wooden planks, he seemed to have died in a similar fashion to the sailor he killed earlier. Even the wound on his stomach was identical as well. It was genuinely an ironic situation. However, the cut on his stomach appeared to be added post-mortem. The lethal wound was actually a small hole on his chest. He must have been killed by an arrow. Just like the dead pirates on both of Wilton's ships, the perpetrator left no clues around the crime scene. However, even a blind person would know who the culprit was. The skeleton was here for less than a day, and the only person they had friction with was Zhonghang. Both of them argued at the port, with Zhonghang attacking Wilton's ship in the end. Since his ship was severely damaged, he had no choice but to release the sailors from the gentle breeze. Admittedly, that was how they became enemies. Many who gathered there knew that this matter wasn't about to be settled just like that, but nobody expected Zhonghang to make the first move as well. All the while, he had the upper hand, so everyone was shocked when they saw how he tackled this problem. It was both ruthless and brutal. Wilton was one of the bloodthirstiest pirates Nassau had ever witnessed. He sliced open the stomach of a living man in front of everyone and even smiled while he was at it. That was enough to send chills down everyone's spines. He was indeed a lunatic. 3 hours after the incident, Zhonghang used the simplest way to avenge the sailor. A total of 200 pirates were brutally killed. When dawn arrived, the fishermen had first spotted Wilton's body, and the entire tragedy was unfolded before the people of Nassau. Conflicts were rather frequent amongst the pirates of Nassau. Typically, they would only argue over their dispute. Rarely, some resorted to physical fights. Even the most severe incident that they witnessed were two captains brawling with each other. None had ever seen an entire gang of pirates being annihilated, what more, by their fellow pirates. Of course, anything could happen at sea with witnesses few and far between. Right now, this incident occurred at a busy port. Honegg was naturally displeased. In the period of a night, the event had escalated and was blown out of proportion into something out of his control. After Honegg warned Zhonghang, it seemed that he was willing to make peace with Wilton. With the help of Black Prince Sam, the incident was supposed to end right there. As compared to Zhonghang and Jackdaw, Honegg was more worried about the skeleton, especially Wilton, whose absolute merciless personality was a rarity amongst the pirates. Birds of the same feather flocked together, and now, Zhonghang displayed similar brutality. Honegg began to worry that they would cause more trouble to Nassau. He then took another look at Wilton's body. It appeared that Wilton had severely underestimated Zhonghang. If he knew that Zhonghang was coming at him, he would have killed Zhonghang first even if it meant losing his flag. "Where is he right now?" asked Honegg furiously. The moment Zhonghang annihilated the entire Wilton's pirate group, it meant that he was directly challenging Honegg's authority. It appeared that yesterday's warning was all but wasted breath. It was indeed an embarrassing moment for him. Honegg's man hesitated to answer his question. However, when he saw his boss getting angrier, he finally spoke up. Someone saw the Jackdaw's pirates near Carina's trading center. It appears they got a good yield during their last voyage. I think they're getting their share of money now. Honegg harumphed and stormed to the trade center without saying a word. His men looked at each other, and a smart aleck ran to tell Domingo about it. The rest were forced to follow Honegg as he looked for Zhonghang. Soon, Honegg spotted Carina talking to Zhonghang from afar and increased his pace. Zhonghang instantly noticed Honegg coming at him in a mighty fury. Honegg was one of the most experienced pirates in Nassau. He was a generous man when he was still a captain, even going as far as to give a ship that he'd robbed to his men. Rumor had it that half of the captains of Nassau were involved with him one way or another. It might sound like an exaggeration, but it proved that he had connections all over the island. "Captain Honegg, how can I help you?" Zhonghang approached Honegg first and greeted him politely. At first, Honegg wanted to confront him about Wilton's death but became speechless the moment they met. After witnessing Wilton's body and all the dead on the two ships, Honegg felt that Zhonghang had changed. The Jackdaw had gotten famous in Nassau recently. The reason of their success had everything to do with their conflict with the Black Market Alliance. Since they lacked experience, old sea legs like Honegg didn't pay too much attention to him. After last night's incident, Honegg unconsciously saw Zhonghang as someone on the same level as him. Apart from that, Honegg also realized that many pirates were lining up, waiting to receive their share of gold coins. Judging by the weight of their money bags, it seemed Zhonghang had another excellent yield. The prospect of getting rich made the pirates in line drool like little babies. Zhong Heng's capability of leading his men to good money had been proven once again. The Jackdaw was close to becoming a top-tier crew in Nassau. All they needed right now was some fame to make their name known. Attention from the conflict that they had with the Black Market Alliance wasn't something they wanted, but rather, they wished to be known as the most successful pirate group of Nassau. Usually, there were no shortcuts around matters like this. After Wilton's death, however, they had inadvertently made their name known throughout the entire Nassau. Not only did Zhong Heng manage to deal with Wilton's threats, but he also managed to instill the word that no one should mess with him. The name, the Jackdaw, had become a bit of a hush-hush matter. This could be seen from the reaction of Honeg's men. When they heard that Honeg wanted to confront Zhong Heng, they started trembling in fear. This fear and respect he earned came at the cost of 200 lives. Other than Blackbeard, who had attacked Charleston and killed 2 governor-generals, Zhong Heng was now the most highly respected individual of Nassau. 1. Chapter 191. Double Victory. Are you going to explain what the hell happened on the beach? Honeg inquired in a displeased manner. The beach? What's going on? Asked Zhong Heng. Honeg cursed Zhong Heng in his heart for being so shameless. It was no secret that Zhong Heng was the one who had massacred Wilton and his pirates, but nobody could find any substantial evidence to pin this crime on him. Most importantly, Wilton and his pirates were all dead. In other words, there were no witnesses alive to prove that Zhong Heng was guilty of the allegations. Attacking a docked ship with cannons and massacring the entire gang. Aren't you afraid of the public's wrath? Who would be angry at me? Honeg was speechless again when he heard the question. He was so focused on Zhong Heng's crime that he'd forgotten to rethink the whole incident carefully. The 2 events that Honeg mentioned earlier were rather severe. Almost everyone on this island had 1 or 2 enemies in their lifetime, and nobody wished that their throats were slit while they were fast asleep. However, the skeleton and her crew weren't originally from this island. They were outsiders. Also, the way they made their presence felt had angered many of Nassau's folks. Judging by the reaction of the crowd this morning, nobody sympathized with Wilton's death. They were, however, shocked that Zhong Heng would come up with such a dramatic solution. They became more cautious of him, but their feelings weren't as intense. Captain Honeg, I know that you have sacrificed a lot to protect and maintain order on this island. The existence of you and your men have made it possible for Nassau to stay peaceful. Just like others on this island, I'm grateful for that. Please know that I'm not trying to destroy everything that you have built. You have talked to Wilton before, and you know what kind of person he is. Forgive me for being honest, you should know better than anyone that your wish will never come true. Wilton and his pirates are not about to stay here without causing any trouble. Are you saying that I should thank you for solving my problem? Let me ask you a question. Do you wish to see my body lying on the beach or Wilton's? Honeg didn't know what to answer Zhong Heng, and although he was still mad, he had to admit that Wilton was never going to reason with him like a respectable human. He and his gang were more like wild beasts. Still, he felt troubled that Zhong Heng killed them even after he attempted to bargain with Wilton. Honeg didn't seem as angry as before, and he had calmed down a little. After all, Zhong Heng did not go all the way to push the button. Though the entire Nassau knew that he was responsible for the Wilton gang massacre, at least Zhong Heng didn't admit that he was the one who did it. Right now, Honeg had weighed the consequences that resulted from this incident. If it was in the old days, he could simply hold Zhong Heng accountable for his actions, or he could exert his influence and exile Zhong Heng from Nassau. With Zhong Heng's current reputation, he surely couldn't pull off something like that. On the other hand, if he took a step back and let it slide, it would show everyone that he was losing his edge. They would then doubt if he still had the capability to hold the fortress. Honeg had gotten used to life on land. He was never going to go back to sea. Just when he had reached a crossroads, Zhong Heng spoke to him. Many on this island do not know how important you are. We can set sail with peace of mind knowing that nothing would happen to Nassau. All these because we know that you are here with your men. Let me tell you this, defending Nassau shouldn't be the responsibility of a single person. Huneg twitched his eyebrows and waited for Jonghung to finish. Thankfully, what he was about to say did not disappoint him. I'm willing to make an official announcement that I'm willing to protect Nassau with you. Of course, you and your men still hold absolute authority. I'll only be there when you need me to deal with the utmost of dangerous situations. Anyone messing with you is equivalent to messing with the jackdaw. Right after Jonghung finished talking, a group of people walked toward him furiously. The man leading the group was Domingo. Through the fog of his drunkenness, he was still shocked when he heard that Huneg had gone ahead to confront Jonghung. The news of Jonghung's actions had spread throughout Nassau like a raging wildfire. Although the jackdaw didn't have many pirates, no one dared belittle them anymore. Domingo was worried about Honig's safety and brought everyone from the fortress as a backup. They were at the ready to fight with Jonghung. Although nowhere as good as their young selves, they possessed undying loyalty towards Huneg. To their surprise, they saw Huneg calmly chatting with Jonghung. Domingo couldn't figure out what was going on. However, when he saw that Huneg was all right, he was relieved and stood down. I'm old. This is an era for the young now. YOY and Sam are the future of Nassau. Old men like me with a busted leg can only stay with a pile of useless rocks. But you guys don't have to worry. As long as I still live in the fortress, I will make sure that I'll protect Nassau with my life. With that, you can always set sail knowing that our home will be safe. The reason why Jonghung decided to kill Wilton was a straightforward one. The moment they crossed paths, Jonghung knew that Wilton would become his arch-enemy. If he didn't kill everyone on the skeleton, it would have been him who was lying dead on the beach. Wilton definitely wouldn't hesitate to destroy Jonghung once he fixed his ship, which was why Jonghung chose to attack the skeleton at a time least when everyone least expected it. At the same time, he intended to send a message through Wilton's body as well. Anyone that dared mess with Carina's ship would end up like Wilton. Since Jonghung was done with the Black Market Alliance, Carina was essential to the jackdaw. One might even say that Carina couldn't live without the jackdaw. The truth was, the jackdaw couldn't live without Carina either. On the one hand, she was the only one who could help Jonghung sell all his loot. On the other, Jonghung had to make sure that his partner would be safe all the time. As for Huneg, Jonghung knew that Wilton and his pirates didn't really matter to him. All he cared about was his authority in the fortress. And this wasn't a hard problem to solve. After thinking for a bit, Jonghung figured out that partnering up with Huneg was the best solution to the problem. Amongst the two respectable elders in the world of pirates, Jonghung's relationship with Fraser had turned sour. This indicated that Honig's support was now vital. Honig's reputation was enough to make everyone obey him, and partnering up with the jackdaw would only fortify his authority on this island and the fortress. Jonghung had no interest in controlling the fortress. At his age, he would never want to sit in a stone wall and do nothing like Huneg. However, it was good to have an ally that had Honig's authority. This was a win-win situation. Hence, Huneg decided that he wouldn't go up against Jonghung. Chapter 192. Expansion and Suspicion. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Thank you. Once Huneg left, and after the pirates of the jackdaw got their share of gold coins, Carina quietly approached Jonghung and thanked him. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if Jonghung did not come back in time. All the while, she tried her hardest to compete better in the world of business, constantly figuring out how to get more captains to work with her, save Malcolm, of course. Also, she made sure that her prices were always high enough to attract as many prospective sellers as possible. As a result of her efforts, she managed to outdo the Black Market Alliance by a large margin. After what happened to her father, she also made sure to avoid a few large ports controlled by the Malcolm family. Little did she expect that they would send a gang of pirates to hunt down the Gentle Breeze. An incident like that hadn't happened in Nassau for a very long time now. The pirates that Malcolm hired weren't originally from Nassau and hence, weren't worried about breaking the rules of the island. Last night was the first time that Carina brushed with the darker corners of the world. After living in Nassau for some time, she had gone through significant changes. At first, she was too shy to talk to men. Right now, Astonished was bold enough to bargain with a group of fierce captains. As she received compliments from Malone and others, she was glad that she'd officially blended into this world to the point that she could face a group of pirates used to killing for a living. Last night, Wilton managed to reignite the fear that she once had. The dagger in his hand was only 2 centimeters away from her neck. It was the very first time she came so close to death. I'm responsible for the skeleton's attack on the Gentle Breeze. I was the one who told you to remain aggressive on this island. To be honest, I underestimated the magnitude of the threat to you. I'm astounded that Malcolm decided to deal with us a lot quicker than expected, said Jong-Hong. He then took a look at his surroundings. Since that morning, a large crowd of people had already been lining up to sell their stuff to Carina. You have done a spectacular job so far. I believe that you've managed to pressure the Black Market Alliance. It might seem that there are many people selling their stuff to me, but honestly, I don't earn much from it. At the end of the day, I still have to rely on the jackdaw. How many captains looked for you while I was gone? 4 captains were working with me, and there were a few interested in selling their stuff as well. I was trying to negotiate and bargain with them. After that, Malcolm suddenly announced that all captains should only trade with the Black Market Alliance and not random black market merchants. In the end, only 2 captains were still willing to work with me. I think things will get better now that you've eliminated Wilton and his goons. Many will start to think that our business might just survive on this island. Just now, a few captains told me that they are willing to stop trading with the Black Market Alliance and would trade with me instead. Though they are not from some powerful pirate group, they are definitely more influential than these people lining up to sell their useless stuff to me. At the same time, Carina glared at a pirate who demanded that he should have been paid 2 extra bronze pesos. Right now, we have a problem. If we are going to expand, I don't think 1 cargo ship is enough. Wilton had 2 ships. His skeleton can be entered into service after we fix it, and his second ship is totally fine. Though that ship isn't as well armed as the skeleton, it sure is more spacious. I think it's the perfect vessel for a cargo ship conversion. The only problem is that it was once a pirate ship. I'm afraid the port's workers might recognize it. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Wilton told us that he never left anyone alive when he plundered their ships. I'm pretty sure that very few had laid their eyes on that ship before. Before I use it, I'll hire someone to carry out a refit and some modifications. Then, we can be sure that nobody would recognize it even if they have seen it before. As for manpower, I believe that we can source most of that from this island itself. There are a lot of young people here, and since they can't earn much by becoming a pirate, I don't think they'd mind working on a cargo ship as long as their pockets are filled. They are also not asking for much. Most importantly, their family members and friends are living here. If last night's incident were to happen again, I don't think they'll just sit still and do nothing. If any emergency were to happen when I'm not around, you can look for Black Prince Sam or Huneg. They will help you. Alternatively, you can hire private security for your protection. I would say 4 to 5 people should be enough to help you to tackle any untoward incidents. Jong-Hong saw that Carina was about to say something, but held back. What's wrong? There's one thing bothering me. I might be overthinking, but I did work with a couple of pirate ships previously. I never thought that I would be able to keep this a secret from the Black Market Alliance forever. Still, I did something to make sure that Malcolm wouldn't find out so soon. Something smells fishy. The moment I started to work with the other captains, I instantly received a warning from him. At first, I thought that perhaps one of the pirate groups had tipped Malcolm off. You know how hard it is for pirates to keep secrets. A glass of rum and a hookah would make them spill all their beans. But I did notice a problem, though. If they really did tell Malcolm about me, he shouldn't have known my plans in such great detail. I didn't expose anything at all when I met up with him, but I felt that he knew every single move that I was about to make. Could there be a mole among us? I don't know what to think anymore. Everyone who works for me is a trusted ally of mine. I even made sure that only a handful knows about my plan. Most of the sailors on the Gentle Breeze don't even know what they're transporting. Do you have any suspects in mind? Jim, for one. He's young, and he knows how to read. He was initially the records keeper of the Gentle Breeze, and Malone was the one who recommended that I hire him. Right after my father was put in jail, half of the experienced pirates left the ship. They were the ones who my father paid highly. However, Jim chose to stay on. He only joined our ship last year. Technically, he shouldn't have a strong attachment to it. With his capabilities, it shouldn't be hard to look for a better job too. I don't know much about him, but he chose to stick with us during our most trying times. I have to say, he's helped me a lot for sure. That's why Malone and I trust him fully. He seems to be serious about his job as well. So, I brought him off the Gentle Breeze and asked him to work with me here. He's supposed to keep track of all the loot that we buy. He knows where every item comes from. At the same time, he is also one of the few who knows which route the Gentle Breeze takes. Chapter 193. Baiting a mole. Malone was lazing on the bed in a brothel as an attractive prostitute helped him to spread some medicine on his wound. Previously, when the skeleton pursued the Gentle Breeze, Malone insisted that they were black market merchants, but the pirates from the skeleton ignored the claims. As captain of his ship, Malone tried his hardest to fight off the pirates bravely with his crew. Unfortunately, the skeleton was way more potent than the Gentle Breeze, and within 3 minutes, every single one of the Gentle Breeze's sailors was defeated by the skeleton's pirates. After that, they started to kick and punch Malone. He fell to the ground the moment one of the pirates landed a heavy blow on his stomach. The searing pain from the bludgeoning caused him to drop the dagger in his hand. When the pirates were done bashing him up, Malone was dragged and locked up in the depths of the ship's hold. When he was finally alone, he quickly checked his body and realized that it was bruised and bleeding from top to bottom. Not one part of him was left unscathed. Just like the entire crew of the Gentle Breeze, Malone thought that those pirates would surely kill him. While they sailed back to Nassau, the skeleton took the opportunity and plundered another merchant ship. Malone witnessed firsthand on how Wilton gleefully tormented the Gentle Breeze's sailors for sport. Even after all the experience gained from working at sea for decades, Malone still trembled at the sight of the inhumane pirates that plundered his ship. He became so hopeless to the point where he wanted to kill himself. Right until when his freedom was granted back to him, he couldn't believe that he had to endure such unspeakable horrors. When he was sure that he was no longer in danger, the first thing he did was run the tavern and drink as much as he could stomach. Having his fill of alcohol, he proceeded to the brothel he visited regularly. Finally, he found some peace and quiet that he craved for so long in a familiar place he was comfortable with. When he woke up the next afternoon, he was met by Carina. "Hold on. You suspect that Jim is working for Malcolm?" The prostitute left the room half a minute ago. Malone blinked, shaking his head as he tried to clear the awful hangover that was pounded his mind. Through his daze, he was shocked to hear Carina suspecting that Jim was a mole. He quickly fumbled around, eventually finding his shirt before putting it on. "To be honest with you, I won't believe such accusations if I don't see solid evidence. Jim is a good kid. I dug around, asking about him when I thought of recruiting him to the Gentle Breeze. Everyone said that he's a terrific kid. He's one hard-working lad, never allowing the slightest bit of laziness to get the better of him. Though he could be boring at times and has no sense of humor whatsoever, that didn't stop me from putting him on my list of favorite persons." "Have I told you about his sister?" "What sister?" "Jim has an adopted little sister who is 2 years younger than him. During that time, his family was doing well, and he was taught how to read and write. Unfortunately, the happiness was short-lived. Shortly after that, both his parents were tragically killed in an accident, leaving the two of them alone. Of course, they needed money to support themselves. So, some people suggested that he send his stepsister to an orphanage or a monastery. Jim rejected all of them with a resounding no. In the end, he had to sell off everything valuable in his house. It was then that he started to look around for a job that could support him and his sister. He was only 14 years old. Suddenly, Malone paused. "What's wrong?" Speaking of his sister, I heard that she had just recovered from a severe illness. Jim spent quite a huge sum of money looking for a doctor to cure her. I did ask him earlier if he needed my help, but he told me that he had settled his debts. Apparently, he has a distant uncle who sent him some money to deal with his crisis. Could this man be Malcolm? I have never thought about it from that angle. I still don't think that Jim will sell us out and let Wilton know which route the gentle breeze took. Malone shook his head, and he had put on his clothes. He then moved his shoulder, and the pain from his wounds caused him to wince and grit his teeth. Have you talked to him about it? Not yet. I don't want to be rash and alert the enemy. Right now, we don't have any solid evidence about him selling us out. Once he notices that we are on him, it would be extremely hard for us to catch him red-handed. This matter is of the utmost importance to us. Even though Wilton and his pirates are dead, our next journey would be perilous if we fail to catch the mole. The worst thing would be that Malcolm will know all of our moves. Whoa, hang on. Wilton and his pirates are dead. How is that even possible? Is this supposed to be a joke? Malone had no idea about the entire incident on the island since he slept through the day. If you didn't get drunk last night and unleash your inner beast at the brothel, you should have heard of the big news. Right now, you are probably the last person on this island that finds out. Ha, this has to be the best news I've heard in a long time. Malone pretended that he didn't hear the undertone of sarcasm in Carina's voice. While I was on my way back to Nassau, I cursed Wilton, hoping that his pirates would be somehow engulfed by the ocean. I didn't even mind being a casualty alongside them as long as they are dead. Anyway, I'm cool with this ending as well. How did they die, eh? Who killed them? How did they get killed? How many survivors are left? To be honest, I find it hard to believe that anybody could kill them. Wilton had over 200 pirates with him, and they were bloody good at what they did. How did this person kill him under the protection of his men? You should go look for the answer yourself. Back to our little Jim, then. Is there anything you wish to add? Let me think. Well, I think that should be it, I suppose. I have known him for some time now, and he is a good worker, a good brother, and a good neighbor. I reiterate, I don't think he is the mole. Regarding your last point, we will make sure to get to the bottom of it. What are you planning to do? Send someone to spy on him. Malone gulped a mouthful of water and rinsed his mouth. With that, he was done cleaning himself for the day. No. I want to give him a reason to sell us out. Who? Just now, I accidentally spilled some top-secret news to him, deliberately of course. I said that 2 powerful pirate ships are planning to leave the Black Market Alliance, choosing to work with us instead. If he is indeed the mole, he will surely tell Malcolm about it. After that, Malcolm will surely do something. As compared to the small traders we deal with, he won't just stand aside and watch us snatch away his powerful clients and will definitely try to stop it from happening. Judging by his personality, he would approach the 2 captains and convince them not to leave the alliance. All we need to do right now is to watch them closely. Once he meets the captains, we can go ahead and apprehend Jim. Chapter 194. Sleeping Position. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. With that, Jonghang tasked Carina with finding the mole. Ever since the Jackdaw returned to Nassau, Jonghang hadn't managed to get any sleep. As promised, he made the announcement to Nassau's residents that he would defend the fortress with Hun Egg. When that was done, he retreated home to get some well-deserved rest. It was late in the evening when he opened his eyes. Jonghang took a look at Anne, who was sleeping next to him. She had a questionable sleeping position, with an arm and a leg placed on Jonghang's body. She was drooling like a baby as well. The most ironic part was that Anne had her leg placed on Jonghang's chest while her hand was on his thigh. Jonghang had no idea how she managed to turn herself upside down while she was sleeping. The reason why he suddenly woke up because Anne kicked his chin accidentally. Trying his best not to wake her up, he spent quite a bit of effort to remove her contorted limbs from his body. However, it seemed like he overthought it. Once Sun was asleep, waking her up was a challenge, to say the least. On the flip side, she had this feral instinct when it came to threats. Even when she was in a deep sleep, she would automatically wake up if something dangerous happened around her. Zhongheng had no idea how to explain a phenomenon like this. He guessed that it had everything to do with her personality, a beast-like nature that automatically allowed her to detect any incoming threat. What she told him that night reminded him of the little fox of Little Prince. Due to the little fox taking a liking toward Little Prince and it knew that goodbye was coming, it was willing to be domesticated. The little fox did that because it wanted to remember the color of Little Prince's hair when it gazed upon the wheat field. Zhongheng took a jacket from a nearby chair and covered An with it. He proceeded downstairs to his little farm, where he plucked the vegetables that were ripe and dug up a few potatoes. While he was tending to his garden, he saw the little girl living next to him and gave her a barberry figure. Before entering the game, Zhongheng had never tried barberry figs before. It was the fruit of a cactus and was native to the North and South of America. It could typically be found above the cactus plant. Like the main tree, the fruit was also covered in thorns. One had to cut off its tail and remove its skin before it could be eaten. It was essential that the octagonal thorn within the fruit was picked out as well. As for its taste, there was a tinge of sweetness coupled with sour parts. Zhongheng was weirded out when he first ate this fruit. He had once heard that Indians favored the fruit a lot, regularly using it as medicine. As usual, the little girl ran away the moment Zhongheng approached her. He wasn't too bothered by this, knowing that the parents of kids her age would usually advise them to steer clear of strangers. When he was done with the harvest, he brought the barberry figs and vegetables back in. Instead of eating the fruit just like that, Zhongheng preferred to scoop out its flesh and add a little honey with it. When An finally woke from her slumber, Zhongheng was already done preparing dinner for the two of them. He sprinkled some salt on the fishes that he'd just grilled over a flame. The 18th century wasn't as exciting as the modern world where there were no cell phones or computers. Even books were a rarity. Each time they returned from a voyage, they would be distraught from the harsh life out at sea. Hence, different people had different ways to relieve their stress. For An, she preferred picking fights as a stress relief method. As for Billy, he preferred to spend his time with his family. Zhongheng, on the other hand, liked to cook and tend to his little farm. It helped him to take his mind off things when he wasn't on the raging oceans. Farming was a hobby he acquired when he entered his very first quest. When he was on the island alone, he needed to survive. Thus, he looked for something to do to keep him going. Not only did farming bring him game points, but it also provided him with satisfaction and joy. To see the seeds he sowed finally bear fruit was a great healing process. Cooking had the same effects as well. Unfortunately, the pace of life in modern society had gotten a lot faster, and a good amount of devotion would be needed for these things to succeed. It was possible to reap happiness if the person involved managed to calm their heart down. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer individuals from the modern world chose to embark and commit to these kinds of activities. After becoming a pirate of the Caribbean, Zhongheng realized that he had more time for activities like this. Now, he was required to stay in the game for an unprecedented amount of time. After reaching LV2 on his saber and sailing skills, Zhongheng was thinking of learning other skill sets. Learning other languages had become a priority. After completing a few rounds of the game, Zhongheng realized that it was vital for him to speak various languages. After all, communication was the most important skill a human could master. During the Mannerheim Line quest, many people took advantage of him as he didn't know how to speak their language. Though he now spoke 2 foreign languages, plus a couple of Finnish words, he was better than most around him. However, every quest was unpredictable, and knowing only 2 languages wasn't quite enough. Zhongheng quickly realized the advantage of the formation of teams, where each member could choose to learn a different language. If there were 6 people in a team, they would be able to communicate in 6 languages. However, a single player like Zhongheng could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he had ample time to learn other languages. Now, he planned to learn French, Spanish, Italian, Polish, and Latin throughout the 10-year tenure in this game. He wanted to be able to understand basic speech at the very least. If his memory served him right, Zhong Heng remembered that Latin was only used up until the early 18th century. As the official language of Rome, Latin was widely spoken throughout Europe during the 1st century BC. French, Italian, and Spanish were considered as local dialects. Along with the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Renaissance era, Latin started to lose its place as the essential language of Europe. In the end, the Vatican was the only country that remained using Latin in their day-to-day business. Although languages of this era and languages of the modern world varied slightly, Zhong Heng figured it shouldn't be a problem for him to master some simple ways of communication. Zhong Heng was still waiting for Black Prince Sam to vouch for him so he could join the meeting that was to be on this island. The next morning, he received an unexpected notification telling him that his main quest of the game had been completed. After eliminating a few possibilities, Zhong Heng figured that Billy must have recruited a new batch of pirates. There were at least 70 pirates on the Jackdaw right now. Thus, when the game instructed him to build his own force, it meant that he had to recruit a certain number of people to work under him. It seemed that his quest was complete. After living in this world for 1 year, it was only logical that his main quest was completed. Zhong Heng had no intention to give up on anything after achieving so much in this game. After all, he had to stay here for another 10 years. Everything that he did right now was preparation for a bigger goal. Be it joining the meeting, helping Carina fight the Black Market Alliance, becoming Honeg's ally, or helping Lei Lai, Zhong Heng was building a strong foundation for himself. Chapter 195. Monster from the Depths of the Sea. You said someone intruded into your place last night. What did you mean by that? Vincent was sitting across Zhong Heng, and seemed to be very uncomfortable and nervous. To be honest, I don't know what happened as well. I slept early last night, and I was half asleep when I woke up in the middle of the night all of a sudden. I saw that the windows were open, and a shadowy figure was standing beside it. His back faced me, and it appeared that he was searching for something in my drawer. What made you think that he was looking for something? Asked Zhong Heng while pointing at the poetry book that he found on the Carrack. That's because he turned my bedroom upside down. Strangely, he didn't lay a finger on the 33 gold coins that I hid inside my drawer. There was some change on the table as well, and the amount was intact when I checked on them. All he took were the supply records and the list of goods that we acquired from the Carrack. As for this poetry book, I placed it under my pillow, so it was untouched. Hang on. Now, why would you place a poetry book under your pillow? He asked, and with a cocked eyebrow. The young doctor's face began to flush, and he was left speechless. Zhong Heng could feel how embarrassed and awkward he became, and hence, quickly changed the topic. Did you manage to see his face? I'm sure he's not human. His shirt was wet, looking as if he just emerged from the sea. I could smell an overpowering stench of fish and a saltiness in the air when he was in my room. Water dripped down from his sleeves and pants. Apart from that, I noticed corals and seashells hanging on his shirt and hair. Vincent trembled in fear as he tried to remember the details of what happened last night. I remember that I pretended to sleep. Out of curiosity, I cracked open my eyes. That was when I saw his hand and the side of his face. It was covered in scales. Then, he somehow discovered that I was peeking at him, and he turned around and smiled. I was so terrified that I fainted. It was early in the morning when I opened up my eyes again. Immediately, I ran outside the house. Once Vincent was done talking, he took out 3 notebooks. I am almost done translating these 3 notebooks. I didn't manage to translate the last few pages of the supply records, though. I would like to apologize for not being able to protect them. It's fine. You have done a good job. Thank you so much for your service. I have another favor to ask of you. Would you mind if I took a look around your place? Of course not. Both of you are always welcome at my house. After that, Zhong Heng followed Vincent back to where he stayed. He lived in a small wooden house, large enough for a single person. There were various types of plants around his home. Amongst them were rare species of plants that only grew on the island of Nassau. Zhong Heng remembered Billy saying that Vincent fancied botany when they were introduced to each other. His house was covered in lush vines and looked gorgeous from the outside. Billy lived right next to Vincent, as well. During that time, Billy was holding his 2-year-old daughter and was taking a slow walk in his garden. He quickly waved. He saw the three. Passing his daughter to his wife, he strolled towards them. "You guys are here for the bizarre incident, right?" asked Billy. "Can you give me a moment?" Vincent opened the door and looked at Anne in an embarrassed manner. "This is your house. You can do whatever you want to," said Zhong Heng. Vincent was grateful that Zhong Heng allowed him to do as he wished. Immediately, he ran into his house and closed the door after him as fast as he could. Soon, they heard a curious clanking coming from inside the house. While Vincent was at it, Zhong Heng took the opportunity to ask Billy some questions. "Did you notice anything strange last night considering you live right next to him?" "I fell asleep immediately when I returned home last night. This morning, he knocked at my door in his pajamas and told me what happened to him last night. I could see that he was scared to death. It was my first time seeing him so afraid. Do you think this incident has something to do with the mysterious ship that we found?" "I'm not sure." Zhong Heng suddenly remembered that a bizarre storm hit them when they were returning to Nassau. Every unexplainable thing that occurred to them indicated that they had indeed encountered something supernatural. It seemed the owner of the Carrack was trying to retrieve the items that belonged to him. Still, Zhong Heng felt that things didn't quite add up, which was why he wanted to check out Vincent's house. After a while, Vincent opened the door and invited the three of them to come in. He had hurriedly tidied up his messy place when he entered earlier and had even made a pot of tea for them. However, Zhong Heng wasn't interested to have any tea. The first thing the three did was to check out Vincent's bedroom. Upon entering, they saw a series of herbariums and sketches on the wall. They also noticed shoes and clothes scattered all over the floor. Vincent became embarrassed when he saw that the three were looking around his messy room. He had no time to tidy it up after cleaning the common area. As a single man, though, his room's condition was actually not too bad. Zhong Heng had seen way worse than this when he was in his hostel. Ignoring the unkempt mess, Zhong Heng squatted and used his finger to touch the floor. There were a few wet spots, and it seemed that the mysterious person must have been standing there for some time. The wet spots led to where the drawer and bed were. Besides that, he also picked up 2 pieces of small seashells and a scale on the floor. The story that Vincent told them must be true. As for the fishy stench that he mentioned, it was gone, perhaps because the windows were open. After that, Zhong Heng walked towards the window. This was the spot where the mysterious man apparently entered and left the room. There were supposed to be 2 potted plants placed on the window sill, but one of them had been knocked down. Outside of the window, Vincent's small garden could be seen. "May I?" Zhong Heng glanced at a nodding Vincent before climbing on the window sill and jumping into the garden. "How often do you water your plants?" asked Zhong Heng after he deliberately stepped on the soil twice. Once a week. I usually ask for Nettie's help to water my plants when I go on a voyage. It should have been 5 days since she last watered them." Nettie was Billy's wife. She helped Vincent a lot after he moved into the neighborhood, a reason why Vincent was willing to become a doctor on the Jackdaw after Billy persuaded him. Zhong Heng then walked around the garden and saw that there were a few houses around. So, he proceeded to visit them one by one with Anne. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to acquire any useful information from the residents. It was late at night when the mysterious thing broke into Vincent's house. Hence, there were no witnesses. That afternoon, all of them stopped at Billy's house for lunch. Vincent was still shaken by last night's bizarre incident. He was extremely grateful after getting Billy's permission to stay at his house for a couple of days, his spirits slightly lifted. Chapter 196. Something Left Behind. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "Do you really think that a monster broke into Vincent's house?" asked Anne the moment they left Billy's house. At first, I thought some supernatural entity from the Carrack came for him after hearing what he described. However, I changed my mind after I checked out of his house. At that, Zhong Heng passed the seashell to Anne. "What's wrong with this?" Anne took a look at it but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "This shell is a foreigner, in the sense that it came from outside of Nassau. You won't normally find this type of shell here." That reminds me of something. Harry picked a bunch of seashells exactly like this one. I don't think I can ever understand his hobby. And the scale. This is a scale of a great barracuda, one of the most common fish often caught by the fishermen around this area. How on earth do you know stuff like this? Anne was shocked and slightly impressed by Zhong Heng's broad knowledge. I have done extensive studies on fishes. Anyway, that's not important. In his first round of the game, Bell taught Zhong Heng how to tell apart edible sea fishes. Upon returning to the real world, he had also looked up about fishes online. Now, he could recognize more than 200 types of ocean fish. But that Carrack sailed around oceans of the world, right? It's entirely possible that it ended up around the waters of Nassau at some point. You are right, which is why I investigated Vincent's garden earlier. He told me that he watered his plants once a week, and Nettie helped him to water them 5 days ago. She also told me that the island hadn't received any rain lately. The dry, dusty soil in his garden verified her claims. However, I found an exception in one of the spots of the garden. Who? After I checked out Vincent's house, I've been thinking about what he told me earlier. He mentioned that the mysterious man looked as if he just came out of the water. His shirt was dripping all the time. However, the problem here is that Vincent's house is quite far from the sea. If that creature came from the ocean, he would have had to take a huge risk by walking all the way to Vincent's house even under cover of the dark. Most importantly, most of the seawater on him should have dried up after taking such a long walk. I don't think common sense can be used to solve this matter. Perhaps the mysterious man is cursed and is always drenched in seawater? I've heard a similar story when I was a kid. I did think about that possibility. If that's the case, then the water dripping from his clothes should have been constant. However, I found a spot in the garden that was way wetter than all the other spots. Are you suspecting that someone deliberately wet himself and stuck seashells and scales all over his body? Why would he make himself look like a monster if all he wanted was to break into Vincent's room to look for the 3 notebooks? Are you asking about the purpose of him acquiring the 3 notebooks or the purpose of making himself look like a monster? I can't figure out why he wanted the 3 notebooks as well. As for making himself look like a monster, I believe he did that so others couldn't recognize him. I should have thought about it earlier. I've checked everything that we removed from the Carrack, and I can assure you that there's nothing wrong with them. We did, however, come across a storm on our way home, though. Now, I finally remember the items that I forgot to take. What are they? It appears that crate of silverware, ring, and the necklace isn't everything that we brought back. There were 7 people on the Carrack, including you and me. Someone must have gone behind our backs and secretly took something else from the ship. He should be the same person that broke into Vincent's room. Is that why you didn't share your theory when we were at Billy's house? Zhong Heng nodded in reply. We were all together last night, so that proves our alibi. That leaves us with 5 people. I don't doubt their loyalty, but I do think that the notebook thief didn't realize the severity of this matter. Not a single person was on the Carrack, and there's a good chance that it has something to do with this. All right. Since the area is small enough for us to conduct a proper investigation, all we need to do right now is to investigate them one by one. I don't think we need to do that. I think I know who the person is. A. Basically, 2 in a group when we were tasked to check out the Carrack. It's not easy to hide something when your partner is watching you. I remember that I was checking the cargo hold with Seth. When I heard you kicking down the door, I thought that you came across something dangerous, and I quickly ran to you. Seth was left there alone. If there's anyone who had an opportunity to hide something from us, it has to be him. He was already on the deck when we regrouped. At that time, I remember that he looked as if he was in a trance. I didn't think much about it because all of us didn't look too well, either. What was he doing when the storm hit us? I didn't see him. He was supposed to be resting at that time. I didn't see him on the deck as well. Now that you've mentioned it, I remember something. I saw a bruise on his face when we met during dinner. He simply told me that he fell somewhere when I asked about it. And continued. Fighting on the ship is strictly prohibited. Still, I heard that some had broken this rule. After all, they are new recruits on our ship, and a few of them already know each other on the island. I wouldn't be surprised that they had unresolved issues while they were still on the island. Seth. Seth is one of the new pirates from our first batch of recruits. He married not too long ago, and his wife was one of the prostitutes from a brothel. He spent a great deal of money to set her free from her pimp. I heard that they both share an intimate relationship. Still, it's hard to stop people from gossiping about them. Do you know where he lives? No idea. But I know someone who knows where he stays. And looked for a pirate called Sean, one of the cannoneers on the Jackdaw. He and Seth were close friends and had been working on the same ship before the two joined the Jackdaw. They would usually hang out together when they were back in Nassau. Of course, Sean would know where Seth lived. Upon the request of Jongheng and An, he led them to Seth's house. The moment they arrived at his place, they saw a large amount of furniture placed at the front of his house. Seth peeked out from behind a closet he was rummaging through and was caught off guard when he saw the three of them. However, he became extra nervous when he saw Jongheng, swiftly concealing his emotions after that. "I'm sorry. I'm just about to move," said Seth. "Not bad. You just got married, and now you're moving." "Why didn't you ask for my help?" asked Sean. "I don't have many things, and anyway, I didn't want to trouble you." Seth then glanced at Jongheng and An. "I'm afraid that this might be a bad time, Captain. Can you come again tomorrow?" Chapter 197. Betty. "It's okay. We've got nothing to do anyway." "Let us help you," said Jongheng. Seth forced a smile when he heard Jongheng had offered to help. "What's going on?" "Seth, do we have guests?" "It's Sean and, two more friends. Aren't you going to invite them in?" "Oh. I almost forgot. My house is kind of messy now, and I hope you guys won't mind." Seeing that he was about to have visitors, Seth moved the chairs back into the house. Jongheng, An, and Sean followed him from behind. "Tracy, go make our guests some coffee, will you?" Seth was talking to a voluptuous lady. This should be the woman that Seth married not too long ago. Tracy nodded and headed into the kitchen. After a short while, she talked to Seth again. "Seth, where are the coffee beans that Beth gave us?" "Ah. I know where they are. Let me go get them." As he talked to Tracy, Seth went upstairs. Half a minute later, Tracy emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fruit in her hands. "I'm so sorry." Seth kept away all the utensils and there are only some fruits left in the kitchen, said Tracy. Jongheng took the plate of fruit and thanked Tracy and started a conversation with her. Talkative by nature, she answered every question he asked with no misgivings. Obviously, she wasn't the cautious type. When he was done talking, he knew then that Seth didn't tell her anything about the Carrack. It also seemed that she knew nothing about what happened last night. Jongheng looked at An. Both of them knew that Seth was the person that they were looking for. They decided that it was time to confront him once he came down. "What's taking him so long?" "All he needs to do is to get the coffee beans," said Sean while looking at the stairs. "Let me go get him," replied an embarrassed Tracy. She proceeded to the storeroom beside them. "Ahem. Seth is upstairs," Sean reminded Tracy. "Who?" "But the first floor is empty. There's nobody there." Immediately, Jongheng ran upstairs and found out that there was indeed no one there. All he saw was an open window. Through the window, he spotted Seth running away from his house as fast as his legs could carry him. He even looked back a few times. Let's spread out and go after him. Jong-hung wasn't to be blamed for not being more cautious. After all, he came with the sole intention of talking to Seth and had no plans to rough him up to extract information out from him. Other than breaking into Vincent's house and almost scaring him to death, Seth didn't do anything that harmed anyone. Logically, there was no reason for him to be running from them. And quickly ran out of the house. As for Jong-hung, he exited through the window and climbed onto the roof. That said, he was in no way trying to be like Ezio Auditor from Assassin's Creed. The area Seth lived in was similar to the Smoked Fish Alley and was one of the more famous slums in Nassau. The only difference was that it was a lot more crowded, with squatters literally stacked on each other. The entire area was also extremely disorganized. Seth had an advantage here since he had stayed here for a long time. To make sure that he could keep track of him, Jong-hung had to continually find high vantage points. As for Anne, her job was simple. All she needed to do was trail Jong-hung. It was at that moment when Seth noticed that someone was coming after him. Not only did he continue running, but he ran even faster than before. At the same time, he kept switching directions erratically, hoping to take advantage of the familiar terrain to lose Anne. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to shake off Jong-hung, and that made him more nervous by the second. Running along the rooftops allowed Jong-hung to disregard the slum's haphazardness. All he needed to do was to move in a straight line. His balance had gotten a lot better after living at sea for almost a year. Though the rooftops of each house were at different heights, he still managed to maintain an excellent balance. Seeing that he was getting closer to Seth, Jong-hung estimated that he could jump off from the roof after another 10 steps. Unfortunately, all his calculations and effort went to waste during the most critical moment. The roof that he just jumped on caved in all of a sudden due to its dilapidated condition. Immediately, he grabbed onto a wooden support pillar, but even that broke into half as well. Seth was delighted when he saw Jong-hung falling into one of the houses. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared from the left of the alley. Before Seth could react, the person landed a kick on his chest, sending him flying to a wooden rack beside him. Seth ignored the pain on his back. He hurriedly got up and started to limp away. However, before he could make any headway, he found a sharp dagger on his neck. After a while, Jong-hung came out of the house he fell into with a dust-covered face. He compensated the owner with 2 gold coins, an old man that was sunbathing at that time, before heading to Seth. "Why did you run from us?" Seth merely remained silent. "Give it all up now." "We already know." "You were the monster that broke into Vincent's room, right?" asked Jong-hung. "How did you pull it off when the storm hit us back then? Did it have something to do with the thing that you found on the Carrack?" This time, Seth finally lost his calm. He was hoping that Jong-hung was here for some other issue. After all, he was all alone when it happened. No one should have seen what he did. Any ordinary person would definitely not connect the matter to the storm. Hence, Seth had no idea how Jong-hung could grow suspicious of him. After 2 successful voyages, Jong-hung's reputation had skyrocketed amongst his pirates. After a short moment of hesitation, Seth finally spilled everything out. "I'm sorry, Captain. It wasn't me who found the thing. She was the one who found me." "Huh?" asked Anne. "Right after we separated, I heard a woman's voice. She called herself Betty. I searched the entire cargo hold, but I couldn't find her." Betty. It was a familiar name to Jong-hung, having been mentioned numerous times in the poetry book that he read. At first, Jong-hung thought that Betty must have been the captain's wife or lover. Now, it seemed that the identity of this Betty was more complicated than he initially thought. "Why didn't you tell us about it?" asked Anne. "I thought there was something wrong with me. The woman, Betty, gave me a warning. She said if I told anyone about this, they would consider me a lunatic and maroon me on that Carrack." Chapter 198. Ancient Celtic God. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "We went to the cargo hold after that, but we didn't see you there until everyone gathered on the deck." "What were you doing when you were alone?" asked Anne. "Betty brought me to the stern. She told me that she had something to show me. And what would that be? Asked Zhongheng. A gift. A gift? She told me that she's an ancient Celtic god. She also told me that she has the power to control the weather on the ocean. Apparently, I would be granted a portion of her divine powers if I chose to worship her. Seth hesitated and took out a seashell from his pocket. Zhongheng took it from Seth and started to examine it. Judging by its exterior, it was no different than the white shell that he saw on the beach. Suddenly, he received a notification from the system. Zhongheng instantly knew then that he must be holding a supernatural game item. Betty's shell, unidentified. After knowing the item's name, Zhongheng still couldn't figure out what its effect was. Seth had mentioned about an ancient Celtic god. Celtic mythology was one of the three major European mythological systems, juxtaposed to Greek and Northern European mythology. In the ancient days, the Celtics were not a single race but rather a band made up of different ethnicities. According to history, these various groups were brought together by similar cultures and languages. They were also one of the earlier civilizations that had expertise in the use of iron tools. Other than that, most were equipped with the knowledge to build their own houses. The Seine in eastern France, the upper streams of Loire, the Rhine in southeastern Germany, and the upper stream of the Danube River were the birthplaces of the Celtics. They penetrated Europe and expanded swiftly, forming a tribe. They could be even found across the Alps. During that period, they were known as warriors, merchants, blacksmiths, poets, and artists. It was said that they could be seen in modern France, Spain, Portugal, and other European countries. When the Roman Empire rose, Caesar seized Gaul, the Celtics' cultural center, and in the process, killed over 1 million of them. That was the reason why Celtic culture started to disappear across entire Europe. Many of their legendary tales were lost, explaining why Celtic mythology wasn't as popular as Greek and Northern European mythology. The only legendary tale of the Celtics that was passed from generation to generation was the story of Arthur, the king, and his sword that was stuck in a stone. Zhongheng wasn't familiar with Celtic mythology as well. His father had studied Greek and Northern European mythologies in college, and his mother studied Christian mythology. When he was still a kid, his parents had told him many tales of Greek, Northern European, and Christian mythologies. Hence, Zhongheng was unfamiliar with the name Betty that was mentioned in the poetry book. She told you to worship her, right? How are you supposed to do that? I have no idea. Supposedly, I would first need to pass a test. She told me to look for the 3 notebooks before letting me know the next step. HMPH. Are you still trying to lie to us? Anne was extremely displeased about Seth's attempt to tell them another tall tale. In frustration, she pushed her dagger closer to his throat. The storm that we faced earlier had something to do with you, right? Asked Anne. As the captain of the Jackdaw, I'm willing to put aside everything that you have done, but I need you to be honest with me. You have to tell me what you have done to our ship. You saw what happened to the Carrack, right? I don't think you want to see every single pirate from the Jackdaw disappearing without a trace, right? Seth could feel chills running down his spine. This time, he didn't dare mess with Zhongheng Annan anymore. According to her instructions, I'm supposed to engrave her Celtic name above the Jackdaw's mast. Once it is done, the ship will be under her protection. I did ask her about the Carrack, and she told me that it was an accident. An accident? The Carrack's crew was too greedy. All those years, they used her power to summon storms that enabled their ship to sail faster than any other merchant ships. By utilizing the supernatural force, they managed to amass an obscene amount of wealth. However, there was a price to pay for doing something like that. These storms were fueled by their rage. The angrier they were, the more powerful the storms were. In the end, they were lost in a storm that wouldn't seem to blow away. After knowing that they would be stuck for eternity in a storm of their own making, the sailors sealed all the windows and doors. However, although the entire ship was boarded up, the sound of wind and thunder haunted their ship and slowly drove the crew to insanity. Having lost all hope, they were left with no option but to jump overboard. Last question. How did you contact her? Have you seen her true form? I have no way to contact her. All I can do is to pray to her. It's up to her if she wants to respond to me or not. She answered my prayers once after we left the Carrack. As usual, I only heard her voice, but I have never seen her true form. Sean and Tracy caught up to them once Seth was done explaining. Seeing Seth leaving the house in a mighty rush and being chased down by Jong-hung and had baffled them. When they saw that Seth was being forced into a corner, they began feeling uncomfortable and worried. Immediately, Jong-hung glared at Anne, who promptly kept away her dagger. Don't you ever gamble on by ship anymore? I'm willing to forgive you since this is the first time you're doing this. Your share of the loot will be reduced by half the next time. To avoid spreading unnecessary panic amongst the crew, Jong-hung had no intention of telling them about this supernatural incident. He was also not worried that Seth would tell others about it. Not only did he hide Betty's seashell from them, but he even engraved her Celtic name on the mast of the jackdaw. He could have brought grave danger to the pirates on Jackdaw. If he were smart enough, he would never tell a living soul about this. Just like Jong-hung expected, he admitted to Tracy and Sean that had indeed put the ship and the lives of her crew on the guillotine. You look like you don't completely trust him. Do you think that he lied to you? Asked Anne after the three of them left. In this case, the possibility of him lying is slim. However, this doesn't apply to that deity whatsoever. Are you talking about Betty? Clearly, she lied to Seth about what happened to the Carrack. All those sailors that disappeared did not jump overboard and commit suicide. At least not all of them. The captain quarters that were locked from the inside and the claw marks in the cargo hold make her story a little more than doubtful. Even ancient gods lie. It all depends on which tribe the ancient god belongs to. Jong-hung wasn't familiar with Celtic mythology, but he knew Greek and Northern European mythologies well. Instead of calling them gods, Jong-hung saw them as regular humans who possess supernatural powers. Just take a look at Zeus, for instance. A supposed god, he used his private parts more than his brain. All these gods did whatever they fancied on Earth and its residents with little care of its consequences. However, Betty was an exception. It appeared that she was very cautious. 7 people boarded the Carrack, but she only chose to whisper to Seth. It could have simply been her nature, or was she, perhaps, trying to hide something from the rest of them? Chapter 199. Confrontation. Jong-hung and Anne finally figured out the reason behind the storm that battered them. As for the tragic incident that happened on the Jackdaw, only Betty, the ancient goddess, had the answer to that. After Jong-hung acquired the seashell from Seth, Betty did not attempt to contact him. He figured that it probably had something to do with him being on land. However, he did not underestimate her. The first thing that he did was to return to the Jackdaw and scrape away her name that was engraved on top of the mast with his dagger. After that, he looked for Carina, instructing her to get someone to look for a tule tree among other colonies. According to the bartender, a box made from the wood of a tule tree could be used to ward off all kinds of supernatural forces. Tule trees were typically found in the Mexican state of Oaxaca. If memory served him right, Jong-hung remembered that Oaxaca was a colony of Spain. If everything went smoothly on his next voyage, he would be ever closer to acquiring a box made out of tulewood. Unfortunately, this thing wasn't a game item. Otherwise, Jong-hung would have loved to bring a box like that to the real world, where he wouldn't have to worry about where to store his game items. To prevent others from being tempted by Betty, Jong-hung decided that he would keep the shell close to him before he got his hands on the box. At the same time, Carina's investigation of pinpointing the mole had come to an end as well. The person she assigned to watch Malcolm told her that he had just quietly left his mansion with the intention of visiting Captain Ball. Now, Captain Ball was part of a disinformation campaign coined up by Carina. That said, Malcolm remained cautious, leaving Ball's house 10 minutes later. Instead of looking for the next person on his list, he went to visit an irrelevant person, an attempt to misdirect and confuse whoever that was targeting him. However, Carina had locked on her target. Surprisingly, Malone wasn't lazing at the brothel when Carina found him, and this time, he was all prepared. He took out a military sword and a gun that he kept inside a box for a long time. Carina took a deep breath as she took the gun from Malone. "Are you sure the two of us are enough?" "Should we get a couple of sailors to come with us?" asked Carina as she loaded the pistol with gunpowder and bullets. "If you are right about him doing all these for his sister, I don't want others on the ship to know. We will let him walk free after I've asked him whatever I want to ask. Jim is simply a records keeper, and he doesn't know how to fight. The two of us are more than enough to handle him. That would be the best case scenario. Don't you worry, I'm not that old yet. I'm confident that I wouldn't lose a one-to-one fight. You would sound more convincing if you could make that belly smaller." Once Carina was done loading the weapon, she tucked it in a concealed holster on her back. No one could see that she was carrying a gun from the front. "How do I look now, eh?" asked Carina. "You look like you are going for a walk in the park. Let's go. Malcolm might send someone to warn him if we are slow." Carina took the lead and proceeded down the stairs, not wasting a single second once they received the news. Jim was tasked with checking their new storage location. Ever since Carina's business bloomed, her old warehouse had run out of space. It was filled to the brim with all the items she bought. As a result, she had been scouting around for potential new storage spaces to keep her business going. When she asked for Jim's assistance, he did not suspect a single thing. The storage space that she found wasn't too far away from the port. It consisted of 2 buildings with a vast and empty land between them. It was perfect as her new storeroom. Be that as it may, Malone's and Carina's faces changed the moment they arrived at the place. They saw a pool of fresh blood on the ground between the 2 buildings. A series of bloody footprints led to the building at the back. "Shit! Did Malcolm and his men arrive here before us?" asked Malone. Immediately, he drew his sword and ran to the building. Using his body to ram the door, he managed to open it but found no one inside the building. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust, and there were no visible footprints. Suddenly, Malone's eye twitched. He could sense that something terrible was about to happen to him. When he turned around, Carina was pointing her gun at him. "What are you trying to do?" asked Malone with a smile on his face. "You tell me, Uncle Malone. You've known my father for 20 years. You've been around since I was a kid. You are like family to me. I never thought you would betray me just like that. What are you talking about? Wasn't Jim the one who spread the news to Malcolm?" As he spoke, Malone attempted to inch forward slowly. When Carina noticed that he was approaching, she placed her finger on the trigger. That made Malone stop in his steps. "You know, I actually told him a different name. In fact, I told different names to all the people that I suspected. Little did I think that you were the one who betrayed me. How dare you set me up? I had to consider every possibility. This is what you taught me, Uncle Malone. Should I be relieved? You've grown at an incredible rate during your tenure in Nassau. No wonder Malcolm saw you as a threat. I'm afraid your own father won't be able to recognize you if he were to be here." The moment Malone was done talking, a few men came down the stairs. That included a very confused Jim, for pirates from the Jackdaw, and a man with both hands tied. This man was an assassin sent by Malcolm to kill Jim. If Jim had indeed been murdered here, Carina would have thought that Jim was the mole. No one would ever suspect Malone anymore. Fortunately, the assassin was promptly apprehended by the pirates. "I have lots of questions to ask you, but there's only one thing I care about. Did you have anything to do with my father being jailed, Uncle Malone? I will never betray Fagin matter what, as long as he's still around. Once we came to Nassau, Malcolm's men approached me. At that time, I got cheated and lost a huge amount of money in the casino. They told me that they were willing to help pay off my debts. In return, I would have to deliver useful information to them from time to time. It was too late when I realized how wrong that was. Betraying you was never my intention. I thought that you'd leave this island after a short while, just like the others. That's why I couldn't find a valid reason to say no to him." Chapter 200. Carina's determination. Endless fantasy translation. Endless fantasy translation. Malone's betrayal hit Carina real hard. In all of Nassau, he was the person she trusted the most. In fact, it wasn't too much to say that he was the only person she trusted. He was the last person she would expect to be bought over. According to Malone, although he had only sent Malcolm a total of 3 messages, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her whenever she thought about how someone close to her had been watching her the entire time. Perhaps the only fortunate thing was that the information Malone had access to were mostly trade-related. However, she was always on her own when she met with the Black Gladiator. Malone had asked to go with her several times in the name of safety, but he had always been turned down. Of course, at that time, she never suspected Malone's intention, refusing simply because she feared that bringing an escort along might offend Leyli. Had that not been the case, Malcolm would have found out that his study had been invaded. Carina did her best to keep her emotions under control. She questioned Malone a little bit more before handing him over to the 4 Jackdaw sailors. She would let them investigate the authenticity of his statement, then transfer him to a ship heading back to England. Malone mentioned before that he had a sister in Kent, so this was actually the best outcome for him. Even if he wanted to return, he could only do it next year. By that time, the strife between Carina and Malcolm should have been settled. When it was all over, a drained and exhausted Carina tossed her short musket to the side of the road. Today, she finally understood what her father meant by never trusting anyone on the island. The relationship she shared with Malone went beyond friendship. He was more like family and a mentor. To her, losing him meant far more than just losing a seasoned captain who could get through port authorities. If Wilton's blatant threat on the beach made her feel fear for the first time, then Malone's betrayal caused her to experience another kind of pain. There was even a moment when she considered giving up. She was no longer sure what waited for her on the other side if she continued down this path. How high of a price would she have to pay to win this fight against the Black Market Alliance? Carina stopped in front of the horse carriage sporting a blank look in her eyes, wondering where she was supposed to be going. She stood there for some time until suddenly, the driver coughed, "Ahem. Ms. Carina. I'm sorry. Head to Captain Jong Hung's residence." Carina opened the door and climbed into the carriage, not bothered to look back. She had made a decision: let the past remain where it was. From the time her father was sent to prison until now, there would be no turning back for her. As that was the case, she could only continue walking down this path. About half an hour later, the carriage came to a stop. Carina had also regained her composure. Jong Hung was in the living room, taking Dutch lessons from Vincent. When he looked up and saw Carina outside the door, he nodded to the young doctor and said, "That will be all for today." Vincent immediately collected the books and left. And had gone to meet Harry that afternoon, so when Vincent left, Jong Hung and Carina were alone. Jong Hung picked up the teapot on the table and poured his visitor a cup of tea. Perhaps it was because of his Oriental lineage that he preferred tea over coffee. "How are things on your side?" "We found the spy, it was Malone." Carina paused for a moment, her expression stoic as if it was something insignificant. "The problem wasn't that serious. I suppose we can call it solved. It shouldn't affect us any further. However, the Gentle Breeze is devoid of a captain, and once the other cargo ship is repaired, she'll need a captain too. Do you have anyone in mind?" "For the Gentle Breeze, I plan to let the first officer take over the role of captain. To prevent something like this from happening again, I will test him regularly. As for the other ship, it's going to be difficult, as I plan to recruit sailors from Nassau on the spot. Thus, I will need someone who has the authority to control them. At the same time, this person cannot be a pirate. It will be a great advantage if he's familiar with the authorities of the colonial ports, as well." These requirements won't be easy to meet." "I know. Good captains are a scarcity everywhere. On top of that, practically all the outstanding captains of this place have now become pirates. Of course, I'll be generous with the wages. I can pay twice the average captain's salary to our prospective captain. Jong Hung thought about what the tradeswoman was saying before he answered. A few cargo captains lost their vessels and goods to robbers. Out of desperation, they had no choice but to come to Nassau to look for wealth here. There should be someone among them who meets your criteria. That said, all the other pirate ships that lack captains also have their eyes on them. How about this? I'll find Billy tomorrow and see if he can recommend me anyone suitable. Carina nodded. I thought about what you said before. We are competing against the Black Market Alliance, and it won't be enough just having the support of small and medium pirate gangs. I decided to approach the biggest landowner of the island to see if we can offer to ship their yield without charge, all these in exchange for their support, of course. Also, everything we got from the exchange of the second-hand goods are just bits and pieces of miscellaneous trinkets. No one in the colony will buy them. It'll be treated like garbage. But it would be a pity to throw them away too. After all, there's still some value in them, I'm sure. What do you want to do with them? I plan to open a grocery store here and another in the colony where the knickknacks can be sold. It doesn't have to make a profit. I simply want to recoup my losses. That would be enough. Then we won't have to keep bleeding money by holding on to these things, Carina explained. Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. What is it? I thought that your debacle with Malone would be a big blow to you, but from the way you talk, it seems that I have misplaced my worries. In the beginning, I was furious and disappointed, but on the way here, I thought through many things, and my angst dissipated. I haven't done well in many aspects as well. I was so used to asking for his help, and it has always been one-sided on my part. I never paid attention to the difficulties he faced. Although he owed the gambling den a large sum of money and has borrowed from many people, he never wanted to trouble me, and would rather accept Malcolm's offer. He probably didn't think I could help him anyway. Carina chuckled to herself before quickly moving to another topic. She looked squarely into Jong Hung's eyes and seriously told him, I want to defeat Malcolm, not just to keep the second-hand business going, but to completely destroy him. I will drive him out of Nassau and take his place as the most powerful black market merchant on the island. No matter the cost, no matter what danger awaits me, I will not falter. I won't stop until it's done.